Well, after the thrills and spills of the 24 Hours of Daytona just a couple of weeks ago, we welcome you to Sebring for the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. It's here live on Racespot TV, streaming live also on iRacing Live. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world, and welcome to this fantastic racetrack that we love to call Sebring International Raceway. And well, practice is just completed. These guys are about to head themselves down to the starting grid for this afternoon's event. 12 hours, that'll be 12 pit stops. On average, we'll have ourselves some driver changes along the way as well. As here's a look then at what track conditions are right now. 78 degrees Fahrenheit, 55% humidity, wind of about 3 kilometers to the north. And you can see this track measures a tad over 3.5 miles in length. Will Vincent, along with Cam Walsh, Shakespeare, Rachel Wyford and John Granger here on Racespot TV, as we're going to show you then what we are looking forward to over the next 12 hours. We'll start with your starting grid for tonight's event, and you can start, well, this afternoon's event even. You can see there your classes, your grid showing up on your screen. And well, Cam, 12 hours of Sebring. It's a very different racetrack to Daytona. This is an airport track originally, but it's a very difficult one for these drivers to deal with.
Well, it's very difficult on its own right, but you add in multi-class racing, and it just improves the racing for us as a viewer, but as a driver, this is one of those tracks that you will always remember. These races are extraordinarily difficult, and hopefully we can have a good one here today.
Yep, so you can see these guys are currently working themselves under caution. They're getting themselves ready then, going on to the racetrack, and they are going to go do one pace lap, and then after that they're going to get themselves ready for 12 hours of racing. And Rachel, we know at this racetrack, getting yourself down into a rhythm is the most important thing.
Good afternoon, and yes, absolutely. Well, of course, this track is a real challenge for drivers. Not only do you have to set the car up for turn 1 and for the final corner Sunset Bend, you have to have a good high-speed handling car. You can have something that can really twist and turn and get a good rhythm flowing through the twisty interior section, I should say. This track, narrow. This is not Daytona. Very narrow, sharp, aggressive curbs that can unsettle the car, so these guys are going to be careful, and rhythm and pace is more important than all-out speed.
Live timing and scoring will be available once this race starts. It'll be available if you head over to Racespot TV /timing. Don't forget also, ladies and gentlemen, you call what we will broadcast every Wednesday and Friday for the next 12 weeks here on Racespot TV. All you need to do to cast your vote is head over to racespot.tv /prime time, as these guys, some of them are heading themselves down in towards the hairpin right about now. We've got ourselves a barrel of cars all ready to go into action, and Jake, it's that calm before the proverbial storm here. These guys are nervous, anxious, waiting, but all of them are ready to go.
Oh, absolutely. I do have to agree with you. This is a sort of period of time where these drivers are just starting to think about their race. If they can break away, if they can make some positions on the grid, it's all going to be down to who has the most bottle, the most nerve, and who is going to be the best in this 12-hour endurance race.
As you can see there, 5.79 kilometers or 3.6 miles. This racetrack is one of the oldest continuatingly operating racetracks in the USA. Its first race was run in 1950. Of course, that's the same year that we had the first race of the FIA Formula One World Championship as well. Let's then take a look at the front of your field. You can see yourselves there. The number 4 machine, Tommaso Carla, will bring the field to the green flag here. You can see we've already got ourselves a good separation between our prototype and our GT field. There you can see you've got yourself then the number 93 and the number 8 machines. They are at the front of the field. Iberica Racing there on pole position in your GT division. But well, we'll go back to the front as these guys are now heading themselves through turn number 15 and now into 16. This is Le Mans, and after that they'll head themselves onto the Almond Straightaway. We're going to get ourselves a look then on board from the rear of your pole position driver. This is Tommaso Carla in the number 4 Thrustmaster Moano race team car. and this Omen straightaway will have plenty of passing opportunities over the course of this race. 3 big opportunities into turn 17, Sunset Bend, or into turn 1, or into turn 7, but also turn 10 will be an interesting opportunity. Some drivers may well think that their opportunity to make up positions will be down at that portion of the racetrack. Traffic will be important. Managing your car, managing your tyres and your fuel loads will be important over the next 12 hours or so. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sebring. Welcome to the 2nd annual 12 Hours of Sebring here on RaceSpot TV. We are underway, and what a jump there by Thrustmaster. As they come into turn number 1, they're going to be almost 4 wide as they come down into that first corner in the prototype division. They come down, they'll come through, they're all going to make it through okay for the most part, as they'll now head themselves through turn 1 and into turn number 2 for the first time. And now your GT drivers doing exactly the same as they all storm down into turn 1 for the first time. A little bit more careful, shall we say, in your GT division, but everyone underway. And Cam, we have put ourselves 12 hours on the play clock.
Yes, 12 hours on the play clock. We've already got 2 turns down. We're going to be working our way through the rest of this track here. I have to say, for the amount of 2 and 3 wide racing I'm seeing here, all of the prototype division is absolutely getting away cleanly here, though there are still some side-by-side actions. I'll look back to the GT field right now, and they themselves have also gotten themselves the single file line, and it's good to see a start like this. They understand that starts are exciting, but it is a 12-hour endurance race.
Yeah, there we can see a look at your GT division as they work themselves to the midfield section of this racetrack. One team that you need to keep an eye on is this one. It's Moano Sports. Of course, they are going to be running in the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. It will be here on RaceSpot TV, on iRacing Live. And well, Rachel, today we've got ourselves a bit of a prelude to what will happen come April 23rd.
Yeah, we certainly do, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens, Will, but these guys, they'll be racing a variety of different cars, including the new Mercedes and the new Audis, which will be great to see on track for that series, but of course not here for this one, because this was scheduled way in advance, and well, the teams certainly know the McLaren, the BMW, and the Ford GT. Also kind of the swan song for the Ford here. Cam will be sad.
Indeed so we've got ourselves a Driving Revolution car on board then, with that number 13 car heading themselves down towards turn 1, battle for position as they come down into that first corner, and the number 13 machine going to take the inside line through turn number 1, and it looks as though he will get himself there, John. The pass complete, that number 13 machine up into P2 at the end of lap number 1.
When we look, it's been such an awesome start by these drivers, just running in single file, taking it nice and easy, as we've said. And when we look back to the GT field, normally in GT racing, they're really going for it, but they're taking it nice and steady, which is really good to see. And a few position change at the start of the race, but everyone seems to have got away quite cleanly.
Well, don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Head over to racebot.tv/time and keep up to date with your favourite teams and drivers throughout the course of this event. Now, Jake, at the start of these events, it's a case of seeing if you can get positions at the very start. If not, it's about picking drivers off one at a time, seeing whether or not they can work themselves through the field methodically to get themselves into position. Otherwise, they'll have to use strategy to get themselves to an advantage.
Well, we do have 12 hours in this race. It's not like you can win the race on the first couple of laps of this race at the moment. It seems that you're just going to have to wait for strategy. People are bound to make mistakes in this series. People are bound to make things go wrong. And, well, you have to think that if you are the car in front in the Thrustmaster Moano car, you have to think that you've got to do as much as you can to break away as soon as this race has started.
So here we are then, we're working ourselves on lap number 2 of this event. So currently, as it stands out front, you'll see you got your top 3 now showing up on the left hand side of your screen. It's Thrustmaster leading by 2.5 seconds over Driving Revolution, then Fusion and Motorsports are in third. Iberica Racing are leading the way in your GT division. Then from Vortex Sim Racing, Commander Sim Sports, they are your top 3. But we have got ourselves some good little battles going on up and down your field as it stands right now. We're going to run on board with one of those drivers. It's the Pure Racing Team 111 machine of Patrick Peachler. And of course, we know that Cam, PRT are one of these teams, every single race that we do, They are always a team that are up there, one of the teams to be, and well, running in P5 right now, they've got to move a little bit forward to get where they really want to be in this event.
Well, and they also have 2 bullets in the gun here. It's, of course, the Pure Racing team number 111, which is currently piloted by Patrick Mitchell, as you were said, and also a couple of positions behind is Francesco Lopez in the 112 car. So the whole of the team effort here today, they seem to be doing fairly well. They're just snaking their way right behind Team GT, which up not farther ahead is the VRS Coanda BMW, but just overall, this whole field here, this GT field is absolutely stacked with talent, and I'm sure we'll get the car count numbers for the manufacturers as we go on here, but McLaren seems to be the bigger car that's chosen, but I see quite a lot of variety here today, and I think I even see a Ford.
Oh yeah, and we talk about Ford. Pretty much farewell from this GT3 division. We'll talk about that over the course of what is going to be a very long race here. On board right now with that Vortex Sim Racing number 101 machine there, sorry, number 8 machine of Luis Rodriguez there, heading himself now on the exit of Tower down. This short straight away before he does himself a left-hand kink into Bishop. That is turn number 14. It's actually a double apex left-hander before braking hard in towards his turn 15, 16 complex that ends up with Lamont corner before you head yourself onto the Ulmann straightaway. Tommaso Carla then, you can see on our RaceBot stat fact, setting the fastest lap of the race so far at 113.85 miles an hour. A time there of 153.5. We'll get the words out eventually. It's only early days here. Behind, you got yourselves in your GT division the number 06 machine of Dennis Gaboski, battling him out right now with Patrick Pietro. You've also got Stefano Felisa in the mix in that one as well. But in your Daytona prototype division, John, things have spread out just a little bit. That dirty air may well be coming into play in the early going, and of course, we're not 100% sure on the strategies, but we know that all these guys are going to try and target a pit stop once an hour.
And when we look, we've got Carla, who's had this fantastic start in the Moano car. He's 3.8 seconds ahead of the Driving Revolution, number 13 machine behind him, and he is only a second ahead of the number 6 Fusion Motorsport car. And as we said, they're taking it really nice and easy as they come now into turn 13, second gear. And I think they're just really trying to bed it in. As we know, they're going to be changing tyres every pit stop. That seems to be the preferred strategy rather than double stinting. So I think they're just going to try and take it nice and easy for the first hour, get to the pit stop and see where things shake out. It doesn't seem to be an all-out sprint so far.
Indeed so. So, ladies and gentlemen, as it stands right now, this is the battle out front. It is 4.4 seconds between Moano Sim Racing and also the Driving Revolution car. But Tommaso Carla is pushing away quickly at the front of this field. He wants to get himself into that commanding position right at the very start of this race. Last lap time, a 153.758 as he crosses the start-finish line. We'll see that time tick up on your screen. It's even faster. New fastest lap then going purple for Moano as they will complete their 4th lap in this event. Well, let's go back to our GT division just a little bit, because Rens Broekman right now, Rachel, has cruising right up to the rear of Luis Rodriguez in that battle for P2 in class.
Certainly does, and the VRS Coanda Simsport BMW there having a good run at the moment. He's been following the Gecko Vortex number 8 car there for quite a while. Luis Rodriguez coming under pressure from that BMW. BMW really, really good off the corners and in the straightaway speed well. And McLaren, it carries a bit more through the corner, but as it stands, the draft is certainly in Coanda's favour, and we should be seeing Rens Broekman probably making a move at some point. Oh, look at it, the inside to turn 1.
Yeah, and Rens Broekman, by the looks of it, he will have the inside line coming out the corner. Broekman then will move himself up into second place in that number 18 machine for the time being. So let's move then. Coanda Simsports up into P2, and they've got themselves a 3-second deficit to close up to that number 93 machine. As it stands, of course, that is the Birica Racing team. We expected Birica to be very, very well represented, as Coanda will be in the Blancpain GT1 Endurance Championship, Cam. And, well, can we talk about this race as being that kind of warm-up event for that season?
Well, it is, and obviously this has the prototype field, but this GT field has a very, very strong World Championship Series taste to it. You've got teams basically all throughout the entirety of the field here that are going to be participating in this World Championship Series, including all the way down from 49 Motorsports, Glacier, your Radicals car, just up and up the field you go, more familiar names. But we'll have to see how this race evolves, though we will have to see exactly what is going to go down when these C7 Daytona prototypes end up coming to the back of this GT field, which should be in quite a few couple of laps here. Well, actually, the lap times are not that separate. If you go from a normal driver for the prototypes, it's a 154.5 for the Driving Revolution prototype. I mean, that Moano car is just lighting them up right now, with the Iberica car doing about a 2-minute flat. So they're about 5-6 seconds apart a lap, and so it will be a couple of laps before they start seeing each other.
Oh yeah, it will be. And Rachel, guess who I just saw on track?
Who did you just see on track?
Is our good friend Buttercup from Mad Cow Racing.
It certainly is. Well, we heard Bessie got retired, but Buttercup is taking her place, and well, we are very happy to see the Mad Cowboys on track as always. Those crazy Aussie farmers certainly giving us something to cheer for.
Indeed,
Let's hope they move through the field.
Oh, I'll tell you what,
Will, come on.
the Stanford band back at Rose Bowl 2016 used that team as an inspiration, we're almost certain. But yeah, why don't you build me up here, Jake? As well, we've got ourselves good racing going on in both of your divisions, but at the moment, it seems to be that the racing's a little bit more intensive for the time being in your GT division.
Oh yes, it is at the moment. You've got to think that all this driving is really going to be maximised throughout later periods in the race. Right now, I'm looking at this number 3 Gecko Vortex sim racing machine here, Justin Brunner at the wheel, and he is going to be my pick for a driver that could excel later on in this race. I've known him for a very long time, a very quick, very consistent driver, and if he continues his laps, he can definitely pass Camaro and Petronas Racing ahead of him.
Indeed so let's then have a look at your top 8 in each of your classes as well. We completed 10 minutes of what is a long 12-hour race here on RaceSpot TV, and let's have a look then. We'll start off in your prototype division, and you can see Thrustmaster and Moano are leading, but your top 8 are separated by just 11 seconds after those first 10 minutes, Cameron. Well, you'd say in some series 11 seconds is a light age, but actually no. CTC Racing Red and CTC Racing Black and P7 and 8, they're not out of it in the early going, and the lap times are very consistent. It's about 1.2 seconds per lap separating your top 10 right now.
Yeah, it's not far at all, and just going throughout the entirety of this this prototype field, it is quite stacked, I have to say, as well. Just as strong as the GT field, I have to say. Pretty much every single team we have seen in one series or another, so I have to say, as the whole of the scheme between the entirety of iRacing, I have to say, it has been a great effort by iRacing to coordinate these events, and now we're seeing in every single one of these big endurance events, the biggest endurance teams coming out to play, and I have to say, that is a great thing to see. As just looking and giving a shout out to the CTC racing cars. Of course, they're the Lotus 79 community, the Classic Team Championship cars. It's the red and black cars, and once again, they're paired up with each other, so not a bad day at all for them starting.
Yeah, you got themselves a CTC Racing Black car right behind them on track as it looks right now. There you can see the number 79 CTC Racing Black team car, and of course that's just a little bit more historic, shall we say there, Cam.
Yeah, well, something to that effect. I think they've gotten quite a few votes in the Friday You Pick Race Spot Prime Time streams, of course, which I'm sure Will can give much more information than I'm capable of, so I'd love to see that in that open wheel selection process. But yeah, the Lotus 79, of course, that community is well and strong, as well as many of the other communities in the iRacing car communities. Everyone just always seems to communicate well, and I have to say, it hasn't been a bad time going, and I think we're seeing just when these communities pull together and we get efforts like this, it's always a great thing to see.
Let's go and have a look in your top 10 in your GT division. Iberica Racing are leading right now by 5 seconds over Commander SimSport. Then it's Vortex Sim Racing in third. Then Team GT, PRT, Curb Surfers, Thrustmaster and Moano Racing, and then PRT, the double 1-2 car there, running themselves in that 8th position as it stands. But again there, John, the lap times aren't that different between any of these guys. And having a look down at the guy on the number 176 machine, Kei Koshube, running in the Falcon GP car in 9th. His last lap time was within a second and a half of your race leader, as he's right on the rear of Francesco Lopez right now.
And we look at the gap is really seeming to be from some drivers earlier in the week. They've said that the W is go perhaps more so than the McLaren. So we really do start to see the BM teams really pushing ahead. They've got the fastest drivers in the compared to the McLaren ones, who perhaps are holding back a little bit at the start. Again, also the gap between the isn't a great deal. You look at the four, they're all separated by about a second, which is really quite close considering, you know, we're 20 into this race.
Well, indeed, so there you can see, though, that Koshube still holding the rear of Francesco Lopez as it stands. And this is about for P9 in your class right now. Let's go a little bit further up through that field, and we'll show you then the ongoing battle that's going on between the Falcon GP number 6 machine of Kei Koshube battling it out with Luis Rodriguez. Of course, Rodriguez was running in P2, he's fallen down into P3 already, now running himself in P number 4. Potentially. We'll show you that one in just 1 second. In fact, we'll show you to your attention right now. There you can see then what is really becoming about a 4-horse scrap here, Jake. You got yourself Luis Rodriguez running himself 3rd in class. Then you got yourself the Team GT car. Then you've got yourself Patrick Peachler in the PRT machine. And then you got yourself the 06 car. 4 guys pretty much separated nose to tail.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen down to the Sunset Bend. Of course, when you are in this battle early on, you can see already trying to move himself there up into 3rd position, 4th position there as they head through Sunset Bend. A million different lines you can take. Only one really will be the right line, and of course nobody knows which one that is. But no overtakes right now as they head themselves down to turn 1, Will.
Indeed. So let's ride then for a couple of seconds on board with that Team GT car. Let's give yourself some track immersion here on Racesport TV. For the first time today, we'll go on board with that Team GT car, Massimo Cobragani in the number 10 car. Fantastic engine sounds there from that McLaren MP4-12C. And well, it's interesting to note actually that the MP4 brand, Jake, was really bought in 1980 when Ron Dennis took over command of the McLaren team. And well, you just think about the amazingness that they have done since then, not only in Formula 1, of course, historically, but now in GT racing as well. And we know that the last couple of McLarens in Formula 1 haven't been great, shall we say, but in GT world there have been some fantastic advancements.
Oh yeah, absolutely, I have to agree with you. I think the McLaren, in terms of the F1 sort of side of things, have proven themselves to be dominant over the period of the mid 90s, the late 80s, early 2000s as well. I think that they've done a fantastic job with what they've done, and I think turning back into the McLaren MP12-C here, I think they've made a really good car out of it, and they're looking to challenge the GT field well. And well, it sees in these cars that all these drivers in the McLaren MP4-12C are doing a fantastic good job.
Oh, they are indeed. So we're riding on board right now with the number 43 machine of Lucas Jestic and the MSP drivers home number 1 machine, heading themselves down towards the end of the lap into turn 15, into turn 16. Once again, Rachel, and from here on in, these guys, they've done almost 20 minutes of this race right now. That's about a third of their first stint. They kind of know what car that they've got underneath them, but this track will consistently change all over this race. And well, it's a case from here on in of making sure that they don't put a foot wrong and they know how to beat their competition over losing out to those guys behind them that might have a resurgence a few hours into this event.
Certainly will, and this track will continue to evolve over the 12 hours, and we'll see a lot of marbles building up offline. We'll see rubber building up on the racing line, which means passing and especially lapping traffic later in the race when there are damaged cars and when the obviously the prototypes catch up to the back of our GT field. It's going to make it very tricky for the drivers because they'll have to choose where they pass to mitigate and minimize the chances of them getting on marbles and running wide in the corner themselves whilst trying to pass. So it's going to be a very tactical race from that stage onwards, of course. As the track does rubber in and heat up, they'll have to make adjustments to these cars in their pit stops to keep them competitive. And, of course, that will also have to go for all the drivers. They'll have to have setups that can be adaptable to the different guys that got getting into these cars to allow them to all make the most of this race. Most problematic corners, realistically, we're going to see people changing their racing line through. Will, of course, be Sunset Bend and the first corner. Two high-speed corners where we'll realistically see drivers running a little wider later in the race.
Oh yeah, as you can see there's a look from up above as these guys work themselves through the hairpin, now down into Collier. Turn 13, actually, John. That tower corner is one of those that people forget about so often, but it is, in its way, so difficult to deal with. That turn 10 through 13 sequence, you can tell then if you've got aerodynamic grip and mechanical grip. If you're good there, you're pretty much good the entire racetrack.
You're right, those are absolutely a few really difficult corners. When you think of 11 and 12, they're quite flat out, but 12 especially, you're just holding on to try and keep it flat. You're in fourth gear, but then you brake and you're not really in a straight line to get it down into second gear. As you turn right, as you said, into turn number 13, you're trying to run as wide as you can on the exit to get as much speed, because 14, the next corner, is absolutely flat out. You want to carry as much speed as possible, but it's so bumpy on the apex and the exit of that corner, and as you're driving through it, you're trying to get on the throttle, but the car's constantly moving around trying to throw you off the track. And when you're driving through that turn, you're thinking, well, hang on, if I put the power on now, is the car going to spin? Is the car going to spin? And then you're finally able to get the power on and not spin through that corner. But that is one of the trickiest corners on this track.
You saw there the one and only field in the field here today, one and only Ford in the field even there, Cam, is the number 41 machine of Alexi Aloma. So great to have him here running in that Glacier Racing, glaciertv.com number 41 card. And well, it's down in P number 16 right now, and really potentially showing off why many people have chosen to move away from the 4GT here today.
Oh, well, yes, but Alexi Aloma is making the best of it here in the final race. This is going to be the final, one of the big final races here. The Ford GT3 car will be moving to an IMSA series, a multi-class series involving a prototype, I believe, and a slower car. But ultimately, as far as primetime GT running for the GT3 category, this is going to be it for the Ford. Already going to be getting replaced by some brand new cars. Can't go wrong with that. There's an Audi and a Mercedes for your choice selection, and how could you go wrong with that? But you know what? This Glacier Racing team, I have to give my my hats off to them for bringing this Ford out, for bringing the old girl out for one final time, one final effort, and we'll just see just how hard they can go. You must forget that everyone has different fuel numbers. The cars have different fuel numbers and tires wears. Perhaps they're not running that hard because they're saving their tires, saving the fuel, and they'll be pushing on later on in the race.
Indeed, so as they can see then, we've got ourselves a battle going on for P3 in your Daytona Prototype Division. And Jake, this is the battle that's going on right now between MSP drivers and the Fusion Motorsports DP team. 2 tenths of a second separating them right now, last time by. It was very close in terms of their lap times, but actually I believe that Fusion might be losing ground a little bit to the MSP team.
Oh, well, MSP are up 4 positions from their starting grid at the moment. Fusion down 1 at the moment. Here as they head themselves down through Big Bend, this big right-hander here. It's going faster and faster all the times they head to the hairpin down at the end of this straight. You can see already that Beidou Magada-chan has really found himself a little bit behind. He just can't seem to close up through any form of section here down the twisty lefts and rights, heading up towards Tower. But you do have to say here, though, that in this Daytona field, these guys are really fighting here. And you might not see it from the perspective of battles too much at the start, but come towards 2 hours, 3 hours, even 6 hours, these guys are still going to be up there slugging it out at the same sort of pace as this.
So here we are then, we've got ourselves about 25 minutes of this event scored complete. We've got ourselves guys settling down. We're going to step away for just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more after this. You are watching the 2016 12 Hours of Sebring on Racebot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we've got ourselves a little bit of traffic coming into play then for the first time in this event. And, well, we've got ourselves the Driving Revolution car going through some traffic. We've already had Tommaso Carla going through some traffic. Got a little bit more, actually, to come. And, well, this is going to be two Italian teams right now, Rachel, just going past each other. There's Moano going past then the Team GT car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see how low the speed differences will between these Corvettes and, of course, the GT cars. It's enough that they obviously pulled away and they've managed to lap them, but realistically, the speeds are not as high as you'd see between the Honda prototypes we used to have and the GT cars, so means passing's a little more difficult, especially this big knot of GT cars we have here. It's really making life difficult for some of those higher up positioned cars. Actually, no, we're not actually seeing the prototypes lapping yet, but we are about to see the leader of your field lapping the last place prototype, ISRTV.com, who of course did qualify at the front. But they had an issue mechanical with the car at the start of the race, and they have dropped back all the way to P20.
Yeah, just had a look there from on board the number 78 machine of Power Ludwig getting passed by the Daytona prototype car as Tommaso Carla has got more traffic then to deal with. We're on board right now with Tommaso Carla in towards turn number 1. John, talk us through a lap then as they head themselves into 1.
So here we come now into turn number 1. It's, as we know, a third gear corner.
I think we've just lost John there, but hey, give us 1 second. We'll get right back with him in a second, but we can see that Tommaso Carla, we're on board with him still as a 2 wide just ahead of him, and this is the thing that guys don't want to have to deal with too much, Cam, because this track is narrow. Very narrow, and well, it's single groove pretty much through turn number 7 into the hairpin. On the exit, you single groove as well through 8, through 9 into 10.
Well, it's not necessarily that the track is narrow, that there are bumps all over Sebring. If you're not familiar with the Sebring, that's a shame on you, but a track like this, as Tommaso Carla works his way past that ISR TV car, the amount of bumps and the amount of suspension that you really need to lean the car out onto with all of the track goes with, it's not necessarily going offline, well, for marbles or for something like that, but you could really have a bad bump, hit it at the wrong angle, and shove yourself out to one of these walls. You can see on the left of Tommaso Carla, it's a relatively open track, but you can just look into the inside and to the right there, and it's almost street course level of walls, being that close to the actual racing surface. So as Tommaso Carla looks to come up on the Iberica Racing, which will be the leader for the GT field, well, it's just one of those things, as Tommaso Carla puts it in a Sunset Bend, you have to keep your eye out for. These bumps are deadly.
Yep, take 2, John. Take it away.
Okay, let's try once again. We cross the start-finish line. We're clicking it up into 6th gear as we're coming up into turn number 1. It's down 3 gears. Flick it left, hold off the power. Now we're onto the power. There's a cone on the left-hand side, which is the driver's braking points. Over to the right. Now through this flat-out right-hander. It's not really a corner at all. Into turn 3. This is 2nd gear. Now kind of feather the power. Still 2nd gear. Into this left-hander at turn number 5. Now it's hard on the power and keep it going because you've got a long straight. You've got turn number 6. It's called Big Bend, so they were really creative when they thought up that name. Coming into 6th gear, and now it's into turn 7. A key overtaking position, 3 cones on the left-hand side, down into 1st gear. Be careful because the rears can really lock as you go into that corner.
Well, there's the first part of the lap then. As you can see, these guys now, well, Carlos heading himself down in towards that turn number 10 corner. This is that right-hander before you head yourself into that double apex left-hander of Collier. This is one of the hardest corners in all of endurance racing. You settle the car down for then that little right-hand kink before turn 13, tower corner. Then you're hard on the power as you flick it left in a moment's time in towards Bishop. It's that double apex left-hander before you head yourself now down into turn number 15. You're heading yourself towards the end of the lap. There's lap traffic ahead. That's the Iberica Racing Team car just ahead as they now come down into turn number 16. This is Le Mans corner before the Ullman straightaway is looming, and you can see then the speed build up now for Tommaso Carla as he will move himself for the final corner, Sunset Bend, turn number 17. Find an entry, hold on and pray. The car will always skip out to the back end just a little bit. On exit, find the way to put the power down and head yourself back on a straight line to complete the lap. And that is a lap on board then with Tommaso Cardi. You can see he's moved himself past the Iberica Racing Team car of Rodrigo, and well, the Iberica Racing Team car, away from our screens really, Cam, has now built up a 10-second advantage over Commander Sim Sports.
Yes, but we also have to remember that this is an endurance race, so perhaps that Commando car isn't pushing as hard as it possibly can. They did a very, very good qualifying session, but they were still just over half a second slower than the Iberica Racing car. We seem to have these two front-running cars. We need to make sure that they can get their jobs done here, though. But as far as the qualifying goes, I mean, you had the Thrustmaster Moano car almost going 0.7 of a second faster than who qualified in position 2 in the Iberica car, which was, well, it's almost again 0.7 of a second. So if these guys can hold it, they can really push their way through to the field here. They managed the gap, but if you're Coanda, well, I wouldn't be too worried right now. We'll see what we can do in pit stops. We'll see what we can do as this track wears in. I'm sure the BMW will come into its own with that front downforce advantage, I have to say. As the track gets a little bit more grippier, those tires get a little bit more responsive. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these cars start closing themselves up. But we do have that big battle, Will, between the Team GT Pure Racing Team and I think 3 or 4 or 5 more GT cars going to the back, and they have prototype traffic trying to work their way through.
Oh yeah, we've got ourselves some good racing going on right now. Have a look. We've got ourselves, so these guys scrapping out for position. And this is a mixture of GT and prototype traffic working themselves in very close proximity to each other. We're just having ourselves a look at some of these battles. Here's our number 6 machine on board from the rear. That is the curb service car. Ironically, Rachel, running a curb in towards turn number 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And the curbs here at Sebring are pretty tough, Will. These aren't like Circuit of the Americas or Daytona. Not smooth curbs you can get the car up on here. They're very abrupt at Sebring. Very sharp curbs in a lot of places. Of course, the apex curves mostly very steep, so getting on those, the car can really become unbalanced and unhinged. Really make it difficult for these drivers. It can be an unsettling experience, especially as the track heats up. So something they'll have to keep an eye on doing. They might be curb surfing now, but they could be curb diving eventually.
Yeah, and there's a look then. The traffic for the first time in this event, Jake. And well, it's a case of pick a lane and be patient. You don't want to have a toasted car at the end of lap number 1, but you've got to make sure you've got to get yourself through this event and be what I like to call passive aggressive. Once upon a time, when John Cena ever had his first WWE match, he mentioned a phrase called ruthless aggression. That's not going to work here.
Oh, no, absolutely not. You're going to have to find yourself picking and choosing your moment, making sure that you can go through. And also, you've got to be careful with the cars that you're battling with behind. You can spend your time being too focused on trying to find the right place to overtake traffic and then find yourself overtaken by 2 or 3 prototypes behind you as well. It's a really difficult fine line to deal with. And, well, these drivers are going to have to be incredibly careful to deal with all the issue right now.
Well, there is a curb service car there. We have a look. He's running P7 in class. A little bit further ahead. Look at this huge pack of drivers right now. Patrick Pichler has got himself Kei Kashube just 1 second from the rear of him right now. He's got himself the Team GT car just ahead. That's the number 10 machine as they scrap for position. There's the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. They turn a prototype driver working in this pack as well. It's pandemonium all of a sudden, Cam.
Oh, it absolutely is as they come through Le Mans. Well, actually, they're heading to Le Mans, excuse me. Well, we've had car contact in the back. I've heard it. One car is around. It's the Black Star racing car involved with a BMW. That BMW is the Falcon GP number 76 car. They are working their ways through, and it looks like that Daytona prototype might have some suspension damage as he will cut the Le Mans corner. We'll see if we can't get a replay.
Indeed, it's up now for you. It's Kei Kashube in the number 176 machine in towards turn number 15. Oh, you can see that car just gets turned around there and then gets a second hit as a consequence as well. Well, that's going to be suspension damage there for that number 176 machine. Let's get ourselves a second look from our aerial coverage here today on RaceBot TV. A look from high up above, and we'll see whether we can't just slow this down a little bit and show you what happened. There's a number 16 Phoenix Motorsports car involved there as well. Just trying to find 2 lanes into one. Doesn't always work. And well, the number 176 machine then turned around as secondary to that. The number 77 machine then will make contact with them as well. And that was 3 drivers involved in an incident there. Our first big incident of the day, John.
I think the problem that our Daytona prototype drivers are really finding, especially at this track, is out of the corners, both the GTs and the DPs are really quite close in their performance. But it's on the straight, that's where the DP makes its timer. But through the corners and in the braking and under acceleration, the GTs are just about there. So where that was happening, turn, was it 15, 16, I think?
Yeah.
The cars are very equally matched through there. So our DP drivers, obviously it's the first time in the race, the adrenaline's going, the sweaty palms. This is the first time they're really starting to lap the GT cars 45 minutes into the race, so it's taken quite a while for them to catch up. But we can almost understand why that accident happened.
There you can see out front, Moano are still leading by some comfortable margin. It's not 2 laps, we do apologise. We just messed up a little bit on our timing and scoring, but you'll see 16.9 seconds then is the gap between P number 1 and P number 2. There is the guy running in P2 right now in your Daytona prototype class. It's a driving revolution car, and you got yourself really 2 Italian teams at the front of the field. And well, Cam, when's the last time we've ever said that one?
Well, it has been some time, but you know what? These Sebring races, they tend to bring out the most interesting of things. But I have to say, not very surprised to see who I see where they are moving up through the field. But overall, though, I have to just looking through the entirety of the field. Not many people have been breaking away except for that Iberica and that Moano car. Everyone else seems relatively close together, and I think once we start getting into fuel stints and strategies, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some interesting things happen.
On board, Yoni Backman, number 5, Glacier Racing, number 2 machine, hunting down Dirk Reinhardt in the Trinity Motorsports number 60 car. This is a battle for the last spot in the top 5 of your Daytona prototype field as it stands, but a lot of smoke then coming out of the rear of that Dirk Reinhardt car, locking it up quite heavily, Rachel. And well, we know these tyres do have some big fall off once you get yourself 2/3 of the way into the stint. It's now about survival, making sure you can get yourself the tyres, the grip and the fuel that you need to get yourself to the 1 hour mark.
Absolutely, of course, and it's so important here to run your fuel to the last drop. You want to have as few times on pit road as possible. You want to save those times, but at the same time, tyre drop off, if you can manage it, isn't severe, but it can be if you abuse the car. Of course, you'll find a lot of drivers will be switching off traction control once the car is straight out of the corner. The wheels are straight, they're accelerating, they have traction, they'll be switching that traction control off to get a bit more throttle application. They'll be essentially almost like a very weak version of a push-to-pass. They can deploy every straightaway, but not in the same direction. It just gives them a little bit more grip, a little more acceleration off the corner, and yeah, they'll be taking it more gentle through the corners, roll through, apply power, roll through, apply power. So anything you can do to compensate for that is a major advantage. And of course, as you say, you can't abuse these things too much. And it comes back to the final corner, Sunset and Turn 1. They need to make sure they aren't scrubbing the tyres too hard in those very high-speed corners.
Having a look then on board with Backman once again there in the Datalatara number 5 machine as well. He's got actually a new livery for this car, moving that kind of like vibrant blue into a darker blue. We'll talk heavily about paint schemes. You always seem to end up doing so in this event. Well, just ahead, there is Dirk Reinhardt in the Trinity Motorsports car, gaining themselves a couple of attempts per second. And this one, well, of course, we know and love their Cam. It's that vibrant green and blue and gold and grey car. Fantastic to look at. And, well, holding on to that top 5 spot right now. Actually pulled away 2 tenths of a second that last time by from Yoni Backman in this ongoing battle for P5. Good news for him is there's no dirty air ahead of him.
No dirty air at all, and of course the Polar Bear and blazing on that. But we normally see this car, I believe, in a BMW format. Good to see these guys taking the prototype reins, and they are doing a very fair job of it. They're just ahead of the Glacier Racing car, which we normally see in a light blue colors, but the colors that they have here today is gray, which I believe the colors signify which driver is the primary. So I'm presuming the gray is that driver's.
Is
but
it grey or
not
midnight blue?
It's what, on the Glacier racing car?
Yeah, I think it's more midnight blue.
I don't think there's any. No, you're talking about the black. I'm talking the gray accents normally that outline on the white. Those are that's normally like a light blue. So it's gray here today. Nothing wrong with that. But they're chasing down that Trinity Motorsports car. And then you've got, of course, the CTC racing car behind it, which looks like a very classic livery. I have to say, looks very sharp on its own. No bias at all whatsoever with that one, though, Will.
Indeed not. As we're just having a look back down in your GT field, some good battles going on right now. We'll just showed you one of them. I'm going to show you another one. This is just 0.2 of a second separating PRT and their 112 machine of Francesco Lopez and the SRB Extreme Racing car with Artie and Maya. You can see there the flamethrowers coming out the rear of the McLaren enough to pretty much light up your s'mores at the end of a long day's worth of racing. Well, battle for P9 right now. These last 2 laps, they have done lap times within a tenth of a second of each other. Lopez running in that PRT car and Maya running in the SRB Extreme Racing car. Through turn 1 they come once again. You'll notice actually, John, we always talk about Sunset Bend as a line of that million different lines in and out of the corner. Turn 1 is very similar in its own way. There's a good 5 or 6 different lines you can take into that first corner here.
And especially we know our drivers have been practicing this because during when they're lapping the cars, obviously you're going to be going at all different lines, whether you're a GT trying to dive out of the way, or if you're a prototype trying to get around a bit of a slower GT car. But the speed differential through that turn isn't really that much, and we haven't seen a great deal of passing through that corner so far.
Yeah, having a look then at the Steel Series Simulage machine, a power-led one running himself in P number 13 right now. He's also kind of there in the mix with John Lepanese in the number 22 machine. Also got yourself Phoenix Motorsport with Scott Gray in that number 301 car. I take that back. That's Mad Cat Racing. That is Buttercup there. So, yeah, that's actually Buttercup running in P14. Just behind there is Jero Pakinen in the Core Sim Racing number 2 car, as these guys continue to scrap it out in your GT division. Battle for positions, but go back to your Daytona Prototype division just for a second, Rachel. 3 guys separated by 0.7 of a second, 5 guys separated by 2 seconds. This is everyone from Gregory Tanson through Gernot Fritcher, Joris Thielen, Boris, and then also Simon Trendal as well.
Yeah, it's pretty close. The battle I'm watching at the moment is Trinity Motorsports Glacier Racing's number 2 car there and CTC Racing Red. They're involved in a pretty good scrap at the moment as they head down towards the old hairpin and turn, well, I think it's about 6 here on the racetrack, Will. They're following each other pretty closely here. It is interesting to see these cars have stuck together so long in this race, of course, running from P5, 6 and 7. They're in a good position here, of course, but, well, they're slowing each other down a little bit.
They are. Last time by 155.8 there for Dirk Reinhard, 155.1 for Conor Ricola. They're running about a second off pace right now, and those seconds, they might seem inconspicuous right now at the start of this event, Cam, but about 10 hours into this event, you're wondering, why did I run them so hard? I need those 5 seconds that I lost earlier back now.
Well, it's something you can always point at in an after-action review, if you'd want to call it such a thing. A driver debriefing, I believe, is what they're called officially. But yeah, well, watching the tape or pulling the tape, whichever term from across any interest of yourself. But overall, though, I have to say, looking at it. But we're not going to pull the tape. But so what you just want to look at as the Fusion Motorsports DP pulls into the pit lane as I'm scrolling through. Perhaps we are seeing our first of the strategy calls here that Bedu Margardician he's going to be pulling that number 6 car into pit lane for the first time, and somebody else is following him, the CTC Racing red car, Will. So we'll have to screw the point there, and we'll have to go right to the pit stops here. This is unexpected. I think we were expecting these guys to go a little further on their fuel tanks. Yeah, that was a 49-minute stint here, and of course, let's not forget that the pit stops here, the pit stops here are long, but the pace lap here was long as well. But that won't
help these guys at all. They look as though they're going to be on a 13, maybe even a 14 stop strategy here today. There you can see the Fusion Motorsports car will zoom in, number 6 car, completing his service in just 1 moment's time. And actually, Connor Ricotta is going to come out first. There you can see 21.5 second stop there for Connor Ricotta. A longer pit stop then for the Fusion Motorsports cars will head themselves back to him. That looks as though there was a penalty involved in that one, Cam, potentially speeding on pit road.
Now I'll have to take a quick look at it as he worked his way down the pit lane. I'll see if he, definitely had something to serve, or perhaps they wanted to repair something. Well, he came into pits. No, he was well in the speed running as he just came out at the perfect time. I have to say, looking at his rear view mirror, he is very, very lucky. Otherwise, he would have been swarmed by a pack of GT cars. As right now, and I believe, is this GT cars lapping GT cars? No, it is not. This is a one straight pack here, led by that Falcon GP car, with many, many cars following behind.
Indeed, you've got yourself Keiko Shube, Francesco Lopez, Arjun Mata, and also John Lepanese and Paolo Ledwan all in. This is our trolley train of the day here, John, because we've got ourselves, 6 guys, all pretty much nose to tail in the middle section of this racetrack?
Well, I think when we look at this battle, what I'm thinking is how long before one of these guys decides, okay, we're coming up to the pit stop window, shall I stop now? Because obviously they've got the dirty air of the car in front, which is making them wear out the tyres. Perhaps they're pushing a little bit harder than they want to. And I wonder if they're going to try and dive into pit lane, maybe, as we hear on coverage, the undercut, and front tyres, a little bit of clear air. And I'm sure that their respective teams will be looking at that strategy. You've got these 4 running pretty much line astern.
Well, Rachel, we know that these GT cars will be running at the most in a clean race 11 pit stops, 1 per hour. But it could well be that some of them might try and do 10 pit stops. I don't think we'll anyone see anyone trying to fuel save down to 9. But I think these guys know if they can get to a 1 hour 5 in, they could probably save potentially enough fuel. So they'll go down from doing an 11 pit stop race down to a 10 pit stop race. Fuel saving wise, that equates to about 1:30 overall when you consider pit entry and pit exit, which is a very fast entry and exit on pit road here.
It's also a really tricky exit on pit road here, Will, of course. Sebring, you come out right into the outside of turn 1, which is about where people are tracking out to come through the corner, so you got to make sure you have your eyes open for that one. Pitting in, of course, very difficult. You have to make sure the car's slowed down enough to turn tighter through Sunset Bend and make that entrance to pit road. We have seen multiple crashes there, but as you say, it's going to be critical. I think with the way these GT cars take fuel then tyres, we might see maybe a double stint at some point.
Yeah, as we've got Tommaso Carter on pit road then from the race lead. So Tommaso Carter cannot make it to the 1 hour window, and we thought he was going potentially a little bit fast. And well, we've also got ourselves more drivers on pit road. We've got ourselves a number 43 machine coming on towards pit road as well. So these guys can't make it onto pit road. MSP drivers are on pit road, and you've also got Justin Bremer on pit road in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 1 machine. So no one can make it a full long stop here, and well, that is important as we have a look on board then with the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 1 machine as they will do their first pit stop of the day. Let's have a look at the pit stop times overall. It was a 24.9 second stop for Carla, and it's still going on for Lucas Justice, but it will be out and away now in a total time of 25.8 seconds. The Vortex Sim Racing driver of Brenner going to complete his service time right about now in a total of 27.164 seconds. He'll come back out and away, but pretty much your entire Daytona prototype field has come on towards pit road. I actually say, with the exception of Fabio De Carmo, which is a separate issue now, Rachel, everyone from your Daytona prototype field has come on towards pit road. There will be no 11 stop races in your DP field today.
Yeah, certainly don't think that will be the case. They're running a little bit shorter than the GT cars, which, of course, is kind of what we expected, but we're looking at about 12-13 stops on the outside, I think, for the G prototype cars. 28 laps they're making on 1 run, so not a huge amount, and it's going to be a lot of pit stops for them today.
Yet number 9 car, the Gap SRT machine, they have changed drivers. You've got Boris Blister out of the car. You've got Matt Farrow in behind the wheel of that one. Other driver change, you've had Donald Frieta on pit road, being replaced by Peter Besic, and also Benjamin Lindsay getting out of the car. Scott McIntyre getting in behind the wheel of that number 1 TNT Corvette Daytona prototype machine. So, everyone's done a pit stop. Yoni Backman has moved up 1 position, and now he's in P number 4, but he's got Kalle Rakoda right behind him there, Cam. Actually, no, we'll go back to John.
Just crunch numbers and looking about stops through this 12-hour race that came in at about 52 minutes in. So it's really going to come in the Daytona prototypes, which we've coming in pits. And 14 stops, you know, if they can add 7, 12 with a little bit of fuel saving, I think that's where.
We know we've got a couple of issues with John, but what is he trying to say there? 14 stops is what potentially we could be looking at for some of these guys. We're on board with the Fusion Motorsports DP car, number 6 machine, Albedo Magarishian, is behind the wheel of that number 6 machine. So everyone in your Daytona prototype field have done their first pit stop. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available all race long. Figure out how these guys are doing, when they last pitted, who's in behind the wheel of their car. All you need to do is head over to racebot.tv/timing. But as John was saying, 14 pit stop is what we're expecting for your Daytona prototype field. Anyone that can do 13 stops by saving a little bit, they may well be able to save themselves about a minute overall. As we got a car turned around there. That's down on the middle portion of the racetrack, and that is one of the Moano drivers, and that is the number 381 machine of Sebastian Falusa. Let's get ourselves a second look to show you what happened there. But, well, not the start to this event that number 381 machine would have wanted to have happened. And this was a lunge by the Gap car Fruto. The two came together then, down in towards turn 4. And Rachel, well, this is what happens when you get people going too wide. It's like difficult series of corners that work through turn number 2 down to turn 5.
Yeah, it's a really tough section there, Will, of course. You've got to get the car accelerated down. You're talking second gear for turn number 2, and you've got to really be on a compromise line through there, and it's really difficult with more than one car. You've got to be able to get the car rotated round the first part, but back across the right-hand side, so you can keep the car to the right-hand side in late apex for turn 3. So it's a really tricky little segment. You've got to really have the room to do it, and with multiple cars in there, it just becomes too compromised. And those curbs in that section, they are really aggressive. With the way the car's pivoting, you could really upset it. So it's definitely one of our trick spots.
Indeed it is. As we can see, that car is still running. We're about 4 minutes away really from seeing any of your GT cars coming into some pit road. But here's a look then from behind the rear of Iberica Racing. They've got Glacier Racing's DP car right behind them. And that was an interesting one. Waiting until they've headed themselves through Big Bend before they come down in towards turn number 7, the hairpin, and letting the guy go past. And again, the flames coming out the rear of that number 93 McLaren. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it will start on April the 23rd, and it will be, for the first time, the 3rd iRacing World Championship Series. It'll be here on Racebot TV. It'll be here on iRacing Live. It will be the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. It all kicks off on the 23rd of April, and you won't miss it. All 6 races here on the official home of the 2016 iRacing World Championship Series. Let's have a look then. We've had ourselves your top 8 drivers come on and off of pit road in your GT division. And oh, look at that. Tommaso Carla just going purple, setting the fastest lap of the event so far of a 153.611. But here is a look at your top 8 drivers as they stand. Well, Moano Racing is leading. The gap is actually, we lie, it's 32.4 seconds there. We'll get a confirmation the next time they head themselves past the start-finish line. But Tommaso Carla looking very strong right now. Lucas Jet sits in third, Yoni Backman in fourth, Keller Riccone in fifth, Dirk Reinhardt in sixth, then Jan Twitter and Berlin Madrasian rounds out your top 8. But after one pit stop, Cam, Carter is looking dominant.
Oh, well, a 32-second lead just like that. We are only, an hour into this, so that's a half a second a lap. That is, a very impressive run from Tommaso Carla, and I have to say, his teammates are probably not going to be any slower, as it's going to be Jose Lopez, Mario Berlotti, and Carlo Labonte, so we'll have to see, as well as Fabio Mantalini. But we'll have to see just how this Moano car goes. But obviously, Tommaso Carla, it doesn't matter what you put him in, whether you're putting him in an Aston Martin in the Neo Endurance Series or this Corvette C7R, he is lightning quick, and no matter what you put him in.
Yeah, we're having a look. We've got a couple of people coming on towards pit road then from your GT division. There you can see one of them, and that is the number 381 machine of Sebastian Feliza. Of course, Rachel, we saw him getting involved in a bit of an issue down in turn 4 a couple of laps ago. Probably coming in now. He knows he's in a window. First hour of this race is scored complete. Wait for it. Now. And that means that he knows that he can get some repairs done without ruining his strategy.
Yeah, he certainly can, Will, and this definitely opens our window for the GT cars to be heading down pit road, which with the big conga line we've got, it's going to start to see people there. Of course, we do believe they're mostly all going to be heading down in the next few laps, if not this lap. So this is going to be a very busy time on pit road for us.
Flame Reef behind the wheel of that number 112 Pure Racing Team car right about now. So he has gotten behind the wheel of that one, taken over from Francisco Lopez. You've also got yourselves, I was talked about, now Enrico De La Rita behind the wheel of the Frostmaster machine. So driver changes early in your GT division. Let's have a look though at your race leader. There's America Racing, there's Rodriguez Marino heading himself out of Sunset Bend, having a look from the rear, and America Racing is going to head themselves on towards pit road then, with 1 hour and 1 minute of this event scored complete. So now let's see, is anyone else going to come in with him? Iberica Racing's on pit road. You've also got Rens Brokerman heading himself down pit road as well, Cam, in the leading BMW.
Yes, as we do have quite a different variation of cars, as the Gecko Vortex prototype just had to go side-by-side around the Fusion Motorsports. We'll have to keep an eye on those two as they are running, but the Movano and the PRT car will come off of pit road just as Iberica is going to be coming onto the pit road. I'm sure there'll be many cars joining them. Yes, there will be, as it's the VRS Quinn, as we said, but also Falcon GP, who was probably going to want to repair that damage. The Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 101 car and the SRB Extreme Racing car coming in, as well as Core, Mad Cow, Buttercup, the JCL Sim Racing roof, 49 Motorsports, and Vendavel Sim Racing. I have to say that roof car is one of the only ones I've seen that JCL. So the roof, much like the Ford, is also going to be, I believe, retiring from the action of the GT3 arena, but we'll have to see how this roof can do. Of course, it's a rear-engined car, so we'll hopefully those guys can put on a good show for the roof drivers. But as everyone's in pit lane, you might be wondering why this is taking so long compared to the prototype cars. Well, Will, they only have one wrench gun, one guy changing out the tires. As Coanda will get off and away first.
Yeah, you've got yourself, though, the Iberica Racing Team car. They are in, they've gone out. But then you got yourself now Klaus Kivikas behind the wheel of that GT car. Of course, one of the drivers we expect to see running later on this year in the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, behind the wheel of that number 18 machine. Back onto track, he will come. There are, when I say a boatload of drivers, there's an actual boatload. In fact, there's an airfield's worth of drivers on pit road as we speak. We'll run you then through some of them as they come out of pit road. It was a 69-second stop for the number 176 machine of Kei Kashube. It was for the number 8 machine, a 68-second stop for Remley Brennick. A couple of other drivers, well, pretty much everyone except for your top 6 now have made themselves a pit stop in your GT division. There we can see it's going to be TNT Racing from the class lead coming in. They are joined by Patrick Pietler in the Pure Racing Team car. So, Rachel, 60 to 64 minutes we're looking at, realistically, then, for your GT field.
We are, and that will put us, we believe, into an 11-stop territory for the GT cars, if that's what they're going to be aiming for. Don't think anyone's going to be able to save enough fuel over the duration of the 12 hours to really push this down to 10. I think if they can, that could be a race-winning strategy, but how much they'll be using is going to be tough.
Indeed, and downforce will come in a little bit into this one. We'll talk about that as this race will develop. You can see there you got yourself 2 Team GT cars. You got yourself then also the number 02 machine on pit road. That's the pure racing team car, the 03 machine on pit road. Cool thing to note about this race as well, Cam, of course, we've got the digitalized number board and a lot of the cars now, so that makes it a lot easier for us to really see what these cars are, where they are, and where they are on the actual physical racetrack.
Well, and of course, those number boards have been gaining in popularity and spreading wide and far as motorsports go because, well, at one point it was the only way you could tell who was what, was where, was racing where, was if you had a timing and scoring screen right in front of you or if you were watching TV. Not much for the spectators, so they added these cards all across motorsports except for something as akin to NASCAR. I think Formula One has been flirting with adapting it, but it really helps out to see who is racing what and who is in what class. As of course, well, we only have one category of GT cars here. We have to remember that in quite a few real-world endurance racing, as the Moano GT car, he is under quite a bit of pressure from the JCL Sim Racing and the PRT car, and they actually just made contact coming out of Sunset Bend. The number 39, or the number 112 car and the number 22 car, excuse me, making contact coming out of Sunset Bend. That roof went wide, the McLaren went to the inside, drifted out, and they had contact, so they both seem to be continuing, but for the most part, they're bouncing off each other there. But as I was just saying, as that was rather melodramatic of an incident there. We normally see different categories of GT cars, and here we only have the one. So as far as the number boards go, it just allows us to see who's where, and I'm very happy we have them.
Indeed, so don't forget, of course, they introduced it into the Verizon IndyCar series at the Mid-Ohio race last year. Of course, it's now a stable in that series as well. They've updated the iRacing version of the IndyCar to do the same. That is a JCL Sim Racing roof car there. Gonna get a little bit sideways, shall we? As we complete the first hour of our coverage here on Racesport TV and on iRacing Live. Pretty much everyone has now made a one pit stop in this event, and it means that this field settles down a little bit once again. MSP drivers home number 1 behind the rear of the Driving Revolution car, and well, Rachel, this is a battle for P2 in class as they head themselves down into 1 again.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's quite an intense one we're looking at the moment. But, well, this is really a battle of timing, battle of trying to catch those guys and in terms of what they can actually achieve. But as it stands, it's looking like it could be in favour of MSP. They have certainly got the better car at the moment. It looks like it's handling slightly better for them. And, well, it's always easy to be the car chasing than being chased.
Indeed, so we're about an hour 10 into our coverage here on Racesport TV. For the first, actually, before we do that, let's have a look then. Romania Brennick there, side by side. This is a battle for position in your GT division. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing there, going to head themselves past the Moano Thrustmaster. No, that's actually the SRB Extreme Racing car. We take that one back down in towards turn 1. They will come. Moano will gain themselves up a position. I'll take that back again. It was actually the SRB Extreme Racing team car losing a position there to the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 101 machine through turn number 3 and 4. They will come once again. SRB losing a spot. They are now down into P8 in your class for the time being. We will step aside. We'll take your Racesport TV side by side. Don't forget, never miss a thing. Racesport.tv/time. We'll be right back.
Hudek. I'm a engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also the longevity of it in a racing environment. A couple fun aspects have been for us, not only on the suspension development side, but the virtual world side with iRacing, actually mirroring some of the same, for instance, damper settings or brake pad changes that we've made for different compounds and such, and then we'll actually mirror that in iRacing. It's incredible to me how similar both when we're driving the car on the test day and then we're on the sim, that we're actually able to make changes in iRacing to the damper valving, and it correlates exactly to our findings on the racetrack.
It was quite interesting. It was sort of the first time in iRacing where we developed a car in the sim along with the manufacturer and a race team. Generally speaking, a team or a manufacturer will send us a data dump of information covering everything from tires to aero if the car is set up that way, all the mechanical bits. The big difference is those cars are generally already in production or already racing, and this go around it was essentially from scratch. When Long Road Racing received their cars, we started getting our first bits of data, and as they got more data, we got more data, and we were able to go back and forth in the sim and compare with how the car performs on the racetrack.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, RaceWhat TV Prime Time will start next week. And don't forget, every Thursdays, we'll have ourselves the European Mazda MX-5 Championship, as the prize for that one is fantastic. And the potential for the winner to head themselves over to Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. And it will be here, all of the championship on RaceWhat TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. Also, don't forget that you get to pick the series every Wednesday and Friday. On Wednesdays, pick your favourite GT series for us to cover. And on Fridays, it's Open Wheel Mania. And I'll tell you one thing, Cam, we've got a blowout in one division. And the other, in the GT division, right now, it is very close. The lead has changed 5 times in the last 48 hours. We've had the Kia Cup, we've had the GT1 Championship, and also the IMSA Sports Car Series. Very, very close in votes.
Well, every single one of those series is going to have a lot of fans to say, but they're all so very different. We've got sprint racing, some endurance racing, multi-class racing, so make your voice count, make your vote count, as I would have fun commentating on anything I have to say. In fact, Will, as speaking of commentating, we managed to do a figure 8 race that was extraordinarily exciting. You can catch that on the playback on iRacing Live and iRacing.com, as well as RaceSpot TV. But for all it is, yes, the make your choice count in the I was going to say in the GT vote, but that's exactly what it is, the GT vote. As you said, it was a blowout in the other division. Well, run through that. What's that look like?
Top 3 cars, as it stands right now, you've got yourselves the Renault Formula 2.0 division, the IndyCar Series, and also the Classic Teams Lotus 79 Championship as well. We're not going to tell you who's leading. You probably can figure out who's leading, but one of those championships has 48% of the vote share right now. So basically, if they were a Democrat or a Republican, Cam, they very well be getting themselves a nomination.
Well, can't go wrong with that. And of course, I always hope for one over the other, I have to say. I'd love to see some of that Classic Team Championship action, the Classic Lotus Grand Prix, in that Lotus 79. Of course, the 1978 World Championship winning Formula One car. But whatever is selected, I have to say, we're going to have a fun time bringing it to you with RaceSpot Prime Time. But just looking through the entirety of the prototype field now, each prototype seems to be having their own little issue getting past some lap traffic. Well, it looks like somebody just fought back as Fusion Motorsports and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. I was going to say, it almost looked like the Gecko Vortex car was making a pass over a lapped prototype, and then I actually looked at it, and they were not, as well as the Team Chimera car and the CTC Racing Black prototypes. Those two as well are also fighting, as the Chimera car not necessarily doing as good as their prototype derivative, the HPD, normally, but I have to say it is Simon Trendell, who's a very good racer, but I almost have to wonder, are we going to see Jack Keithley? No, he's not in the driver lineup. It's going to also be Jamie Wilson and Daniel P. Johnson with Simon Trendell in that prototype car. But these prototype battles, they are working fairly well at it, as that CTC Racing Black car just murdered a couple cones.
Yeah, indeed so. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to refresh all that, head over to racespot.tv/primetime. Voting will close at 11:59 p.m. GMT this coming Monday. You get to pick what we broadcast every Wednesday and every Friday of Season 2 on iRacing. For live timing and scoring, head over to racespot.tv/timing. Don't forget also /RaceSpotTV on Facebook and at RaceSpotTV on Twitter if you'd like to get social with us. And well, got ourselves a nice three-way battle going on right now. This is between Mark Plolt in the number 15 machine. That is the Corson Racing number 2 car, battling it out with Mad Cat Racing Buttercup with Scott C. Gray, and then you got yourself as well also the Radicals Online machine, Powell led one, running himself in P number 11 as it stands. And well, the thing about this track, John, is it's very different running in traffic compared to clean air, and as these guys head themselves now on towards the Ullman straightaway out of 16 towards turn 17 Sunset Bend, the draft comes into play quite heavily. But you got to remember that also with the draft you also get that dirty air as well. In fact, we'll take that back to Cam.
Well, we're talking about the dirty air as far as I think everyone overstates this. I, for one, love being snuck up behind another car. Probably this is why my tires fall off and I immediately crash into a barrier, and that's why I'm in this commentary booth instead of inside one of these racing cars. But I love chasing down other cars. That seems to be something that I'm actually capable at, which is surprising. I know, proficient at least something. But I have to say, just when you're behind that prototype cars, the prototype racing, even though these Daytona prototypes do really just seem like grown-up GT cars, whereas a more European prototype will end up being much more open wheel designed, I guess I should have to say, whereas this is more of a GT derivative. The cars drive relatively similar, passing each other, this is more like GT racing, whereas when we see the HPDs, it's more like watching some open wheel racing. So I for one love the different varieties of prototypes and GT cars we have, and well, when you're snuck up behind somebody, it does end up becoming difficult. It can end up taking that air off of your front nose, off of those front tires, but I think the cars that we have here today will have a plenty of mechanical grip to go around.
Yeah, just having a look through some of the battles that we have on track right now, Rachel. And actually, I'm having a look down in your field. Team Chimera with their number 54 machine. Simon Trendell, P number 12. CTC Racing Black, going up Fritcher, number 79 machine. They, last time by, had their lap time separated by just 1/10 of a second. And these two guys are scrapping, and they've got lap traffic to deal with in the process as well.
Yeah, they certainly do, and lap traffic's a major issue to deal with here today. Of course, we did mention Sebring's quite a narrow track. There are a few spots where you really can pass. There are really awkward spots to get caught in the traffic, so got to try and find the right spot, and catching people at the right time is very critical.
Well, as you can see there, we're having a look at these guys, but what we haven't done, we've had a look on board then with one of your race leader laps in the GT division. We haven't actually had a look to see what's going on really with your race leader in your GT division. That's Iberica Racing, Julian Rodriguez Marino, and actually he's now got himself an 8-second advantage. And well, there's the first stat cam. It's come down by a couple of seconds since pit stops.
It has, and there's a prototype car, very slow, very slow. MSP Driver's Home number 52 car. That is, that is not how that left the factory. That is definitely not so new. I think we've had some sort of incident going into turn 1, and oh, yes, we have. It looks like he had some sort of failure, climbed into the outside wall and started flipping that car dramatically. I wouldn't want to take too long of a look at it, but that car drifted down, ended up skating itself on the roof. That is, that is going to be a car that is going to be out of this race. Will. I know.
Oh my word! It's one of these things. Lapses of concentration. Let's have a look then on board. That car is not going to complete this race in the top 10. We can guarantee that.
Oh, sorry, Will. Got a bit of a moment we just had actually. Two cars rapidly off the pace there, just after the old hairpin, as we nearly had a major crash there with MSP Driver's Home, the number 2 position car at the moment, and their team car running in back in the rear of your GT field.
Yeah, we just saw there the MSP Home number 14. So what we're going to do is we're just actually going to show you what happens next, hopefully. So this is one of these things, we try and get this working. Here then is the run. This is the MSP Driver's car running in P2 in class. There you can see him there. You can see there's quite a bit of traffic on the track already. Well, let's now go on board with that number 43 machine. And you can see just coming into view is the teammate there. And well, that is not what you want to have. Almost both of your drivers ending out of the race. You can see that it's blind at that stage, out of that corner. Just now you can see the track is almost blocked there. That's why, I believe that was the Falcon GT machine as well. And Cam, that could have been catastrophic.
Oh, it very well could have been, and the GT car that they were having an issue with was actually the JCL Sim Racing roof car, as he was trying to pass that prototype car, and the prototype car, that damaged one, the 52, it was wandering all over the track, trying to make his way back. The GT car almost clipped him 2, 3, 4, 5 times. He ended up having to stop the car, and that the prototype cars had ended up trying their absolute best to go on the outside. I don't know why you wouldn't have just taken the tow. I almost would have thought the tow would have been faster, but he is driving that car back. He'll take it through Sunset Bend, Will, and let's fingers crossed nobody comes up behind him and finds their day ruined.
Yeah. Quick point actually to make on that one before we just switch off this. The incident he had in it originally, it's very difficult to see that spot. There is a kink in the pit wall there, and you could be pulling the car across to get a nice wide entry to turn 1, and well, the wall juts out to catch you. I had the very same thing happen to me in an IndyCar here at Sebring. In fact, it was in the ISWC series, where just getting a little too close to that wall, you think you're fine, and it juts out and catches you. I took up my right front corner of the car, so it's a very blind, tricky thing that can really catch out drivers.
ISOW what?
ISWC? Yeah, I think it used to be an IndyCar thing. No.
Gregory
Nothing
Tunson
serious, at least.
on pit road now. There we can see him getting some repairs mercifully to that race car. But you're right there, Cal. Actually, into Sunset Bend. It's probably the last place because it's such a blind corner. You never want to have slow traffic coming up there. And that's actually going to be critical in about 10 hours and 35 minutes time. If anyone runs out of fuel down into Sunset Bend on the last lap, it can always cause some issues.
Well, it'll cause more than just issues. It can and will cause accidents. We've seen both in the real life and in the virtual world that we have here on iRacing. That happened time and time again. I believe a prototype challenge car ended up almost had a very horrific incident in the outside barrier and was collected by another prototype challenge car in a GT car in the IMSA series that races here a couple of years back now. I almost want to say it was a 2013 one. But overall, though, that Sunset Bend, it's very tricky because you're already dancing that car. It's on the very edge. You don't have much performance to give. You're stressed out the springs. You're going through over the bumps, and you're trying to get on the throttle as early as possible. You don't really have the opportunity to maneuver that car around any sort of rack or off-pace car, and things can get very tricky very, very quickly. But just as I have to say, just pointing back to our leaders, that Thrustmaster Moano C7 car piloted by Tommaso Carla, that is an absolute astonishing performance, Will, as we just close out on 10 hours and 33-ish minutes to go. I have to say that Moano car, that is an awesome running from them right now.
Yeah, only 10 hours, 33 minutes remaining. With that, we've almost come to 90 minutes as Moano then passed the team of Koanda Sim Sports as these guys continue to scrap it out. And it's 44 seconds the gap between P1 and P2. What we haven't shown you, that we've been wanting to show you, was the leader in your GT class. There you can see him, Iberica Racing. So we just show you the top 8 in class in your GT division. Let's show you the same now. In your prototype division, let's show you the same now for your GT division. And well, these guys are pretty close to each other. Only 8.7 seconds, Rachel, after an hour and a half worth of racing. Much closer in GT world compared to your prototype world.
Certainly is. It seems whoever gets the setup right in the prototype world has certainly benefited from that. The gaps are far bigger. Down in the GT world, of course, of course, these guys are much, much closer to one another, and it's making for an exciting race we're looking at so far, as these guys are all really battling pretty hard. Of course, it was closer before the first pit stop, but, well, that was always going to happen in this race. Now it's about making sure you hit your numbers, hit your fuel number, and get to the end of the race.
And that's one of the interesting things, Cam, about this race compared to the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, which will start on April 23rd. I'm starting to sound like Michael Cole when I do this. It's one of those things that it's two very different types of racing. The races when we have the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship will be about halfway through one already. This is much, much longer. So you talk about the percentage at which drivers race at. It's not as intensive here compared to what you might see when we get to April 23rd.
Yes, well, I have to say, these cars, for some it might be an extended test, and I don't think that's going to be many at all. People love the honors of not only leading but winning the 12 hours of Sebring in the top split event here, which of course we are bringing to you here on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. But just these GT cars, they're putting on a good show right now, and I have to say I'm seeing quite a good variance of cars here outside of the roof and the GT, which are on their way out. I have to say we have got a pretty good mix here of BMWs and McLarens, and I'm sure they will be shortly joined by the Audis and the Mercedes. And when that green flag drops in April, we are going to have a great show. Well, I'm just looking along for if you're tracking the other two car makes. Antti Pajala in that Glacier racing car is currently in 32nd overall. That will put him in position. He doesn't have a scoreboard on that car.
He doesn't.
I tell you.
It's so old.
See, it's 13th in class. Excuse me.
There we are, as we can just see there, Mad Cow Racing batting down the inside, going to force his way through in towards turn number 1, and actually that's potentially going to be a 2-for-1 special there. Betty then will move himself past, and also Parallel Led One looking as though he's going to get himself past as well. And well, we were just on board, and into turn number 3, that number 8 car into the grass, making contact with Parallel Led One. Let's have a look then. There's a Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 8 machine of Remy Brunnick, and that is what I like to call the law of unintended consequences there. In towards turn number 1, these guys came. We'll have a look from our replay up above, down in towards turn number 1. And what you'll notice, that 09 car takes a wide arc into the corner, and he turns in, but then he realizes that Buttercup was in the way. Then he just holds the outside line, then power led one, then takes the inside line into turn 2, into turn number 3. As they come down into the corner, we're going to slow it all the way down for just 1 second, and let's have a look there. And it just looks as though there's a bit of a concertina effect there, and the number 8 machine actually just got himself a bit loose and turned into almost a side right rear of that Radicals and line car H.
Yeah, he did, and that was a really bad position for him to be in. Nothing he could really do there, just an awkward positioning on the racetrack. But, yeah, it's, of course, something we really need to keep an eye on.
So then, here we are. An hour and a half of this race is scored complete. And, well, Cam, that was only the second big real incident we've seen all day.
Well, you say it was a really big incident. I have to say, it looks like the Radicals Online car seems okay, and that Gecko Vortex car seems okay. So, fair play. It looked to me like the Gecko Vortex car ended up spinning the rears or losing traction at some point, which is not hard to do. That corner is not designed for a too wide. Action as of course that is turn number 3, which that whole stretch of turns is extraordinarily tough for GT cars. I have to even say these big C7 prototype cars, that section from turn 3 all the way really to the exit at turn 6 Big Bend is very difficult to handle in these GT cars. As that Gecko Vortex car, we'll see the flashing headlights from that Patronus prototype, and well, this time by though, going in through turn 3, nothing dramatic happens, and that's what you want to see.
Oh yeah, just ahead though. In your prototype division, we had a scrap going on between the number 43 machine, Lucas Jetsis, and Giuseppe Curry, the number 13 machine. However, they all had that concertina effect with traffic into the hairpin. Now you got yourself Yoni Backman versus Calaricola. Of course, Rachel, Backman got himself the position through pit stops, but now Calaricola, these two have a long history of racing, separated by just half a second right now.
Yeah, they are, and, well, certainly becoming quite an exciting one for those guys in this position, but that's part of the whole game. Pit stop strategy is vitally important. If you can go longer or shorter, you can make it different. If you can change what you're doing compared to the other guys, you can get an advantage. Battling on track and endurance racing is only a small part of the whole.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been trying to and thinking about bringing you this one for a while. We'll do so the next time he crosses the start-finish line. There you can see a Berica Racing, Julian Rodriguez Reno. He's actually just working himself out the start of a lap. There is a number 93 car. So what we're going to do, we're going to step aside for just one moment. Pit stops are looming in about 5 to 6 minutes in your Daytona prototype division. We're going to sort a couple of things out. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that if you are a NASCAR fan, the NASCAR Peak Entry Series powered by iRacing.com has round number 3 this coming Tuesday. So far, we've had ourselves 2 different winners, Adam Bode and Jake Sturgis and Rachel. Third round of the championship means we're heading ourselves into a part of the season now where the big guns have got to start winning races.
Oh, absolutely, Will. It's exciting as we head off to Phoenix International Raceway, of course, on Tuesday. And you can catch that at 9 p.m. Eastern. As we introduce the new low downforce package as well, which is going to be a real change of pace for these guys. It's a drastic change from what we've been seeing. And we might see some new faces come to the top. We might see some old faces have a massive resurgence in this one. Look for the guys from the team. Look for the guys from the LRM Slip Angle Coalition to come to the fore here and have some good races. It's back to the old school for NASCAR as we go slipping and sliding round the 1 mile oval at Phoenix.
Yeah, you know what? My money for that one is on Jake Sturgis to make it back to back, because I saw that guy and I saw PJ Sturgis. They were doing the iRacing All-Star race a couple of years ago with our friends over at PSR TV. Those guys know how to handle a loose, twitchy race car better than almost anyone. Their lineage, like USAC, kind of like upbringing, Rachel, they are going to love Phoenix.
They certainly are, and well, my pick will actually be a little different. It's a guy who missed out with the downforce era. I think Chris Overland has got something really big coming for this one.
Cam, just to let you know, we've had ourselves an issue with the CTC racing car fueling issues.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to give a hint at. I saw that CTC car coming in with Callie Rucola piloting that car. They had their pit stop. Everything seemed normal. It was a normal timed pit stop. Nuno Moria getting in that car. He pulled it out of the pits, and immediately the car had lost drive and had slowed. Oh, I almost wonder something.
Mechanical failure.
Yeah, we know what happened to that
pit
one.
Limmer had gotten stuck on, or something.
They could have left some wheel nuts off. They could have had a loose wheel there. They've had to bring that one back down pit road. So unfortunate for those guys.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Tough one there for the CT, because they actually were doing pretty well. Of course, they spent most of the race so far, Cam, actually with their kind of quote-unquote teammates.
Yeah, well, they're all teammates, really. They shift between the couple of cars, but Nuno Maria is one of the faster drivers, and so he is going to be set. Well, they're all lightning quick, I have to say, as Grunwald Fritzsche is currently driving the black, as the black will put another lap on that CTC Racing red car. That is not a good time at all. Something dramatic had happened there. That is very sad to see, I have to say. They have been running good and conservative. That's what you want to see. But overall, Will, though, that's just another casualty of the racing here at Sebring.
Yeah, as we got ourselves more drivers on pit road. There's the Fusion Motorsports DP on pit road, getting himself potentially a driver change for the first time today. Let's go there and have a look at that number 93 machine. We've kept it waiting long enough. There is the driver of Julian Rodriguez Marino, heading himself now onto the arm, and straight away, Cam, the floor is yours.
As we'll go past the start finish line as oh boy, now I'm wondering here as which car you were following.
Number 93 car into Sunset Bend.
Number 93. I know you just said that coming into Sunset Bend. Okay, there we go. It's the Iberica racing car. They're coming out in this McLaren. The McLaren seems to be the popular choice here, at least at Sebring, but I'm sure as time goes on, that'll evolve. They'll go past the straight, under the bridge, at the start-finish line. The last lap was a 2:01.676. Let's see what we can do as we go underneath the Chevrolet bridge. He'll drift it well wide, as we saw what's had happened with the prototype if you go too wide. As he'll go up through the gears, he'll be working on that. Now he'll have some prototype traffic going around him, but ultimately he's just got to tiptoe. Look at the curbings. Look at the curbings on the left and the right, and then you have these cement spaces, which also loses traction. As he'll work his way out through the big bend, he'll work his way. You can see how the prototype pulls away on the straight, but wasn't necessarily pulling away down in the first 3 corners. Now this very hard hairpin, it's you're basically going through all of the gears. As you'll drift there. You can even hear a little bit of the dirt and the gravel kicking up and hitting the underside of the McLaren automobile, but he'll pull it through. This is completely flat. You're going up through the gears. It's the right, the left, as you'll head into another very tricky section here. This is the slower of these two right-handers. You are trying to get off and holding off as long as you can before smashing down that throttle, and you're going full throttle, very, very tight and through this section before you take this, I think probably be about a third gear corner. You drift it out, you let it hit the apex, and you hit the throttle and hold on for dear life as Moano does just that. And that Iberica racing car will be pulling through. This is another high-speed section here. You can see why it'd be so difficult looking through this roll bar, why prototype cars would have such a challenge as we murdered one or two cones, not quite sure which, and then I'll pull it left, go wide through Le Mans before going down the Ullman Straight. He'll use as much of the curbing with a little bit of counter steering here, Will, and he will head his way towards Sunset Bend. He doesn't have any prototypes to worry about, so he should be able to just pull in and be able to take this corner in his normal line. Now, these GT cars, they all take it so very differently. He seems to be the early braking, tight apex on the throttle here as he will work his way. Let's see, the last lap was a 201.6. Let's see what we can do as he crosses the starter stand. It's a 201.7, so he is running hot, consistent laps here at Sebring, Will.
Yep, as we just saw that, the sector breakdown as well for that driver. Simon Jindal right now is having himself a scrap with Matt Farrow. This is number 54 versus the number 9 machine right now. As we're having a look at the Gap SRT machine being chased down by the Team Chimera car. This is in your prototype division. Actually, Rachel, having a look through your best battle inside of your top 10 in Daytona prototype right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the Daytona prototypes here are having a good race at the moment, Will. And, well, they are really fitting well to this track as they slice through traffic as we see the movement coming on now. It's just a great run from them.
Let's have a look through your retirees so far in this one. We never like talking about retirees, but we know that you, the fans, want to know where your favourite fan teams and drivers are. We've got 2 drivers who are quote-unquote out of the race officially as it stands. We've got one of them there on the number 52 car. They are scored on pit row. MSP drivers home number 4 car, of course. We talked about them earlier on, having an issue with the pit wall. And also Sven Kramer in the Pure Racing Team number 711 car out of the race. One of as we've got a lot of drivers on pit road, including your race leader Tommaso Carla, and a lot of smoke on pit road as well, Cam.
Yes, that's the drivers lighting them up as they pull them away and driving in as Tommaso Carla, he'll hold it off as Zoe the barking dog will bark in the background. But either way, Carla will get his car serviced. He's getting out of the car.
Yep, so pit stop time then for Jose Lopez getting in behind the wheel of that car. Tommaso Carla, after doing 2 stints, is out. Lopez is in behind the wheel of that machine. And of course, it's been a fantastic start to this event. For Moano, they've had almost a 43 second advantage before they came on towards pit road. Pit stop times here, you're looking somewhere in the region of about 30 seconds for these guys, as Lopez is going to be on away in 32.7 seconds back onto the racing surface. He will come avec that driver change as well. You've got yourself now also, that shows you just how big the gap is, as you've got yourself now that driver of Lucas Jesters coming on towards pit road from P2 in the MSP drivers home number 1 car. I wanted to go back actually, Rachel. We talked about the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series and the wall jut here at Sebring. Kind of the same thing at Phoenix. That wall really does kick out on the exit of turn number 1. But also there's a little bit just before turn number 1 as well, where you've got to be careful heading into that corner, especially if you go side by side.
I love hearing a non-NASCAR guy talking about turbo racing, Will. But yeah, Phoenix has its own problems, especially the dogleg. Of course, in NASCAR running, that is an open dogleg, and well, with the new low downforce package, getting on there is very hard work. The car does not like to grip and not like to turn. You'll see a lot of people spinning if they don't use it properly, but yeah, the dogleg and the kink are, of course, very unique features to Phoenix. There'll be a challenge, of course. Turn number 1, we'll be seeing people moving around the lines there, of course, as that track rubbers in. That'll be a major talking point, so keep your eyes on that. Of course, it's one of the few tracks in NASCAR which has 4 different angles of banking throughout the track. 8 degrees in the first corner, 10 degrees in the second corner, 10 on the backstretch, 8 in turn 3, and 9 in turn 4. It's quite an odd track.
Oh, it very well is. We'll give you an update, by the way, on all the driver changes that are happening. A lot of drivers are coming onto pit road, getting out of their cars, and having their first person getting behind the wheels one. Bonjour, mon poulet, to the driver of Dennis Garise behind the wheel of the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 3 machine as they head themselves now on the exit of turn 5 down towards Big Bend. That long right-hand flick before you have yourself the mobile bridge and then braking down into turn number 7, the hairpin. So you've got yourself Garise behind the wheel of that number 3 car right now. We're about, I'd say, 15 minutes away from pit stops in your GT division. Of course, Rachel, because they had that full pace lap, now the second pit stop is going to probably understand how long a full stint is, because here at Sebring, that pace lap is actually, you've used about 2/3 of a lap of fuel, which equates to about a minute and a half's worth of racing.
It certainly does. Of course, if you're smart, you can save fuel on that pace lap. You can be shutting the engine off and on again. You can cruise with the clutch in, so saving fuel on the pace lap is a huge advantage. You run a couple of laps later in the first stint, which is very good for you, but of course, yeah, long out lap here, so this will be our first real indication of the timing, but we do expect it to be about that 1 hour mark in all the GT cars today. It's pretty much a standard fuel run in terms of what they can manage at these size of tracks.
There we are, Mad Cow Racing Buttercup there, scrapping out with Core Sim Racing number 2. Gap between these two drivers is literally just 0.2 of a second right now as they head themselves down in towards turn number 1 once again. Just having a look down through your field, you got yourself 2 drivers, P11 and P12. They have made themselves another pit stop as they will continue to scrap it out, and this is SimRC.de versus Gap SRT, 2 teams we often see in these big endurance races, separated by absolutely nothing as they head themselves down towards turn number 1 again. It's going to be a change of position there, side by side in towards turn number 1, and Gap SRT will make the move and they will reclaim P number 11 in this race cam. That one deserves a second look.
Oh, it absolutely does. Coming through this whole first section here, a lot of traffic involved. I have to say, as they've had both prototype traffic and GT traffic involved in this one. But just looking throughout the entirety of this whole first section of the lap, it's a very interesting section, I have to say. And it allows passing. It allows things like this to occur. And, well, you can't go wrong when you have good racing. And it seemed to me like it was a fairly straightforward event. It just took a lot of cooperation, really, between the two drivers.
Careful, you can't say cooperation without saying cooperation.
No, that's not.
And
a
your
word.
name is not Darryl Waltrip.
Yeah, that's no, it's not a word.
Yeah, Core Sim Racing, Mad Cow Racing, and they've also got themselves in the mix as well. The Radicals Online machine, that is powered Lead One. Lead One has got himself an advantage over that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 8 machine of Romeo Bruniak, but you got yourself these 3 guys still in the mix, and this is interesting to see how this one will develop over the next hour or so. These guys have pretty much done double stints for the entirety. Mark Persh in the number 15 machine, then you got yourself the Radicals Online car, then you got yourself Bessie, got yourself a DT driver there, in the P driver in the mix as well. That is just moving himself through the traffic. A lot of traffic coming into play once again. What we'll see here, Cam, compared to a lot of the endurance races we normally see, is when the traffic comes into play, it'll come in clumps. It won't be that whole, you know, one lap you'll have one driver passing you here, then one lap you might have someone else here. You'll have about 5 or 6 of them come into play very quickly. Then you might not actually have much for about 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, races come and go, and it's really just the pace of the drivers. Once again, I have a feeling, Will, I'm not a big fan of this fancy microphone here, as it manages to pick up the fine tones of the Jack Russell so very well and clearly, and that's just very unfortunate, as we had to pick the time when another dog was walking in front of the house, and of course we must defend that territory, I suppose. But yes, to get back to the point now, as Zoe is now calmed down, overall though, you don't want to floor it into a wall in lap 55 of a race where the lap count is going to go into the hundreds. I'm not necessarily sure where our lap count is going to be at the end of the race, but you just want to be nice and careful as you let the car go through its stints. You let the car evolve, you see what the track's doing, and you see what changes you might need to make. Of course, you might start at one tire pressure and end the race on a different tire pressure entirely.
Yeah, and the key thing about this race is that the track will change dramatically. Going offline, especially in the last 3 or 4 hours of this event, Rachel, will be very, very hard for these guys. So actually navigating traffic, you can do it now. You can almost force your way through, but later on into this race, you're going to have to tippy-toe if you go around that outside line.
Yeah, certainly, as we do know that iRacing have changed some of their fourth wall commentary issue, of course, but iRacing stepped up the volume of marbles that generate outside the track, so that's going to be a real tricky one because there actually be quite a lot for them to avoid now, and they'll get stuck in them, and of course when you get those things in your tyres, which they do pick up now, you're going to have no grip, you're going to have a car that doesn't handle very well, and it's going to make getting a pass completed very difficult, very frustrating. You'll see drivers taking risks, and it's going to make things very interesting.
And that's actually the thing, Rachel, when we think about it in more detail. If you have a look at the WeatherTech series, where you've got the 12 hours of Sebring, they will have caution periods. They will have people going onto the track and blowing those marbles away. So we don't have the situation normally where you'll have 12 hours, 11 and a half hours worth of marbles on the racetrack. Here, we are going to, because the likelihood of us seeing a caution is about as likely as me being able to go on track and set a lap time in the 153s.
You mean you can't do that?
I can't, no.
Oh, well. Well, it's not necessarily that, but there would be, say a stray front bumper or something along those lines. So it does give the crews time to get that the track at least cleared up here, but it presents an interesting challenge, as Rachel was saying. I have to say, it has been nothing but up from the last build since they released this dynamic surface. I have to say, I'm enjoying the product on track for sure.
I am, as well, as we're getting ourselves then closer to that second round now of pit stops for your GT division. And I think this one is going to be very, very interesting, because I think that some of these guys may well consider the idea of treble stinting. Not all of them will, but those that do try to treble stint, I think that they're going to be very fatigued after this race. They're going to want to make sure that, they're not doing anything else after this. We've got side by side there, Phoenix scrapping it out with the number 12 machine as they head themselves then through Sunset Bend. Phoenix round the outside, not going to be able to do anything just yet, but this is a fantastic little scrap going on here. We got some drivers who's having some fantastic racing right now. This is Wim Stockmans versus the driver of Surian Kodjes in the number 12 Petronas Racing Team car, and well, this is fantastic right now, Cam.
It absolutely is. That Petronas car looking good with that Phoenix Motorsports and the Black Star Racing also following along. Now that Black Star car, that is obviously lapsed down. That had an incident early on with the suspension damage of that Falcon GP BMW. But between the Phoenix car and the Petronas car, not bad running at all whatsoever, as that Phoenix car has quite a different cast of crew and characters here that we will see, I'm sure, as the racing goes on. Oh, very close. They give it a nice tap. That Petronas Daytona prototype getting a different kind of bump drafting here at Sebring. I don't think that's how that works, but we'll see how they go as they go through the fast section and into another slow section. Will the Phoenix look down the inside? No, he will not, and very rightfully so. That's not a place you want to go too wide at, but will. That extraordinarily teal and white car does seem to have the better exit, and now that Phoenix car, well, he's going to have to catch himself right back up.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that that Petronas, these cars, they are more solid, Rachel, compared to the European Le Mans prototype cars. So they can withstand a gentle bump or two, but these aren't NASCARs. They do need to be treated with a little bit of love and a little bit of care, especially on the front end, because that's, of course, airflow, dynamics, aerodynamics, mechanical grip, all based on that front end of that car. You stand that front end in that car's not going to handle well at all. So we're going to go side by side once again as they head themselves down towards Sunset Bend.
Yeah, we certainly are looking up towards those guys on the approach to Sunset. That is Glacier Racing's number 2 car, MSP Drivers Home number 1. So that's a battle for P number 2 and 3 down the racetrack, with Driving Revolution behind them. So quite a close little fight we're seeing here as we're looking for Glacier Racing to make a move up the inside of MSP Drivers Home. A change after all for second place in this race as Glacier Racing 2 will run up that inside. Will they get it completed? All very close there as we run through. We'll take that position, Will. And you are correct, yeah, these cars, they were designed for everybody to be able to afford. Well, everybody who can go motor racing, of course, but they're kept simple. They're kept factory spec within reason. and they're essentially a tube frame chassis like a stock car, but with a body over the top. This was, of course, always designed to be a more affordable motorsport than having to develop every car at the start of a season, like you see in the European Le Mans series. It kind of worked, kind of didn't, but as it's working right now for Glacier Racing.
Yeah, having a look then from a replay on board of Yoni Bachmann in that Glacier Racing number 2 machine on the exit of Sunset Bend. And let's now have a look as he gets himself the exit of the corner. Very well done there by Bachmann. And what you'll see now is he's just going to storm that car down to the inside line. He wants to go for the move. He will get the move done on the running towards turn number 1. Move Yoni Bachmann up into P number 2. Is very close between them. But Bachmann now up into second place overall in this event. And well, he's only now got 56.5 seconds to close to your race leader, Cam.
Well, that'll only take just a few laps, or 50 laps if you go on a per second 1 lap basis. But yes, a good pass from that Glacier Racing car. That's exactly where you want to do it. Turn number 1, you can get the better inside exit, and you'll have to force that car to the outside. That is actually exactly what happened. If that MSP driver's car, the driver of Julian Grunastel, did not make a maneuver, did not back down, that would have been an incident. And I think that one would have been on the Glacier car, but just looking through, I have to say that Glacier car, he has worked his way up through this pack with Yoni Bachmann being the sole driver of that Glacier car so far. He's worked his way from 9th all the way up to 2nd position, Will.
Well, there you can see there, the PRT Treble 1 machine of Maximilian Bengeneke on pit road. Flashing headlights on pit road, of course, Cam, but flashing headlights on the track as well now.
Yes, finally, years and years and years. I actually have it right here. The original suggestion was made on April 30th of 2011, but we now have the ability to flash our headlights as drivers, prototype cars. I'm sure we can find some prototype working his way through. Let's take a look, see if we can't find that Team Chimera car. He seems to be stuck in a little bit of GT traffic. He might need his headlights. No, he will not. But either way, you can see those two headlights, the two sets, as he actually almost goes into the grass heading to the hairpin. That would have been a good curse there. But we now have the ability to tap a button, and our headlights are going to be flashing into the rearview mirrors of either our opponents or the slower cars, just to give them a heads up that, hey, I kind of plan on coming through. I was wondering if you would be so kind, as the Moano car is now coming up on the Glacier Racing car. We'll see maybe if he can get those things a-flashing. But either way, so yeah, Derek Svier made that suggestion, and it had gotten support for years and years and years. And finally, in the last build, they've now made it so where a lot more data can be transmitted from the server to client basis, and that allows us to see so much more, such richer quality of environment. And now we can see those dumb little flashing headlights, and we'll hopefully see them. I'm sure you'll see them occasionally. I can't force these guys to use it, but I have to say, welcome addition, to say the very least, Will.
Well, you know that everyone was worried about the fact that everyone would just be there on the entire time, holding down the... But, of course, Audi drivers wouldn't do that, because Audi drivers, naturally, of course, they never use their headlights because of the fact that they want to save the battery. But we've now completed 2 hours of this, the 2nd annual iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring, here on RaceBot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live, and that means it's time for a RaceBot TV update. Overall, the status quo is as we started this event. Jose Lopez is leading the way right now, and it looks as though that they are going to be the team to beat. They've got themselves a 57-second advantage right now over Yoni Bachmann in the Glacier Racing number 5 machine. However, Bachmann has moved his way meticulously through the field over the last, basically, hour of this event. Bachmann currently runs himself P number 2 in class, and while on P3 you've got yourself the MSP Drivers Home number 1 team. They ran in that 2nd place for a large portion of this event so far, however slid back into 3rd, 2.3 seconds behind Glacier Racing. Iberica Racing, they lead the way right now in your GT division, but the gap is much, much closer than what you have in your prototype division. That is currently only 9.1 seconds with Carina Simsport in 2nd, not able to really make a huge impact on that battle for the race lead, but are getting very close in the process. Then Team GT, they run in third, and Team GT are the quiet team here today. They're not really seeing them much on screen, but we know that they have the speed and the consistency when they want to put that race together. They currently scored as about 34 seconds behind your GT race leader. Not really had too many big issues so far in this event. We've had ourselves Claire having themselves issue with the attenuator. And then we've also had ourselves a couple of drivers involved in low-key issues. One big incident, putting a driver out of the race, but for the most part, fast, furious, but respectful racing, as we welcome you to hour 3 of our coverage here on RaceBot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. This is the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring, and don't forget, next week we will have ourselves the third round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series right here, as we will have Gregor Hutu, Hugo Louise, Martin Kroenke, Ilka Happala, Jake Sturger, so many more taking part in the third round of the 2016 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. It started off with pandemonium as Ilka Happala won INX Racing's first ever race. However, then you came to the second round of the championship at Phillip Island, and Team Redline were dominant. Spoiler alert, by the way. The third round of the championship, will it be Coanda making the step up? What about Radicals and Lion, about the likes of Apex Racing? Or maybe can INX get back into the game? Or is it going to be a Redline domination once again? You'll find out next Saturday, 1:30 p.m. GMT here on the world's biggest sim racing broadcaster. That is RaceBot TV. Let's go back to the action then. Will Vincent here along with Cameron Walsh, Rachel Whitefield. Thank you very much to Jake Sperry and also to John Granger earlier on. We've been joined later on by the one and only Mr. Jimmy B. We'll have ourselves other people along this telecast, as well as we've got side by side then P3, P4 in prototype, and that is Julian Gunstenel then in the number 43 machine. He is going to move himself now in that MSP drivers, almost down a slot, side by side, almost once again, down in towards turn number 2. This is a fantastic scrap right now, and this is with the Driving Revolution car, of course, were at the start of this event, Rachel, pretty high up in the field. They've fallen back a little bit.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of variety in terms of positioning at the moment. We've seen quite a few of these cars dropping back from positions they were running in, so quite an interesting thought there. But VRS Corner Sport in that number 18 car, they're on pit road at the moment. Yeah, the PRT cars were a lot further forward, missing them. They've definitely dropped back in this race. That's an unusual one to see. And Glacier Racing, that Ford GT is climbing slowly up the field, just there inside the top 10 in your GT field. So a lot of movement going on in the GT field, a lot of position changing. The prototype field, very static.
Yeah, going to get ourselves then a second look at what you just saw. And this was the battle going on between Julian Kunstler and Maurizio Marconi. As you can see, the MSP driver losing that position down into the hairpin, and now you've got yourselves that Driving Revolution car up one position into a podium position once again as we enter our third hour of coverage. Pit stops have then been kicking off. We've had a couple of people in. We've had Commander Sim Sports on pit road, number 18 machine, David Williams, now behind the wheel of that one, taking over, of course, from Klaus Kivikas. Following with, as may not made himself a pit stop yet, Diego Comuni has just pulled his car out of his spots. He is now heading himself on the exit of pit road. You've also got many other drivers. Alexander Mayer in the number 8 machine. You've got David Caruni in the number 22 car. Yeah, Pakkanen, number 15 machine. Niels Stankosi in the number 7 machine. So many drives on pit road. Cam, take us through it.
Yes, a lot of cars, a lot of traffic on the pit lane here. You've got both the Falcon, a lot of the BMWs here, plus the roof of the GCL Sim Racing car. Falcon GP, though, they seem to have removed the front hood of that vehicle. That's an interesting strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. But anyways, that Core Sim Sport number 2, that was a dodgeball reference if people don't know. Iberica Racing's on, and Ben Tusting is going to be getting behind the wheel of that number 93 car as the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 101 car. Currently piloted. That'll be by Alexandra Mania. That'll be his first lap on board as he'll take over from Romano Barinek. But I just have to say, Will, this is going to be very interesting to see what these new drivers can do. And I say new, these guys are experts at their craft, surely, but there's a pace to a race. There's how the flow and the ebb of how things are going here, and I have to say, it's going to be a while to get back up to that flowy speed as the Glacier Racing car of Antti Pajala, he'll stay out another lap, but the Buttercup GT car will be coming in down pit road.
Yeah, and Ben Tusting's going to come out of pit road right about now. And of course, let's not forget, Rachel, he did have himself a 10-second advantage at the time over that number 18 machine. However, his pit stop time was about 4 seconds slower than what the number 18 team could do. So this will give the advantage to David Williams a little bit. In a Tusting versus Williams situation, they are close. One would possibly just put the money on Williams to close that gap down a little bit. But Tusting should have the skill and the time to at least stay ahead, even though that gap might come down. Or can.
Yes, well, that Iberica racing car with Ben Tusting, we'll have to see if Ben Tusting can do. Now, of course, it's been Julian Rodriguez Moreno all race long in that Iberica car. So let's see. Sometimes your fastest driver goes and he drives extraordinarily fast, and your second driver, while certainly quick, is not as fast, and we can see possibly cars catching up as the Core Sim Racing number 1 car comes down pit road. Buttercup car is still on pit road, which is rather alarming. Okay, no, they're pulling away. I was going to say that was a long pit stop. Obviously, they have taken tires as that pit stop is now reaching... Let's see here, as that will be Scott C. Gray. That will be a 1 minute, 10-second stop. So that's definitely to get that car completely fueled up and tired away. That seems to be relative with the other GT traffic. So it's about 1 minute and 10 here, Will, for the full pit stop service. And I have to say, we'll have to see if Ben Tusting can. He should be able to, but we'll see if he can hold on to that lead over the course of the next couple of stints here.
Yeah, not the 4-second pit stops that we're currently seeing on the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Of course, no fueling there. Just basically hench tyre changes, tyres off, tyres on, bump away, off you go. Have a look at your Reina right now, battling it out avec mon poulet, Dennis Garis in the battle for P7 on track. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, number 3 car. You know what, Cam? I'm going to stop for a second. How confusing is this? The Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, number 1 car with a number 3 machine. And then the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 101 car, which is the number 8 car.
Yeah, that's just how it kind of goes. The numericals here are mostly assigned, I believe, by iRating, unless all of them are just the custom numbered here. But yes, the Gecko Sim Racing number 1 car is the number 3 car, and the Gecko Sim Racing 101 is the 8 car. But that's not something that is too strange, I have to say. The PRT cars, well, they're 111 and 112, so they obviously did their planning, but I think a lot of cars don't really necessarily care that much about their numbers. Of course, if we're wondering who is carrying the number 1 in the prototype division, and overall, it's Scott McIntyre right now in that TNT Racing Gold prototype, which surprisingly, Will, hasn't done much of anything. They're back in 17th position. Not much coming from the TNT Racing car right now, but you never know. This perhaps just might not be their cup of tea.
Indeed so. You were talking a moment ago about the Glacier GT machine, which I'm trying to figure out who's actually driving that one. Is it Pakkanen right now? No, it's not. I take that one back completely. It is Alexia Loma back behind the wheel of that number 41 car. They've just come out of pit road. And Cam, cold tyres. Let's walk through that Ford GT.
Well, yeah, that Glacier Racing GT car is just pulling away right now. That's still Alexia Loma. Well, actually, Alexia Loma taking over to Antti Pajala. So this will be, well, Loma had the first stint, but Pajala had the second stint. So they're rotating their drivers rather frequently, but he's leading it through the first couple of corners here. That Ford, of course, they're not running any traction control. That's a Glacier trademark, I believe. They might also just be having issues with that 3-stage traction control. But for the most part, though, that Ford seems to be performing fairly well. They seem to be running mid-pack, and they're running competitive lap times.
They are, as we have a look then on board with that number 41 car. In fact, we're going to stay on board with them for a couple more corners until the end of the lap. Let's listen in as we have ourselves, once again, a little bit of RaceSpot TV track immersion. Well, there you are. There's the dulcet tones of that Glacier Racing number 41 machine. And, well, that 4GT, of course, will say goodbye to it from this GT3 category pretty much after this race is said and done. Well, it's actually noticing that Glacier car. It's Glacier TV, of course. I think it's their 4 years ago today. They did their first ever iRacing World Championship 3 years ago today. 4 years ago today. They did their first ever iRacing World Championship Series event, Cam. Cam's just gone completely.
Cam has died.
Yep.
It's terrible news. We'll be holding the ceremony on Monday. But for now, of course, yeah, Glacier Racing, Glacier TV, what an incredible outfit they are. And they've always provided us with endless hours of entertainment in GT racing. They're very, you say, pastel cars, always presenting us with something beautiful to watch. And I'll always remember Ricardo Tallo's huge crash at Daytona in the first ever Daytona 24 we had here on iRacing. The one he turned into a meme video within about 5 minutes of his entire team being out of the race at about 9 in the morning. So it was, yeah, they're always an entertainment to watch. And Alexia Loma there driving pretty hard in that car. He's the only driver we've had in that vehicle so far, I believe, from what I've seen here. No, he's not. Antti Pajala has been in the car, so those two running in the Glacier Racing entry, and it is just those two running today. So to finish first, you must first be finished. Well, they've got a few spots to gain if they want to be first, but not really in a position to do it at the moment, and it will be the swan song drive for the 4GT.
Indeed, as the other Glacier Racing car, Yoni Backman behind the wheel of the number 5 car there, has got had that gap pull out even further. It's now 64.5 seconds between P1 and P2 in your prototype division. And last time by, you can see really the tail of the tape there, Cam. 1.4 seconds a lap faster was Jose Lopez. So it wasn't just on the fact the driver who started off in that Moano car, or Tommaso Carlo Lopez, looks to be just as fast as his teammate. Or Rachel.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be. Cam, I think he's still involved in some intramarital discussions, so we'll leave that one to him. As yeah, the racing on track certainly at a quiet stage here, Will. There's occasionally battles cropping up, but we are in that null spot, as it were. But we do have the Phoenix Motorsports Corvette actually slicing through traffic at the moment, just past one of the roofs and catching up on the Ford GT. McLaren there as I believe one of the other cars towards the rear of the field in the GT class that were passing, but a lot of movement happening right now as Phoenix trying to navigate some traffic.
Yeah, as we're going to have a look there, this is the battle going on for P7 in class. CTC Racing Black versus Gecko Vortex Sim Racing as they head themselves down in towards Sunset Bend once again. We've got ourselves 2 hours and 15 minutes of this event scored complete. We're going to ride a lap then on board with a CTC Racing Black car. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it's like to do a lap on board if you are a Daytona prototype that's not at the front of the field navigating through traffic. That was a CTC Racing black car there, and it's fascinating really to see, Cam, the differences that are going on between the guys out front and the way that they can navigate through traffic compared to the guys whose setups might not necessarily be as dynamic, shall we say.
Well, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of work and a lot of practice to get these cars all sorted and situated to take on a track like Sebring. It's not necessarily, okay, we have a setup for a track that's about 3.5 miles long with a couple of long straights, so that should be okay. Sebring, you have to set up for on an individual basis. You have to set this car up to be very good over the suspension, over the curbings. That CTC black car is almost looking to the inside of that Gecko Vortex car for position number 7. Dennis Garis in that Gecko prototype and Juhoreña in that CTC Racing black car. But as they work their way and wind their way through this tough Sebring course, you also have to consider what your other drivers are capable of handling. Sure, your fastest driver could be capable of doing a lap faster, but if the next guy gets in the car as the Gecko Vortex car slips out going down the Ullman Straight, the prototype will have to look to the inside. CTC Racing Black will have to see if the Gecko car drives them to the wall. No, he will not. Dennis Garis will end up, even though they will end up in a drag race going to Sunset Bend, CTC will get earlier on the brakes, but that will allow Gecko possibly to go across, coming up here on the exit of Sunset Bend. They'll work their way out. No, Dennis Garis backing out. I have to say wisely, you wouldn't want to play around there. But ultimately, though, you just got to make sure that the car lasts and is equally fast between all of your drivers, or alternately, you just need your car to be as fast as possible for that one driver and have somebody else be in for as little as possible.
Indeed. So moving up one position then. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise. Live timing and scoring, for those of you wondering, is back up and running again. Racebot.tv/timing. There we are. Nice and easy there. And don't forget, you can keep on touch with that throughout the entire race broadcast today. Don't forget also, if you're a social media buff, you can follow us at RacebotTV. Get social with us also on Facebook /RacebotTV. Use the hashtag iRacing Sebring 12 if you want to give a shout out to yourself, your friends, or maybe even us on Twitter. I want to say thank you to all the people, by the way, on Facebook. Just hit 2,000 likes. It's almost as if we actually have some people that enjoy the broadcast that we do. Working ourselves right now then on what is actually lap number 72 in this race in your prototype division, lap number 67 in your GT field. And well, we talked about this earlier, Rachel, the fact that Ben Tusting had a slightly slower pit stop and that gap would come down from 9 seconds compared to that VRS car and the SimSports car. Gap is 6.1 seconds right now as they're working themselves at the end of their 67th lap of racing.
Yeah, it certainly is at the moment, and that's going to make for interesting decisions later on in the race for their strategy. Slow pit stop now can be counted, but they're going to have to come back at it pretty quickly with something to change that. But we know Tusting's a reliably quick driver. He could certainly get this one pulled back together if he gets a few more laps under his belt. But slow pit stops can psych out a driver. If you lose time of your competition, you can really feel out of place and put you in an awkward spot in that driving seat. But, well, Tusting's a veteran. He can get that car going again.
Yep, so we're just about to tick over to 2.5 hours scored complete in this, the second annual iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. We're going to take your eSport TV side by side for just a couple of moments and show you some of the really cool cars that have just landed on the iRacing surface. Have a look. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the second annual iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring here on RaceBot TV. Streaming live also on iRacing Live. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Just head over to racebot.tv. And if you missed it earlier, well, here is what the track conditions are right now. It's 78 degrees Fahrenheit. It is a northerly wind of about 2 miles an hour. And this track itself measured about 3.6 miles in length. You can see Sebring got many different options that it uses. Actually, the Verizon IndyCar Series used this track for testing. Don't forget, the first round of the 2016 Verizon IndyCar Series will start tomorrow. It is the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, and it will be live on ABC. Well, here we are, back to the racing, and well, whilst we're away, Cam, we've had an incident with Buttercup and also the curb surfing team.
Yes, the Buttercup car did not, it went from having an okay day to a bad day, as Scott C. Gray had found himself involved in an incident with the Curb Surfers McLaren, which is now off track, missing its entire front bonnet. It had a relatively harmless incident coming at the exits of Sunset Bend. It just lost the rear end. It really only pancaked the tire barrier, and it would have stopped in the middle of the track if it weren't for the BMW of Buttercup. Buttercup T-boned the car and caused some pretty significant damage to that McLaren, and really ripped up the front end of that Mad Cow car as well. If we can take a look at that Mad Cow car, that front clip, well, I don't think the BMW engineers are going to look at that too kindly.
No, indeed not, as, well, that's really, we've not had many incidents today, but Sunset Bend always is one that does present a couple of issues for drivers. Well, Joris Thielen is here, of course, for Phoenix Motorsports, often comes and says hello to us, and, well, Rachel Whitefoot is stood by with him.
Indeed, Joris Thielen, we talked before the broadcast, a good number of cars, of course, entered in today's race. Your guys at the moment in the prototype division, currently running towards the bottom end of that field. What problems have you guys experienced today?
Well, we actually have 2 cars in the field today, the Corvette. I think our number 1 car, it's I don't know what number they have in the server, but with John Fuller and Mr. Lamont JB, I think John was struggling for pace. He was not running the lap times he could do normally, and now JB is in the car, so he's just trying to keep it clean. That's the only thing he can do at the moment. Then for the other car, the number 16 car, they are doing quite well. I did the first 2 stints there, and I gained some spots. We started at 15th and we are running in P6 now, so that's a good progress for us.
Well, great performance from you guys up in that second car. The number 16 machine up in P6 at the moment, lead lap for you. Are you expecting the degradation to be increased, of course, over the race distance? How long have you been testing?
We tested quite some few stints, so we know how the car feels towards the end of the stint, but not how it feels later in the race because the rubbering in. I hope it doesn't go completely wrong, but yeah, we'll see. I have no idea.
Awesome, well, great having you on with us, Joris. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you later in the race when both your cars are in a much bigger position, and hopefully your 16 machine will be in the top 5.
Yeah, we'll see. We're gaining a bit, so yeah, anything is possible.
Just give you an update, the Fox Speed number 21 machine. We're having a look at a replay with him. You can see that car all over the place, and sliding, counter steering, the car snapping out, and him slamming into that hard concrete barrier. And well, it seems to be, Rachel, as this track is starting to get more and more marbles on the outside line, it's catching out the drivers that haven't got a setup that they can really navigate, or a setup that is potentially just too close to the edge.
I think with the marble build-up and the rubber on the track wheel, getting off that racing line is always going to be tricky. The car's going to want to wash out, it's not going to have as much grip as it wants. When it picks up marbles on those tyres, it's going to have much reduced grip for the next few laps, or at least the next few corners, I should say. That's something the drivers are going to have to be aware of more than the setup will allow. This is down to the driver, and where they choose to plant that car, and if you run wide by mistake or necessity with a car in the way, you've just got to be able to account for that and deal with it for the next few corners until the car's back to being its old self again. This line will become more distinct and more Rainbow Road-esque as the race goes on. You won't want to step off it because you'll fall off. So that's just how it goes.
Well, we're running on board right now with the Coanda Sim Sports number 18 machine. But this is the important thing right now. Have a look at this. 2.4 seconds now is the gap between P1 and P2 in your GT division. That is something that all of a sudden has become very, very important because, well, that gap has come down, Rachel, by 3 seconds over the last 15 minutes or so. David Williams and that car, it seems to be in the second part of a stint. That car just looks to be a little bit better compared to that car of Birica Racing. Silence. But anyway, here we can see Coanda Sim Sports still running themselves in P number 2. Birica Racing still running in P number 1. We're going to go on board with Coanda Sim Sports then as they come through turn number 1 once again. Birica Racing still leading the way. 2.1 seconds the gap has come down to. Last time by 202.0 for Birica Racing, 201.7 for Coanda Sim Sports as these guys battle it out through turn number 3. They come through turn number 4, now into 5, and you can see a bit of counter steer there by David Williams as they now go through Big Bend, pretty much a flat out through here in towards a hairpin at turn number 7, as this is the slowest portion of the racetrack, and slow it down to about 50 miles an hour. Then you start building up the speed once again into Fangio. Turn number 8, that little right hand flick before turn number 9, a little left hand flick before you come down into that turn number 10. It's a little bit off camber actually, 90 degree right hander, tarmac change just as you actually get into the turning zone. You can see the back end of the car wants to slip out just a little bit into Collier, turn number 11, up to 125 miles an hour through the centre of the corner, then slow it down to 60 kilometers an hour, sorry, 60 miles an hour into Tower, turn number 13. Now you're flat out all the way through Bishop, turn number 14, kink number 1, kink number 2, now into turn number 15. Now you see Kona just being kicked off a little bit into Lamar, turn number 16. Use that little bit of track to the left hand side. Now you're flat out all the way down the Almond Shredaway, picking up speed. You're going to hit yourself at least 150 miles an hour, touching close to 160 miles an hour as you come down into Sunset Bend, turn number 17. You can see that car just going past David Williams in that Coanda Sim Sports car through turn number 17. And these guys will be on pit road in about 25 minutes time for their third stop of the day. As you can see, Coanda Sim Sports last time by the lap times, 2 tenths of a second advantage, 4 tenths of a second advantage actually, when all was said and done, Rachel.
Yeah, big advantage for those guys at the moment. It's going to really play out longer in this race. If they can keep this gap going, or at least stabilise the gap well, it's going to help them later on with their later pit stops. Of course, they may well get a free driver swap later if the gap can increase.
Out front in your prototype division, Jose Lopez currently with 42-second advantage over Julian Gusternal, and this is the scrap that has been going on pretty much since the start of the race. It's interesting to note, however, that we just had ourselves a pit stop for this driver of Jose Lopez. That is his third stop of the day. He's out and away in a total time of 23.3 seconds, but the important thing to note is just how much of an advantage he has over that number 43 machine right now, Cam. That is fantastic. The MSP driver's home machine of Gustavsson still 46 seconds back.
Yeah, still 46 seconds back, holding over a good pace, I have to say. Well, and that's just another evolution here. Some people are just looking this as stint number 3 or stint number 4, depending. And I have to say, just overall, I don't think right now people are doing anything too aggressive. I think we've seen some very close, very tight, nice racing. But for the most part, though, everyone seems to be holding everything together right now, and I think that that's what we're going to see as the Phoenix Endurance car of Jonathan Fuller is going to pull down into pit road, or is leaving pit road, as Jonathan Boutel has climbed out of his car, and that Phoenix Endurance number 01 car will be pulling out onto the track once again.
Yep, that's a pit stop time of 24.2 seconds for him. You also had yourself a couple of other people coming on towards pit road as well. Now, it's interesting to know Yoni Backman has already made his pit stop. So, as it stands, the gap is 1 minute 17 between Lopez and Yoni Backman. A further 11 seconds back is Gunsternal after that one was all said and done. So your top three separated by about 90 seconds right now. Dustin Hickman is on pit road in the number 19 SimRC.de machine, as they will do themselves another service. We'll just zoom in on that very yellow car. So yellow, it looks as though it almost needs a Respot logo on it, as he will come out and away in 25.2 seconds. And, well, that is going to be another pit stop then for pretty much your entire Daytona prototype field. And what we can do now is we'll show you at the bottom of your screens how things stand. Again, ignore the how many laps back for the time being. We apologise for that one. But Moano leading, as the actual target time is, it's 1 minute 18 the gap between Lopez and Backman. Then MSP drivers home, they're a further 12 seconds behind them. Patrick Berry for the Trinity Motorsports. We haven't actually talked about Trinity Motorsports at all in this race, but they are running themselves currently in P number 4. P5 is Driving Revolution with Marco, and then you've got yourself, Phoenix Motorsports Black. They are in P6. They are about, I'm just trying to have a look through actually. They are still scored on the lead lap. They are currently 1 minute 43 seconds behind your race leader. But it's interesting to note that Patrick Berry through to Dennis Gariz, P4 through to P8, they are only separated by a total of 13 seconds. So it's very, very close. Once you get out of your podium positions and you start having a look at the guys trying to get themselves into position, that really might be one of the reasons why Trinity Motorsports out of nowhere have pretty much ended up in that 4th place.
Well, you say they've come from nowhere. They started in 6th, and they've been in 5th most of the race. So it's kind of like a Weird Al Yankovic, wherever he releases an album, it's like, oh, he's back! And then he's like, I didn't go anywhere, but okay. So is Patrick Berry, do you even know who Weird Al Yankovic is?
Yes.
Please tell me you know who that, okay. All right, I got a little worried for a second
just
there. But
eat it, okay?
Just, yeah... It's a very Amish paradise out there in Sebring. Now, as the Trinity Motorsports Polar Bear is still trolling around, I have to say, the Polar Bear, I think, has to fit more on that prototype car, Will. I mean, it's a big, bulkier car, wouldn't you agree?
It is. And it is worth noting, actually, that all of these cars, they are that kind of more American lineage to what we'd have compared in your, what we call the European World Endurance Championship, or potentially you'd have it in, so the GTE, for example, so on and so forth. And I do have to say that I do really, really like this Corvette. I think that it's a fantastic car. It sounds absolutely phenomenal, for starters.
Plus the headlights are flashing right now. If you're watching Trinity Motorsports, you're probably not. You missed it. It's. I feel like I'm going to be Murray Walker all race long, where I'm just going to be like, I'll shout out that somebody's finally using their headlights when there's an onboard, and then you'll immediately switch the camera, like, you know how he would used to have to try and explain, like, oh, well, what's an onboard shot? And then the moment he started talking about it, they would change it on him. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going to happen with this whole flashing headlight thing. So,
well,
but are you also implying that American cars are just by virtue bigger? Is that a shot?
I'm not at all. What I'm actually saying is, I think it comes down to the way that the categories are designed. We're just actually going to show you number 60 machine as he heads himself. This is on replay, and you'll see right about now. Oh, we're doing it in such a way we can't actually ever get a decent angle. There we are. Flashing headlights for the number 60, saying, please very much, would you consider making way for me as I kind of maybe get a four-way pass? I'll do it very nicely. Flashing the lights. There you are. Job done. Number 60 machine. We've seen that quite a lot, actually. We've not talked about that Trinity car, but I just think it's the way, actually, more than anything else, Cam, the formulas are designed. You know, if you look at the comparable thing, you know, they say that they turn the prototypes compared to LMP2 rather than LMP1, but I think that the way that the technology and the innovation goes with LMP, particularly compared to these Daytona prototypes, they were designed to do two different very things. LMP was always designed to be pushing the boundaries of innovation and technology. It's why I actually love WEC so much, because of the fact it is true to its core. But then, these Daytona prototypes are designed to do one thing, to race.
Yes, very much so. But, and this is the big but, where you go to something where cars that are designed to only race, like, say, any of your formulas, there isn't much you can really translate. Whereas the World Endurance Championship, well, there's tons that can translate between how obviously the tires themselves, that's for the tire manufacturer, but you look at the engines and you start going into the P2 category, prototype 2 categories. Like if you take a look at the Ford prototype, which is now in the Ford GT car, it's the same engine.
Yeah.
It's a twin V6 engine. It's actually the exact same engine that was in my father's pickup truck, of all things. It shares like something along the lines of 75% of the same engine. Like most of the core components are all the same. So it's one of those things where you get this transition between actually seeing something on a TV screen, and then obviously we're not all going to be driving, Porsche LMP1 cars anytime soon, but the technology though, just it drifts down much faster than say Formula One, where everything has to be so rigorously regulated, because otherwise you would get instances of cars winning championships year after year after year after year after year in a row, which is something that we never see in Formula One.
Never.
Correct? Never. Never.
By the way, we have got a battle for the race lead in GT. This is a Berica Racing versus VRS Coanda Simsport. We talked about this one happening. We didn't think it would happen just yet, but it looks as though that at this stage, Williams is much better in able to hold that car compared to Ben Tusting. Traffic is going to be important right now, because that gap is 3/10 of a second as the Coanda Simsports car puts the power down, heading themselves through Big Ben. But there you can see there is traffic, and thankfully for Ben Tusting, it looks as though they're going to get round the outside just in time. But Tusting wasn't going to give them any room there at all. So now Tusting actually has himself right to a bit of a gap, because of the fact they went around the outside, slotted into line. And I call that a single groove portion of the racetrack, and that cost David Williams about half a second, but it's okay. You'll probably end up closing that gap, and traffic doesn't always go your way. Sometimes it does. Okay.
I think actually Rachel has to be heading off into the sunset, of course, as the sun is probably setting where you are.
I'm sorry, Cam.
No, you're fine.
Actually, I thought Will said Fraser, which I was like, he's not commentating today.
Right.
If that question was at me, Will, could you repeat it?
No. We'll move on.
Oh, fair enough then.
Moving on.
I thought you were interviewing Fraser. I was like, who? Why is Fraser in here?
Let's
confused me.
carry on.
You will do.
Anyway, so Coanda right as it stands right now, 0.7 of a second the gap as they head themselves on the exit of Lamar down towards Sunset Bend once again. So we'll go back on board with David Williams as they'll come down in towards Sunset Bend. Gap is again about 0.6 of a second. It's interesting to note actually that Williams wasn't able to get much of a draft at all over Ben Tusting as they worked themselves on the exit of 17 down towards turn number 1. They will come one more time as yeah, that's an interesting thing there actually, Cam. The draft doesn't seem to be a huge factor in this race today.
Well, no, not necessarily, but that BMW, that front grip that he's going to be getting is right off of that front corner number 1. Let's see how he works into corner number 3 as he will work his way. He gets closer and closer. This is his section. This is the car, the BMW that you want. All of that front working parts will be working his way, trying to close up to that McLaren. You can see the McLaren pulling away under a straight line as that BMW is dealing with the air that we had talked about. Oh, that's too far to lean out back there, Mr. David Williams. Relax, as that VRS Coanda Simsport car is fighting currently for position number 1, which you can easily see by looking at the top right windshield of both of these racing cars. Now, we'll have to see what Williams can do. I have to say, I would imagine that McLaren is a little better on the acceleration, but we'll have to see if the BMW can carry the speed through the corners faster. Very interesting battle here. Yeah, you really want to. Ooh, just looking the inner apex there that he took David Williams going into Sunset Bend. I had to say that was very aggressive. But either way, yeah, you can most certainly hop over somebody through this pit lane, but I have to think with how long these pit stops take, I'm not necessarily sure if I would be okay with that as a call. So I would say, sure, they're going to be coming into the pit soon, but I would want to see if David Williams can get past on track. And also, it's actually great practice, and I understand that we're racing here, and these guys are racing very hard, but later on in the race, I'm sure they will have this this again, and you really want to figure out where you can pass another car. Yes, and the pits that are going to be coming up soon, as having a conversation here with Will. I think it's a pretty one-sided conversation, though, Will, for our audience at the very least.
Indeed,
and I think
it was.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It's
No
double
Will
cam,
Vincent.
no Will. That's how you want to broadcast. No, what we were talking about, of course, is how the entry to pit comes. Now, just looking at David Williams pulling up in Sunset Bend, it almost frightens me just how close he gets that BMW through such a bumpy section of track. One mistake from either car. Now, I have to say, as far as settling, I have to think the McLaren is a little less settled going through Sunset Bend than that McLaren than the BMW, excuse me. BMW is probably a little more planted, but just looking through it all, the entire pit sequence is actually pretty difficult here, and especially rejoining. If you rejoin it up as the BMW has a look down the inside, that won't work, as Ben Tusting doesn't give him any space at all. He doesn't show him any wheel. He just allows his car to track its way through the first section here. I think that was actually the first stab from that BMW working on the McLaren here, and boy, is it awesome.
It is, as we stay on board. This is fantastic. This is what endurance racing is all about here. So we're almost 3 hours into this event, but still, these guys are pretty much nose to tail. And here's a great thing as well. Behind from them, you've got yourself number 15 machine of Packard. Also, you've got yourself number 78 machine. And you've got yourselves the number 8 car. They are very, very, very close together. 4 guys, pretty much nose to tail.
Oh, absolutely. Just looking through the entirety of the field here, we're still seeing good racing all along sort of this Sebring circuit, as this GT field is still, is still nice and tightly packed itself on up, though we've had a couple of incidents. I have to say here throughout, well, we've got this group of prototype cars trying to pass this group of GT cars, and that always seems to be an interesting prospect here at Sebring International. But just looking through everything, I have to say, just it's one of those races. I think this is going to turn out to be a rather classic race, Will. It seems that we're having a little bit of everything. We haven't had the huge incident. Normally, we always seem to spoil these things or ruin these things with a lap 1 incident involving 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. So we've avoided that, and I think we're going to benefit from that going forward.
So then, here we are, another lap as these guys come past start finish line. 0.4 of a second. Let's go back just a little bit and show you this battle that's been going on with Corsair Racing, Radicals Online, and then you've also got yourselves Alexandra Mania in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 101 machine, but it's actually number 8 car. And then you've even got Mad Cow Racing Buttercup. Now, Buttercup, of course, had that incident, but actually isn't running that badly still.
Well, the front, they did what they could with the dang thing. It is not an attractive package, I will tell you that. But as the Thrustmaster Moano Daytona prototype car will go past Buttercup. I have to say, you never know here. Now that it's Gecko Vortex, Radicals in the core sim racing, they're getting their race a little interrupted here by the CTC Black car. Well, you got to let these prototypes through. But for the most part, though, it's 2 BMWs and the McLaren trailing, and that's not something that we normally see.
Indeed. So let's got ourselves an ongoing battle still going on in your prototype division as well. Let's have a look then on this one. This is Fusion Motorsports DP. As he's got himself a scrap going on with the Patronus Racing Team car. This is a scrap for P9 and P10 in position. This one's very close between these two drivers, but they'll carry it back along. In the interim then, this is having a look once again at your Coanda Sim Sports car as they work themselves now on the exit of the Le Mans corner. Let's spend a lap on board with Coanda Sim Sports and David Williams as he tries to gun for the race lead here at Sebring. Over to you, Cam. Oh, he's going to go for it.
And, I was going to say, he's going right for it. The Iberica Racing ended up having to give the inside line to the prototype car of CTC Racing Red, and David Williams will work his way through. Will he get the start-finish line? No, the McLaren is too strong going in a straight line. He works his way through. That McLaren should be able to close the door going into turn number 1, but going into turn number 3, going to be very, very interesting to see what that Coanda car will do.
He's going to have a look. He's got himself the inside line. The Iberica car not going to be able to defend just yet as they come down into the corner. Let's see, side by side, they almost make contact. Fantastic. They do make contact. Iberica car goes off the racetrack. Coanda will take the race lead there, but it wasn't a clean pass. Ben tossing the Iberica car there. Oh my word. At the front of the field, let's get ourselves another look at that one. And well, it's what we like to call ourselves aero loose, I think, down into turn number 3. But let's get ourselves another look then as these two cars hit themselves through turn number 1. And it happened right about here. These two cars coming down into turn number 3. They were mighty, mighty close and get a little bit of aero loose. They do end up both staying on the track after all is said and done. But Williams hasn't slowed down. He's not going to let Iberica go past. I think they're going to think that was just a racing incident there, Cam.
I would certainly believe that it might be, but testing, though, I probably would have just given up the position once he had the inside line. I don't think there's much fight back you can do in that section, although we see it all the time. I think ultimately, though, that McLaren, I think the discussion would have been the better part of valor in that, and see if you could have chased him down on the long straight coming up to that hairpin and see if I would have fought back there. But now he's got numerous prototype cars. He's got the TNT Racing Gold car and the MSP Drivers home car. I believe is that number 4? Is that the one that had the incident earlier? Yes. Even though it at one point had been on its roof, it is still 12 laps down. But you know what? They managed to replace all the little aerodynamic-y bits, and for the most part, it seems to be relatively okay. Yeah, that Coanda car. Well, now if you're that Iberica Racing car, I have to say, you can't be that unhappy with yourself. I mean, if you're not as fast as your fastest driver, all you can do is just keep the car together, and that seems to be what's going on as we are starting to see some GT cars on pit lane, Will. I think the Thrustmaster Moano car is one of them.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people on pit road. We're just going to show you nothing at the moment, but we are going to show you then these guys as they will head themselves on towards pit road. Let's go look for my aerial coverage as we've got ourselves a Moano car indeed on pit road. There is Sebastian Fluisa going to complete his pit stop in the total time of 1 minute 8.4. I don't understand why it's 1 minute 8.422, but apparently it's going to be that accurate as he'll head himself back onto the racetrack on the outside of turn number 1. Now the issue is, oh, Tosting was, sorry, I thought Tosting was a bit slow there. He wasn't. That's okay. But these guys, they need to make sure they get themselves to the hour mark every single time, Cam, especially as we know that sometimes they end up having to do that extra lap of doom, as we call it.
Yes, how your prototype cars can line up is that you can be just ahead of the prototype car, and so that means you'd have to do an entire 2 laps of actual running, of fuel running, and that's something that you really can't plan for. So you just kind of have to plan for the worst here, and make sure you're hitting your fuel numbers. There's no point in racing hard if at the end of the day you got to come in for a splash, as anything you've gained over the entire race will just be washed away by that slow drive down the pit road straight.
Indeed. So we're going to almost round out another hour of coverage here. That'll be 3 hours or 1/4 of this race going to be scored complete. And, well, Tosting has really fallen back. Actually, he's lost 3 seconds. I think, actually, there might be a little bit of damage to that race car. I'm not sure how much. Can I listen in to Sunset Ben? That car didn't look too happy through Sunset there. He's going to put it on pit road this time, but I know he's going to stay out and do another lap. So there we are at Berwick Racing. Here's an interesting point, by the way. The lap, there's only 5 laps different between your leader in prototype and lead in GT. Normally, we're expecting that to be at least 10 laps by now.
Well, yes, I think it just goes to the Sebring track and also the ability of these GT cars to keep up in the corners. There's not a lot of high-speed sections other than the last Ullman straight and then the run up to turn number 1. Those are your only straights. And outside of that, it's fairly close running. And with that, the speeds are overall holding the same speeds as the Thrustmaster Moano Daytona prototype is going on the inside of the CTC Racing Black prototype, putting them another lap down, and that will add another casualty to the lap down list. There will be 6 cars, 6 prototypes on the lead lap this time by, and there's more to come as that Moano car with Jose Lopez is closing in on that Phoenix Motorsports black car, currently piloted by Wim Stocksman.
As Patrick Piepser there in the Treble 1 machine, making himself a service in that Treble 1 car. They're currently scored P number 3 in class, although they are going to lose a little bit of time as a consequence of the fact that they are on pit road a lap earlier than some of their competitors. Let's have a look though. Tosting's last lap 202.7, Williams' last lap 202.1. 6 tenths of a second deficit. Now we know that Williams was closing up to the rear with Tosting, but 6 tenths of a second in a lap cam, I think there might be, I don't know how big the issue is, but I think there might be some form of an issue, in my opinion, clearly.
Well, that, or alternatively, you just looked at it and went, what's the point in chasing them? We're going to be going to the pit soon. We're going to be dealing with the, changing out the tires, changing out the fuel numbers soon. What's necessarily the point here of chasing that Coanda car down? Or alternatively, just looking at the last quite a couple of laps, that Coanda car very consistently hovering around 202s, 202.2s, I'd have to say, would be the average over the last 5 laps. Whereas Ben Tosting, even before the little touch there, they have been running a similar lap time up until that bit of contact there. So we'll have to see. And whatever they do work on, I have a feeling they probably will be able to make that car straight and right again. But you really hope, you'd hate to see some sort of incident involving the damage. But, these things do happen. This is motor racing.
Ginny Minchimi there in the number 78 machine, hunting down Ier Pakalan in the number 15 machine. This is for P5 in your GT division. That's what I was after. Your Grand Touring GT division. Exit of the Le Mans corner, down the Almond Shortway. They will come for what will be their 87th trip around this racetrack. Well, here's the interesting point. A couple of guys that have come in early. And we'll run through some of these. You've had yourself Patrick Piepser, Treble 1 machine. You've had yourself Sebastian Falusa recently on pit road. And you've had 1 or 2 more. These guys are getting the fuel mileage overall. The guys that aren't getting the fuel mileage are the ones that I'm starting to get worried about, as we've got ourselves Europakalame, Corsim Racing number 1 on pit road.
Yes, that black and orange Corsim Racing number 1 car working his way. Well, he's actually already in his stall. We'll have to see as Juha Pekalami is going to be taking over for Claudio Klima as that number 24 car is getting that service. Again, it's 1 wrench gun as the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 101 car will head on pass. So 1 wrench gun, 1 dude working on 1 tire. Cannot fuel at the same time as you're changing out those tires. So these pit stops have been extraordinarily extended. And I have to say, while it's it's the proper way of doing things for the Blank Pain series, the real life Blank Pain series, which we are going to be bringing to you coming in April, the World Championship Blanc Pan GT Series here on iRacing. I would almost wish that there was a little bit of a checkbox to handle these things in a more IMSA-oriented fashion, where the pit stops are, crews can change out tires and fuel at the same time, and you can change out those guns, so you'll have those tires changed out just about as much as you'll have your fuel numbers run. I think that presents a much more interesting package, but I have to say it's safer overall to only have one guy doing it and to fuel separately for obvious reasons.
Yep. And of course, at least everyone's having the same treatment, so there's no difference between one car to another, as Shinya Minchimi right on the rear now of that driver of Packard, as I'll come down towards Sunset Bend once again. There are 8 hours and 55 minutes remaining on the play clock as I'll come down. Here comes Mancini then, down to the inside. No, not quite close enough. It'll get a second bite of the tray as I'll come through Sunset Bend. No, he will not be able to be close enough, and there's a little bit of traffic that's going to pass them as they'll come down towards turn number 1 again. We've got one driver, no drivers actually on pit road at all here. This is interesting.
Yes, I think there's just one car getting some repairs, but nobody was in it. As the SimRC.de car, Dustin Hickman, is working his way past, and you can just see how close that BMW is to the prototype car coming through these corners. But now, as you will get under the throttle, that SimRC car will start to disappear, as it's the two BMWs. It's the Radicals Online and the Core Motorsports BMWs are working their way through this very first section. The ISRTV.com prototype car, which seems to be a bit of a...
Williams in.
Williams is in. Yes, our leader in the GT division is in, Will.
Yep, so here comes David Williams then for the VRS Commander Sim Sports Machine, and Ben Tosting will stay out to do another lap. There's something worth remembering in 8 hours time. So David Williams, single stinting, this is his second stint now, so we expect him to stay in the car as we have ourselves a look from our aerial coverage here today on Race.tv, as there is a look at David Williams in that Commander Sim Sports, and Jorn Jens is actually going to get in behind the wheel of the Commander car. So that's a single stint only for David Williams, and now is the time of Jorn Jens. Want to get yourself some track position, want to get yourself some time, get Jorn Jens, the number 18 machine, driving also in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series historically. He's a black stripe, and he knows how to make these cars go fast. So, still expecting about 20 seconds left on this pit stall there. We've also got yourself Diego Comuni on pit road. There you can see the Team GT machine on pit road as we speak. So two guys then, Luigi Nespolino is actually going to get in behind the wheel of that Team GT machine, as we are going to see Jorn Jens coming out of the pit in about 10 seconds time, according to our watch. Well, less than that even. He should be out any second now. You see, dropped, and out and away he will come. Jorn Jens, 108.632. Cam, got a pen and paper?
Sure.
Note this, 208.996.
208.996. That was the entry of that VRS Koena SimSport car on the inline.
Yes, so let's now have a turn of attention to Ben Tosting. He is working himself down the Ullman straightaway right now. So he has a chance, if he has a good in-lap, to come back into play here, as he will head himself in towards Sunset Bend. We know that car fell back by 5 seconds, so will they try and do something on the strategy here? They've got 10 minutes worth of fuel that they can play with after 3 laps, but we're expecting these guys are going to try and save a pit stop. Ben Tosting, Iberica Racing on pit road then. Pit road speed, well, it's slow here. It's 45 miles an hour. You could almost get out of the car and run, you think, when you're coming down pit road. Of course, you can't. And the pit stop time for Ben Tosting, wow, slower, 210.1.
Oh, slow by a lot, but that car also has to reverse. He skidded through his pit stall. He is now, that is a bad pit stop. That has added at least another 2 or 3 seconds, so Ben Tosting now getting that work on. Oh, I have to say that is not a great working in, as Julian Rodriguez Moreno will be getting back in that car. Of course, Julian, who's gotten the fastest laps out of that car early on in this race. So we'll see what that Iberica Racing can do in contention to Jorn Jens. But quite a massive gap here, I have to say, as Jorn Jens is working his way up the Ullman Straight just about right now, and he should be about maybe 4, 5, 6 seconds ahead of Julian by the time he comes out.
So here we are then. Iberica Racing, they will lose the race lead. We can pretty much guarantee it in just a moment's time. As you can see there, there is Jorn Jens heading himself now through Sunset Bend. That long 180-degree right-hander heading himself down towards the first corner one more time. And there you can see the Radicals Online car. They lead, but of course we've seen Jorn Jens where, well, absolutely nowhere at the moment is Norina. There you can see him now coming out of pit road. Pit stop time was actually a second faster, but actually that was a miserable in and out lap really for the Iberica team. They have lost themselves a lot of time. I'm just trying to work the maths out now. That they have lost overall about 7 seconds in that pit stop to Kleiner Sim Sports.
Yeah, not a good day at all on the pit entry, but you can't always just blame the driver for that one. Of course, they were talking, we had that little bit of damage. Now, obviously, they didn't elect to fix anything if they didn't, if they were a second quicker in the pit stop process, but we'll have to see what Moreno is able to do here as he's coming up behind that curb surfer's car who was involved in an incident earlier on, as it's Nikita Gorlov is currently piloting that number 06 car. He'll allow that Iberica car to get on past. And, well, just looking through, everything still seems to be quite settled here. You've got some racing. You've got the Mad Cow car in front of the Coanda car, though they are technically racing for position. They are actually on different pit cycles, as that Buttercup car is going to have to come down pits at some point. But just very interesting to see how these pit stops are starting to change, and they absolutely are. Some people are coming in later, some people are coming in earlier, as the Vendavel sim racing car, currently piloted by Luis Silveira in that number 7 car, he's on pit lane, as well as the Hellenic racing cars.
Yep, as we've just been having a look there at Silveira, out of the way in 109.3 seconds onto track. He will come once again. Well, Jorn Jens is almost a pit stop ahead of a couple of guys. Scott Gray should be coming on towards pit road in the next lap or so. In fact, he's coming on towards pit road now. So that will allow Jorn Jens a bit of clear track. As Scott Gray, Madcap Racing, Buttercup on pit road. Only one driver still leading to pit in your... 2 drivers needing to pit in your GT division for the time being. They are Tinya Mchimi and also Alexi Aloma. Scott Gray's into his pit box.
Yes, Will, I think I have some critical information here. I've been following the Thrustmaster Movano car for the better part of a lap. That car is extraordinarily slow, and I'm looking back through the camera feed here to see what I can see here, but it has gone off track quite a couple of times. I almost wonder if
that car's damaged. That car's damaged. We'll get ourselves a look, then we'll roll the tape back and we'll show you what happened to Movano as well. We'll run it from the end of the previous lap. We'll have a look on board. You can see there's traffic ahead of him, but this is going to be a game changer for Movano. And well, he was scraping all over the curbs in Sunset Bend actually the lap previously, but let's get ourselves a look as they work themselves down in towards turn number 1. There you can see the Movano car, there you can see traffic ahead of him, and it is going to be with what potentially Team Chimerica. Let's have a look then, coming in towards turn number 3. Let's have a look, and this is in real time, down to the inside, and what? Oh, 3 wide, and oh, there's nothing they could have done at all there. But the Thrustmaster Movano team, they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. We're going to have a look again on board, and we'll see the car ahead is going to try and overtake a GT car. They make contact, and that is what caused this chain reaction. Let's listen in. Oh, what a huge blow to that Movano team. And we'll get ourselves another look at it if we can. We'll slow it down and show you what happened just one more time. But Cam, that is going to mean that Yoni Bachman, number 5 machine, will take over control of this motor race.
Well, absolutely, but I have to say, I am not happy with how this has developed. If you look from the rear, the gearbox of that Fox Speed BMW, or just the rear cameras, you'll see the MSP driver's car had given more than enough warning. He flashed his headlights. He went to the inside. The Fox Speed car was more than welcome to accommodate with that, but he at some point has to go. Doesn't matter that he's in position 37th overall. He's still running. He doesn't have to pull over and roll or the red carpet here, as both of the prototypes tried to pass on the inside line. and basically gets run over by 4 prototypes that are all trying to get by in corner number 3, this whole section. That Moano car, you should have backed out of that one, I have to say. You're not racing anybody at all. You've got the Phoenix car behind you, the Trinity Motorsport alongside you. Just back out and fight another day, because when you have a gap, over a minute gap, why? Why would you put the car on the inside line like that, Will?
I have no idea, shall we say. Well, that's crazy. We've shown ourselves a couple of replays, and we'll keep you up to date with what happens then with that Moano car. And in fact, he's come on towards pit road. He is on pit road as we speak, and that is a huge game changer for this event. That means that Yodi Backman is now behind the wheel of this machine, and well, it all changes in just one split second. The Moano team on pit road. That means that Yodi Backman is your new leader with an 8.5 second advantage over the Team GT machine. Sorry, the Driving Revolution machine in the battle for your prototype race lead. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more after these messages. You're watching Racebot TV on iRacing Live.
I'm a engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also the longevity of it in a racing environment. A couple fun aspects have been for us, not only on the suspension development side, but the virtual world side with iRacing, actually mirroring some of the same, for instance, damper settings or brake pad changes that we've made for different compounds and such, and then we'll actually mirror that in iRacing. It's incredible to me how similar both when we're driving the car on the test day and then we're on the sim, that we're actually able to make changes in iRacing to the damper valving, and it correlates exactly to our findings on the racetrack.
It was quite interesting. It was sort of the first time in iRacing where we developed a car in the sim along with the manufacturer and a race team. Generally speaking, a team or a manufacturer will send us a data dump of information covering everything from tires to aero if the car is set up that way, all the mechanical bits. The big difference is those cars are generally already in production or already racing, and this go around it was essentially from scratch. When Long Road Racing received their cars, we started getting our first bits of data, and as they got more data, we got more data, and we were able to go back and forth in the sim and compare with how the car performs on the racetrack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the second annual 12 Hours of Sebring on Racespot TV, streaming live also on iRacing Live. Of course, yeah, we've got ourselves the one and only Mercedes and the Audi joining us now on the iRacing service. But don't forget also, we will be back here at Sebring in 1 week's time for round number 3 of the 2016 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. And yes, it is a series you want to watch. Redline dominated last time out, but we don't know what Commander's true speed is still. We don't know whether Inex Racing can bounce back or whether it was a one-off in round number 1. You'll find out next Saturday, Racespot TV, on iRacing Live, as well. As we welcome you back then, we welcome also Jimmy B into the commentary booth, as we have got ourselves 8 hours, 36 remaining in this event. As well, Yoni Backman now leads the way in your prototype division as he comes on towards pit road there, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's short-lived, but it comes anyway. Thank you for the glorious introduction. I'm just getting up to speed of all the bits and bobs that have been happening during the race so far. As always with these sorts of races, always action all the way, it seems. I turned away for 1 second to go and get a drink to get ready for the broadcast, and the Thrustmaster team, Moano, ended up crashing. Yeah,
for those of you who just missed it, of course, it was just a couple of minutes ago when we had the Moano Thrustmaster team in a free-wide situation. Now, Cam and I disagree quite heavily about who's to be blamed at this one.
Vehemently disagree.
Because, I mean, my opinion on this one is very simple, Cam. He had the inside line into the corner. Yes, there is like a slow GT car, but you take the GT car out of the equation, as going into a normal speed, it would have been the Movano's car's corner. You talk about the fact they had to adapt. Well, actually, I still think it was the Trinity Motorsports car that should have adapted. I don't care if you're running and you're battling and you're only a couple of seconds behind someone else. You don't end up going into those silly free-wide situations. I understand that Movano didn't have to go into a free-wide situation, but they had that inside line corner. And we talked about the fact the GT car was going slowly. You think about the fact if the Movano car had actually slowed, that in itself could have caused a concertina chain reaction in its own right.
Oh, well, it certainly could have, but what I'm just saying, and also, hi, Jimmy, what I'm also saying here is that when you are looking, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot, it's a directional microphone now, instead of it being attached to my face. It's one of those situations where you have to understand what's happening. You just had a prototype car that you're going to be lapping soon. Pass a BMW on the inside going into corner number 3, or it's not risky, but and then to just immediately go, okay, so that BMW is unsettled, it's slow, and it's on the outside line. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Not only am I going to lap a prototype car, I'm also going to go on the inside of that BMW, which has already allowed one car through. There becomes a limit, and I think we've seen this in the series such as the Neo Endurance series, where there's a limit to how many prototypes can really sneak in and force that GT car offline. Now, of course, none of that applies here, but I'm just saying, as far as if I was looking at the situation, that BMW was already slow and unsettled, I would know then that while I would expect the prototype car, and I agree with you that it was Movano's corner, I don't think there's any debate there, it's his line to take. Just looking at the situation, there were quite a few yellow flags that popped up, and then all of a sudden, well, you've got a red flag and you're 3 laps down in the 17th position. I just didn't think the risk was worth the reward, as now MSP Drivers Home is in first, and in a twist of cruel fate, the Trinity Motorsports car is in second, whom was also involved. So really, it's one of those situations where I just... obviously, it was a racing incident as far as I'm concerned, but it's still, more yellow flags got to pop up than that.
Yeah, okay. I think we're in a situation, and again, it comes down, there's different people have different thought processes going into corners, and actually, Jimmy, that's the important thing. These guys are translating so much information at the same time. You know, where am I? Who am I racing with? In this case, they knew that their gap was 1 minute to the good, but who am I overtaking? Have these people been courteous to me before? Do I know these cars got any damage? What's my spotter telling me? Well, when have I got to come on towards pit road? How are my tyres handling right now? Can I actually afford to go offline? This is basically every single corner, especially for these prototype drivers. As by the way, Yannick Danish is on pit road, and we've got ourselves a freeway battle for P2, 3 and 4. That is very, very close.
Do indeed. Trinity Motorsports leading the way in second in that battle from Phoenix and GTC. Just on, or Phoenix now actually coming up on the straight, coming up towards Sunset Bend. A little bit of a toe down there, not big enough, I think, to make any sort of challenge into Sunset. Very bumpy around this corner, of course, so getting offline can cause you to go a little bit understeer. If you're not careful, as you can see, Wim getting very close there to the back of the Trinity Motorsports car, having a bit of oversteer as now the Trinity Motorsports car pulls in, and that actually promotes Phoenix to second place.
Yeah, of course, we're into another pit stop sequence here. Now, just trying to think of the math here, Cam. We're looking at 12. As you may be aware, we've just had ourselves a brief technical glitch. We will be back with you as soon as we possibly can. You're watching Racebot TV on iRacing Live.
Mark Hudek. I'm a engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for that. You're back watching Racebot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. Will Vincent, along with Cameron Walsh and Jimmy B as well. We did miss the last 5 minutes. We do apologise. Just to let you know, by the way, we have got ourselves a separate onboard feed if you would like to partake in that one over the course of this broadcast. So that's thank you very much to Hugo Louise for this one. But Cam, Jim, we're going to leave it with you for a couple of minutes, but over the course of pit stops, not much has changed. Still got ourselves a very good battle going on in DP.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. And I say, hey, I enjoy the ads because all that brand new content has already been released on iRacing, and you can enjoy it. Both all the Nürburgring, all the cars, everything like that. So I say, screw the people that don't like the ads because I do. That and they look very good. So just yeah, you've got that MX-5, you've got the brand new Audi and the Mercedes GT3 cars, and then the Renault 2.0. So yeah, either way, during the last couple of minutes, we've still had some very good tight racing between Trinity Motorsports and MSP drivers home. Glacier Racing 2 has taken well, he's back in P2, and Driving Revolution is in the first position. But I almost wonder if that's due to a lap, due to them pitting. Oh no, they pitted, so that's their position. So we do have a race for the prototype lead.
We do. They were nose to tail until they're coming out of Le Mans. They're overtaking a lap car, the Glacier Racing car was, and just got a little bit nervous on the throttle and oversteered coming out the corner. The gap was up to about a second now, but this gap between first and second is the closest, I think, battle we have on track, other, as you said, the Trinity Motorsport battle and MSP down in third and fourth currently, who are, again, nose to tail, and it's now their turn to come out of Le Mans.
Oh, yes, and as they come out of Le Mans and go down the Ullman Straight, there was another prototype car that they were lapping, Scott Bolster in that TNT Racing Gold car. So they'll put him a lap down, and Jonas Osayan Puhaka, not Pukala, cheapers. Anyways, so he is still chasing down Marco. That's going to be Marco Archidiacono. No, hey, I like to learn the people's last names, just probably not while I'm actually talking. So, Marco and Julius are going to be working their way past our leading GT cars as Julian Rodriguez Moreno is going to be up ahead as he's working his way. Glacier Racing 2, though, is going to have to hold off. Well, he could have let in like Moano, but he probably didn't want the same thing to happen. Oh, he's having to wait a long time behind that GT car. You can't be angry at Iberica for that. They are trying to keep up with the Coanda car, Jimmy.
This is the thing, always the internal battle between classes in motorsport. It happens everywhere. You don't want to be losing time, but you also want to be trying to be as committal to your line as possible and as predictable as possible, especially as a GT car, because its closing speeds in some of these corners is actually quite, it's a good chunk of speed. So you could end up having a car plow to the back of you if you're unpredictable. But now both cars passed. Who's that for passing? That's the Driving Revolution passing the Canada car now.
Yes, and so what we actually have on top of not only having this great battle in front of us, we also have one of the pilots for the Glacier Racing car, which is currently fighting for the lead. It's Yoni Backman. Now, Yoni, I have to say it's the 12 Hours of Sebring. It's, in its own right, it's kind of a separate event. It feels much longer than 12 hours, but just take me through how your guys' race is going so far.
Pretty good. We basically, I came like online about hour before the race, and thought that, what the hell, I'm just gonna hop into the race and drive all by myself, and if nobody else is showing, I'm just gonna DNF when I'm not feeling like it anymore. But then Jonas joined, and he said he could attend, and then Joni Takanen joined the TeamSpeak and said he can attend. So now we have a three drivers doing the 12 hours. But yeah, it's actually, like you said, it feels longer than 12 hours. I mean, it feels like I've been driving 5 hours when I did the 4 stints. I mean, it really feels like there's no ending to a stint.
Well, and you say people are just hopping on and helping out. And that's a great part of the communities like that, and especially with Glacier, where you guys are just getting all sorts of talent, as you all are very accomplished drivers. But yeah, so you guys are managing fairly well. You're just a couple of seconds behind that Driving Revolution car, keeping it nice and steady. Now, this is the first time we've really had the Daytona prototype working with these GT3 cars together in an event like this since Daytona. Very, very different from Daytona. How is the GT traffic treating you guys today?
For me, at least, it has worked out very well. I basically was my own worst enemy every time I got into some sort of troubles. At the end of my 4th stint, I actually grazed the turn 1 inside wall there a little bit, but luckily I didn't get any damage from it. Just a 0x and a few skipped heartbeats. But yeah, the traffic has been very well. There have been a few incidents where one team, basically in the middle of the S-shaped straightaway before the turn 10, they basically like tried to let me pass when I was already almost on their left side. They just pulled right to the full left, and I almost ended up rear-ending them. But overall, I would say like 9.5 out of 10.
9.5 out of 10. Can't go wrong with that, I have to say, as far as lap traffic goes. But either way, Joni, you managed to get a good team of drivers around you. Not bad at all. And so hopefully you guys are going to do well in the prototype car, and your Ford effort, the Ford GT effort, is also going along. So give them a shout out and a good luck for them, and give them a thanks for me, because I'm really happy that we have a Ford here in its last outing.
Yeah, I will forward the message.
No, thank you very much.
And don't
Joni.
worry,
Good
we
luck.
will win this race.
Oh, okay. Which one? The GT or the prototype, or both?
The prototypes.
Ah,
We have
yes.
a war plan. We have a game plan going on, and currently it's working like a charm. So, as long as the car is intact, we're gonna win this one.
All right. Well, we will wish you guys the very best. We'll see if that comes true, and we'll go from there. So, Joni Bachman, thank you very much for joining us. The number 5 car, which is the Glacier Racing car. Well, Jimmy, some pretty strong words when you interrupt somebody and just say, no, we're going to win.
Yeah, big confidence there from Glacier. I mean, I'm not gonna
Happy to see it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything against that. It's nice to see someone so sure in their setup and in their car, because I know personally myself, when I'm in these sort of races, I'm always worrying about one of the setup options going wrong, etc. But they came in here. You only said that they're going to win, so we'll see if they do, I guess, won't we? We'll wait it out and see if they manage to make this the victory here at the 12 hours of Sebring. I wanted to quickly talk about, he mentioned a GT car coming across during, I think it was just before turn 10. And yeah, again, I'm going to call on personal experience from racing here recently myself in a prototype class. And having to come across traffic in that area, because you're obviously flat out, you don't have to lift there in a prototype. Anything that a GT does that is not predictable in the slightest, because you're making 4 or 5 different decisions within the space of about 2 seconds. You're like, where am I going to go? What speed am I going to go? Where am I going to brake? Where's GT going to go? You're predicting exactly what the GT is going to do, and if it does something different from what you've seen in the past, you end up in quite a sticky situation, as has been seen, and we might actually still see some of that coming on as the race develops.
Yes, and well, we can always hope that our drivers will always stay safe. You'd hate to see a race ending and being changed just like that, as, well, you have some people in chat asking where that Thrustmaster Moano C7 Daytona prototype is. Well, I can tell you it's currently being piloted by Mario Bertolotti, but, well, it's not exactly where it wanted to be. It started in first. It ran away with the race, Jimmy. I mean, they had, after the first stint, it was somewhere along the lines of 30, 35, 40-second gap. and they just built and built and built upon that. When Tommaso Carla got out of that Daytona prototype, he was a minute ahead of the entire prototype field, and he only grew it from there. And then, well, they had an incident going into turn number 3, a debatable incident there. They went to the inside of a prototype car that they were going to be lapping, and that prototype car was currently in a fight with another prototype car, and they had a GT car, and ultimately that other prototype car rear-ended that GT car and sent it across and into that Moano car, which sent the Moano car into the wall. They had some repairs there, now 3 laps down, and Jimmy, it's got to be a heartbreaker to know you're a minute ahead of the entire field. You had the race seemingly in the bag, and it just gets talking away just like that.
Again, Cam, I can call on personal experience and say I know exactly how that feels, and it is heartbreaking. You do sort of end up throwing something across the room if you have something that's expendable in your line of reach. But in this case, I mean, I think I would agree mainly with yourself and your viewpoint, Cam. When you're that far ahead of the situation, when you have a lead that big, and to have a lead of a minute at that point in the race is pretty outstanding, to be honest. You can afford to take a couple of seconds every now and then when there's a situation that doesn't look quite clear. You know, you can afford to wait. You can afford to take your time and plan moves instead of rushing into them and sort of really maximising each lap, because you've already got a minute. You've got that little buffer there. Not to say, of course, that you should be complacent. Definitely not. But you can afford to be a bit more cautious, and maybe that would have saved them that situation. But unfortunately, that's not what it is. They are still running though, which is good, and they are 3 laps down, which is a way off the leader. But on the flip side, we have just over 8 hours to go, so anything can happen.
Well, hey, if they got a minute on the field, they were lapping. They had lapped all the way up to 5th position. They were lapping the 5th place car. I got this. When they had their incident, so you never know. Anything can happen. They can throw that Moano car into overdrive, and I don't think you can make a 3-lap gap, but you never know. They did qualify in an entire second ahead of the field. Well, not a whole second. It was about 7/10 of a second, let's be honest here. But right now, though, because of their incident, that driving Revolution car with the Glacier Racing following behind, I have to say, the Glacier Racing car not closing up as much as we might have thought it would have. They are about 3.5 seconds back.
Yeah, it's still sort of still there, but just slowly falling back, very slowly. It's not about a rate of half a second to that, maybe even a bit less than that. Well, that was actually half a second that time around, so that was good timing by me. But yeah, they seem to have a game plan. It doesn't seem to be out and out pace in this case, because Yoni didn't sound too distressed that they were in second place. He sounded, well, as you heard, he sounded like a man that was definitely going to win this race, or belonged to a team that's going to win this race. Something else I wanted to say when he was in here, Cam, actually, was I don't understand how they were so disorganised. I am, before this race, I have my whole day planned out. Like before today, I have my pre-nap, my pre-commentary nap. I'm all right, I'm fresh now, I'm awake. I have my cup of tea, got my notepad here, and I'm all ready to commentate. It's like, yes, we just turned up and got in the car. I'm like, and they're in second place, I don't understand.
Well, you know, hey, they started in 9th, not bad at all. Obviously, there was a little bit of pre-race. They qualified, so, you know, that's obviously they qualified at some point during the run-up to the Sebring 12 hours. But yeah, not bad at all. He's just, I can picture that. I sat down in my commentary chair at about, let's see, 5-10 minutes before we started the broadcast, which is more than enough time for prep, I assure you. And I'm sure Will can, when he gets back, can certainly agree with me that, you know, there's no prep that needs to be involved at all. No, nothing to that effect. No, I just sitting here. We're having a good race, I have to say, but it's a pickup group. But when your pickup group is the entire cast of Glacier Racing, Jimmy, I have to say, it's not going to be a bad team no matter what you're racing.
Yes, it's not a bad pool of talent to pull from, definitely, in this case. So, not too surprised that they are running where they are. Again, for racing, I do wish that I could be a little bit more, I don't know, prepared for stuff like that. It is a big deal for me when to get involved in a race like this. It would require almost a week's of practice. I would sit down with my friends, talk about setup work. You know, I'm an avid racer as well as I'm a commentator, so I'll sit down and do all that stuff until the early hours of the morning, then end up actually retiring in the race, as things usually go. But I'm just in awe at the moment. But we were having a good race. Yeah, they're still at the front, still 4 seconds separating first and second place, and only a second separating third and fourth. So there's I'm saying that, less than a second between fifth and sixth, who now had a position change between Phoenix and CTC. Sorry.
Oh heavens, yes, as that Phoenix Motorsports black and CTC Racing black. A lot of black here in the field today, as there's quite a few teams picking that as their color. Why not blue or yellow, folks? But either way, so it's Matt Pavelski in that Phoenix Motorsports car racing against Gernal Fritche. Now this is actually really, this is entertaining in itself, because Matt Pavelski had really cut his teeth in the in faster cars in the Lotus 79 before shifting to the IndyCar Dallara W12 when that got released. But so Matt Pavelski and Gernal Fritche have been racing each other for years now. And I have to say that this is rather just an interesting thing, seeing them now in prototype cars racing each other, and well, they're just continuing up the tradition. But I have to say, though, that Trinity Motorsports car that prototype is having some issues getting through this GT lap traffic. He is flashing his headlights. I think he's just holding the button down at this point, trying very hard to get his way through the field in that number 60 car, Jimmy.
Well, yeah, again, traffic is one of those things that's always going to come and go. One lap you have a good lap, one lap you're going to have a bad lap. Just for Gernot, when I was going through the field there, I was like, oh, yeah, well, I know that name. I've raced him before, and Mr. Pawlowski, of course. And both very quick drivers in their own right. And like you said, it is strange seeing him in a DP, because these things don't slide around. They aren't H-pattern, these are sort of modern race cars. And to see that transition, and to see him doing so well, see him running 5th and 6th respectively, is is quite impressive. So it's good to have a driver that is that adaptable.
Well, he's had a lot of practice. I don't think I've seen him in the Lotus 79 often. So I mean, he changed over to IndyCar, and now he's been running around in prototype cars. So either way, though, I think a fast driver is a fast driver no matter what you stick him in. But just have to say here, as we clock off yet another lap in the GT racing, the BRS Koana SimSport car, that number 18 car piloted by Jorn Jens, that is, well, they're doing a fairly good job. Iberica is behind them, but not by much, but it's enough of a gap where they aren't able to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it's just a lap car in between them at the moment. This is a sort of gap you like to have. I know I'm very guilty of watching the relative. I don't know if you're the same, Cam, but if I see that number dwindling to the car behind me, I start getting a little bit sweaty, a little bit anxious, and I go, oh, I need to speed up here, Jimmy. You're going to end up coming under pressure. But this is a nice little gap. There's about a second between them, which is enough to sort of make a little mistake and get away with it. It also means that they're not directly in the tow either, so down the straights they aren't really gaining or losing any time, as the prototypes can't be inside quite late there. There you go, that's not how we like to see. Just coming up sort of Iberica there at Cunningham Corner.
Yes, and well, that Iberica car making his way through, that PRT car. Now, that PRT car, that is for position, or actually, no, that's not. Wait, which PRT car is that? Oh, that's the 112 car, okay. That's Francisco Lopez. Okay, so he's down the grid a little bit there in that PRT car, but well, we seem to have had a couple of questions on the YouTube channel. Of course, we are watching. Hello. It's well, what do we have as far as classes go? Whereas the IMSA series, you have your prototypes, your prototype challenge, your et cetera, et cetera. Here we have the top classes. We have the prototype cars, the C7 DPs, Daytona prototypes, and we have the GT3 class of GT cars, which is your GT Daytona class. No more of your privateer, moderate-sized teams, whereas GT Le Mans is mostly your manufacturer racing. So, yeah, we've got the GT3 cars and the Daytona prototypes out here today, and boy, they're putting on yet another good show. They had a good race at Daytona, but for the most part, though, I have to say it's good driving. I think after, just from what we can see here at Sebring, everyone seems to be doing a fairly good job. We also had what does VRS stand for in VRS Koana? Well, last season they dropped their sponsor. Well, they didn't drop their sponsor. I have no idea what had happened, but they changed their sponsor, I guess would be the better speak with, is the Virtual Racing School, That's now what they have on there instead of the standard 4Racer. But for the most part, though, Jimmy, I have to say, the fast people are still fast no matter what they put on their cars.
It doesn't matter. You can bolt as many stickers on as you want. They don't add horsepower, much to believe for some people. You know, I'm a big advocate of putting a big sticker of racing car on my car and seeing it increases the performance at all. Spoiler alert: it doesn't, unfortunately.
No, shocking.
No, but the fantastic thing about having a multi-class race, and like Will, I'm a massive fan of the World Endurance Championship in real life. You get more than one race in your race. You get like a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1 depending on how many classes you have. And here, of course, we have an awesome battle for the lead between the prototypes, and we also have the leaders in the GT cars not very far apart from each other as well. So with 4 hours gone now, the lead of both classes separated by less than 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And that to me is outstanding, how it can be that close after this amount of time.
Yes, and it's just one of those things that you just carry on, and of course, what we're showing you all is the very top, tippity top of the cream of the crop here in the iRacing community as far as who has joined this race. Of course, these races, and for those unfamiliar with the iRacing service, these races are set by iRating. iRating is kind of a performance metric, and of course it's influenced by your performance on a race-to-race basis. And the higher your iRating, the more higher of a ranking you are, as it would be. And as the pit stalls fill up as far as the overall racing goes, obviously we see 43 cars here today, which is a great field for Sebring. There are probably 5, 6, 7, 8 races going on right now concurrently, all of their own 12-hour of Sebrings, all with their particular skill level of racers. And what we're seeing right here is the tippity top of the scale of talent, and I think it's going to show that. When you've got Coanda and Iberica and your PRT cars, Glaciers here, your all of your big fast guys, your Trinity Motorsports, and so on and so forth.
That's the joy of iRacing. Anyone can take part and have a good race. Essentially, is what we're getting at there. Is that you can join, and even if you're 4 or 5 seconds a lap of these guys here, don't be put off, because there's always going to be someone you can race in the service, and that's one of the the better points of the iRacing service. I've just noticed that Glacier are starting to slightly catch driving resolution again. The gap has come down to 3 seconds from 4.5, so I think maybe traffic playing a part in that. But they seem to be playing a long game anyway, so I don't think they're too concerned about this gap. I was just noting now the amount of rubber down at, I think it was the Cunningham corner, sorry. It looks so dark down there now. Well, the cars are braking in there heavily and obviously trying to take as much speed as possible. It's really dark in there in rubber.
Yeah, it's, this is one of those tracks that you're going to see just how this track rubbers in, and the dark striping and all of that going along with the marbles. But this is one of those tracks where it's pretty difficult on its own right. Now you start adding the rubber and stuff. This track started with some pretty high usage. There was already a lot of rubber laid down on this track. They're adding to it. And then once they get to a certain point, you're laying down that rubber. It can't be laid down anymore, so it starts stripping off and becoming marbles, as we know them. But either way, I want to see here. Let's take a look at what has been going on with this track. Let's see if we can't get an onboard lap with the Driving Revolution car, the number 13. They're currently... Actually, you know what? We'll go with the Glacier Racing car. We'll see if they can catch the Driving Revolution screen. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. This is the Glacier Racing number 5 car prototype, currently piloted by Yunus Ocean Puhaka. And Jimmy, this Sebring lap, it's a pretty difficult one. I don't know if you have any particular notes going through the corners or anything like that, but maybe you can give us a couple of insight here as a driver.
Well, yeah, here we are, T1, very bumpy in iRacing, obviously having a laser scan circuit. You want to try and get the throttle as quick as you can, try and carry as much speed as the downforce car, but if you get the throttle too early, you can end up getting a little bit loose and going out to the outside here. It's actually quite a deceptively big braking zone to turn 2, and keeping the flow is very important through 3, 4 and 5. Now, Big Bend is a little bit of a rest. It's where you sort of think about where you're going to overtake a lapped car, or maybe do some adjustments to your steering wheel and whatnot. You get prepared for this big braking zone into turn 7, which is hard on the brakes, just the fourth cone there, so you're getting a nice long braking zone. And again, you sort of smash the throttle out of here. Hopefully you got some sort of good traction control working for you. If not, you're going out to the right and going into that wall. And now again, a nice little flat opportunity, another passing spot here for GTs, breaking down into Cunningham Curve. And see all that again, that rubber we mentioned earlier, as we now pop out for Collier. And Tower Turn now is probably my least favourite circuit on the course, because as Rachel mentioned earlier, the curbs here are ridiculous. You touch that curb on the inside, you're going to get flung to the outside. So you want to just run over the outside curb, don't touch the inside. There you can see now the cars in front of us, they're the people we're going for. So nice and quick through here, all flat. And now a very weird braking zone here. It's sort of off camber a tiny bit, and it's very hard to spot where you're turning in. Alpha Le Mans, one of the most important corners on the course in terms of the hop speed, to get out of here clean, to get a good run down to sunset, and this is where time can be made or lost. Now another point where you want to be fiddling with things in the wheel, talking to the team, looking at the radio, listening to the radio, do all those things you can do. And then down to sunset, fastest part of the course now for the car, braking heavily, and this is understeer city if you don't get your car set up right. Make sure you're on the line, make sure you're on the power nice and early on the way out, and that is a lap of Sebring.
It is a lap of Sebring. If you're looking at your radio, you must be as that Driving Revolution car flashes the headlights to tell the GT car is coming across. But anyways, I have to say, as the Moano GT car is just leaving pit road, I know we had seen the Petronas prototype having come down, or was that the Chimera? I believe it was the Chimera prototype on pit road before we did that on-board lap. But overall, though, this track is just one of those legendary tracks, and I'm happy to say they haven't really had any reason to repave it, and it's keeping the character of this track alive.
Yeah, one of the things I always think about when coming in, especially the laser scan version iRacing, is just how brutal some of the bumps are. If you're running one of these guys in here running with an OSW wheel, I know that Juha Pekalami is for the Core Racing 1 team, you're going to be coming out of this with some broken wrists. I can tell you that. You're going to be coming out feeling sore afterwards. I recently did a 4-hour stint around here in a prototype, and it was 4 hours in a row, and I got out and my whole upper body was completely stunned, broken.
Oh, absolutely.
Today.
Yes, it's just one of those things. Just driving around, I only have a, I say only, it's still a great piece of kit. It's the G27 made by Logitech, of course. I'm a big fan of that, as long as you have the proper pedal modifications. I have the GTI brake mod thingy, that's a replacement spring.
Oh, yes.
Very nice. Very, very nice. And of course, I think everyone at this point has, it's called a Bodnar cable. That's very important to allow your pedal to have a lot more feel, I guess I should say. I'm not necessarily the equipment guru.
More resolution is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone that we could plug that could sell you something, but they don't pay us, so they'll have to wait. Either way, as the cars are all working their way through here now, I'm just trying to see who's our closest on-track pack right now, and we still got the... Yeah, and as the Trinity Motorsports and Phoenix Black cars are fighting with each other, we also have the Fox Speed 1 car. That was, of course, the BMW that was involved in that incident earlier on the pit road, as well as the Pure Racing Team 111, and that has been there for a while. Patrick Pitchler, let's see if I can't find him in this Okay, so no, he is on a pit stop. It's just taking that long. Okay. These pit stops tend to go for about anywhere from a minute to 5 to a minute to 10, Jimmy, which is a relatively long pit stop, but, as long as it's balanced between the GT cars, I don't really think it matters that much.
Well, it's nice as a driver, especially if you're driving around here for a long period of time, to have that sort of minute or so of downtime, grab a drink, wipe your brow, etc., and get ready for the next stint. But obviously it means you have to really plan and try and eke out as much fuel as possible. Being stationary for 65 to 70 seconds is a long time, especially in racing, and you have to factor in, of course, the pit lane as well. So you could be losing up to 90 seconds in the pit lane, so you need to be looking behind you, looking in front of you, seeing where you're going to come out, and trying to plan your pit stop around that.
Yes, and the last thing you'd want to do is be pulling yourself out right in the middle of traffic. Turn 1 is actually it's a pretty horrible pit exit, I have to say. You have a lot of cars that are on the absolute peak of their mechanical grip and the aerodynamic grip coming through turn number 1. But, it's just one of those things that we all have to deal with. We thankfully haven't had any incidents with it so far, as we are just after 8 hours to go. We're at 7 hours and 55 some odd minutes to go here at the 12 hours of Sebring. And for the most part, though, everything seems to have settled down now. The VRS Koana Sim Sport car, well, he seems to have put a pretty good stamp on it, though the Iberica car is trying to chase them down. And the Driving Revolution car has got that 3.5 second gap over the Glacier Racing car. So I have to say, as we see everything going along, everything seems to be fairly quiet now, but that's not to say, Jimmy, that it's not going to be quiet later.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of point where you want to be quiet, you want to be anonymous almost, you want to be able to get on with your race, put in some good laps, be consistent, do all the good things that racing drivers are meant to do, and keep yourself out of trouble, essentially, because it's the old saying, isn't it? In order to finish first, and first you have to finish. So if you end up getting booted off at the first corner because you're trying to go around the outside of someone in a 3-wide incident in a 12-hour endurance race, it's not going to work.
No, well, you see, this is the first time I've ever heard that. I always thought it was you have to be finish. Okay, that's what I. All right, now that I've heard that, well, it would explain why Glacier's doing so well. It's just one of those things. I have to say, just the overall evolution of the prototype that we have here, the Daytona prototype. These cars being as hardy as they are, and with a replaceable front nose clip and the rear clip, I have to say, as far as the prototype cars, this is probably the best one to attack this Sebring course. And I have to say, just going to the real world for a second, the IMSA series will be in town here in Sebring not too long from now. I have to say, it's going to look like it's going to be a cracking battle between the different P2 manufacturers in the swan song year of the Daytona prototype.
Well, I have some strong thoughts on the IMSA series that I will keep to myself.
Uh-oh.
No, I wouldn't dare. It was an interesting track to come to, Sebring. Like I used to really despise it because it's a very challenging track, and it was one of those situations where you don't like it, I can't do it, rubbish, get out. I don't want to do it.
Twin ring Motegi syndrome.
Yeah, yeah, but exactly. But once you get into it, once you get into the flow of the circuit, you start to learn what the magic is all about, and it's all about really pushing the car to its limit, especially through the last turn in the first corner. I mean, going through T1 in a prototype car is magic if you get it right. It's scary because you're battling the car, but it's completely fantastic when you get it correct. And then getting a lap set round here, just clipping the curbs in the right way. It's a magical experience, and definitely best felt in the iRacing laser scan version.
Oh, absolutely, and I have to say, if you're on that throttle a tenth of a second earlier than you're supposed to, as the Driving Revolution car almost loses the rear end, I have to wonder now, when was the last time that car came down pits? He should be coming down pits fairly soon. His last pit was on lap 104. So I almost wonder if those tires are starting to burn off of those cars. Now, these Daytona prototypes, they do tend to go through rears fairly quick compared to the other competition in the IMSA series, being the P2 European-style chassis, which will become the overall chassis next year, which is the rightful decision. I think we can all afford a nice, safe carbon fiber tub to seat our drivers in, and we'll see different engine manufacturers and all the silly bodywork and all that other fun stuff. But for the most part, though, I have to say, as a whole of a scheme, and this might take a minute or two to have the conversation, I think we're, as racing fans, I think we're starting to pull away just a little bit from prototype cars and the GT cars. There always seems to be an ebb and flow, and which ones are the cool ones, right? As the decades have gone by, we've had a very long period of these prototype cars, your Audi and your Peugeot and etc., being the prime darlings of endurance racing, and now it's getting back to GT racing with, of course, GT3 and GT Le Mans, or GTE as we'll properly call it, with all the manufacturer involvement. So I think right now a lot of eyes are set to the GT field, and I'm very happy for it.
Honestly, I think it depends on the series, and GT racing is some of the most fantastic door-to-door racing you can witness as a racing fan, so I'm always up for seeing it. But IMSA, I think they very much, they do focus on GT battles more than they do on prototypes. But if you go over to WEC, I had the pleasure of getting to go to the real-life Le Mans event this year, Oh, last year I should
Very
say,
nice.
sorry. And I can tell you it's all about the prototypes still. It's definitely all about the prototypes. And but the loudest cars there are the Corvettes. Corvettes
of course.
and the GT Astons. They're the loudest cars you're going to hear.
If I may.
I think we have
If
to talk
I
to
may.
Mr. Will Vincent. We've said something.
Oh no. What
There's
have
a
we done?
reason why prototypes in Le Mans, and this is the actual issue of Formula One at the moment. The thing with the prototypes in Le Mans, it is the absolute pinnacle of what you can do within a set framework. It pushes the boundaries of technology possibly further than anything you could have. And I think that's why prototypes, especially in WEC, is loved so much, and why people, when they go to Le Mans, they will always go and do things like check out Garage 56, they'll check out all the Audis, they'll check out the Porsches, they'll even go and check out the Rebellion ones, because, I mean, even though they've not got the budget, they still do a fantastic job at what they do. And I said this earlier. The thing with this style of, the American style racing, the way that the IMSA series works, it focuses on it being more affordable. And the way they've made it more affordable is they've really meant that your ability to push the creative envelope is a lot less. Now, I think that the reason why Formula One's been stagnant in the last couple of years is because of the fact that they give you a rules package, but they say, no, you can't. You can't do this, you can't do that. They'd rather outlaw than really champion innovation. And I don't think anyone really gets upset, Jimmy, if Audi win by 3 laps each year.
Will Vincent, ladies and gentlemen, no, I don't. I think you are completely correct in that. I mean, I will sit down and I will watch Audi win or Porsche wins they did this year, and it's just everyone is there for the prototypes because there are these fantastic machines that come back each year with different bits added on. I mean, the whine of a hybrid Audi going down the straight is something different. It's something crazy, and you think about this car has 600 horsepower. Oh, plus the 400 horsepower that it gets from its hybrid system or so. That's 1,000 horsepower. And those are figures that
1,000 horsepower.
Exactly. Those are figures that race fans, they salivate over. If someone goes to me, Jim, there's a 1,000 horsepower race car, I'm already searching for it.
And also, the thing as well is that the technology actually does transfer. We would to laugh if we were to say 10 years ago that you'd have hybrid engines that would actually be in a road car that you could buy for a decent amount of money.
Look at
but now
the
you
i8.
can. Yeah, now you can. I think the only thing that they do need to bring into the real world of being is making it so that you can actually repair your car in 20 minutes down at your local garage.
Flashing headlights too.
Yes.
No, what I have to say, as far as when you look at Le Mans, it's always been about the prototypes, and it always has been. I don't think there's been, well, actually, I guess there was that period of time in the 90s when it was really about the GT cars, but those were secretly
That's only because
cars.
Group C basically self-imploded, and they made what was fantastic rubbish.
And that was a horrible, sad thing, by the way, but I have to say, those GT cars were not GT cars by any stretch of the imagination. I think we're almost getting there now. Have you seen that Ford? Oh, that is it's a pretty car, but I don't think that's much of a Grand Tourer. It's more of a prototype than a Grand Tourer, but I have to say, between the latest and greatest GT cars coming out, your Audi, your new Lamborghinis, your new McLarens, these cars are looking more and more like prototype cars than they are GT cars. But I think this is a constant ebb and flow sort of thing. This comes and this goes. And I like the cycle that we're at right now. I'm a big fan of endurance racing, and I think it's going to show just how popular endurance racing has gotten over the last 2 or 3 years.
Just to let you know, by the way, we've had ourselves a race leader for GT on pit road, and we've also had ourselves one of the CTC cars on pit road as well. Iberica Racing, Julian Rodriguez Marino, behind the wheel of that number 93 car, is going to be coming out of pit road in just a second's time. Hashtag what do you prefer? As that car is now going to come back onto track. Pit stop time of 108.667. There you can see Klaus Kivikas in the VRS Command Sim Sports car. We're going to go on board with Kivikas as he will retake that GT lead cam.
Well, yes, he was. Yes, he will. I guess I should say yes, he was. Isn't a proper sentence in the English structure, but hey, I'm an American. So Klaus Kivikas will be taking that lead back in that VRS Koana SimSport car. And Will, while you've been gone, I have to say, you've been missing some pretty good momentum shifts here. That Radicals Online car has been pushing. I'm sure you heard that Glacier Racing have stated as they pull down pit road with Jonas Ossi and Puaka that they're going to be winning the 12 Hours of Sebring, at least according to Yoni Backman. But I have to say, with how everything seems to be going right now, I guess I can't say it's that strange as Driving Revolution is also on pit road.
Yep, so 2 drivers on pit road then. It will be close to drag race. Giuseppe Curry going to get in behind the wheel of that number 13 Driving Revolution car. Pit stop timer up on your screen. Don't forget live timing and scoring is back available. Head over to racespot.tv/timing. Of course, pit stops here are only looking at about 30 seconds, but let's see. We've got Puraka still in his box. We've got Giuseppe Curry still in his box. Puraka out and away in 24.1. Giuseppe 31.1. That is a change of position. Puraka 7 seconds faster in that pit stop, and that means that the Glacier Racing number 2 car does itself a bit of a leapfrog there on this sequence of pit stops. Let's get ourselves a second look on board with that one then. And well, Jimmy, you look down pit road, you've got the box to the rear. You can see that car ahead of you, not moving, not moving, not moving. You realize, yep, it's mine.
That's a ridiculous different attire. I'm not quite sure maybe what different strategies they're playing out, as Glacier were, Yoni was alluding to that earlier, but it's always a nice feeling when the jacks drop on your car before the guy in front. You think, right, okay, see you later, this is mine. Oh, as you said, I'm going to go put a gap now between you and I. And maybe a chance now for Glacier to pull away. I mean, the gap between Driving Revolution and Glacier was about 4 seconds consistently for about 20-30 minutes. So we'll see now if Glacier was just biding their time, or that was actually just the pace of the cars.
Yeah, we've got more people on pit road. This is Vendavel Sim Racing with Niels Sentkoski behind the wheel of the number 7 machine BMW. Out of pit road then, and total time for him was 1 minute 10.1 as well. Let's have a look up down your field. We can see that Lucas Jetstitt is going to be classified as your race leader in the MSP Drivers Home Dash 1 machine. 43 McKean is going to lead another lap, has actually now led 5 laps in this event. Lead changes, we've actually had 7 here today, Johnny, but main thing, Jimmy, is that we had ourselves, of course, that long period of time when Moano were leading. They led 97 laps, only on lap number 131 right now. That shows you just how dominant Moano were at the start.
It's funny you should say that, actually. I was literally just looking at Moano as you were talking about them there, watching them sort of coming back through the field. They are now on the same piece of track as TNT. They aren't too far away. TNT just coming up now to Le Mans, whereas Frost and Moano are just now entering that complex themselves behind that, the Turn 10 complex. So they are catching, and they are doing fairly decent laps. So they were in last lap for a driver swap, I think, with Mario Berlotti now in the car. But hopefully they'll be able to come back. I was speaking to Cam about it before, and he goes very wide there coming out of Le Mans. That's an off track. You don't want to be doing that too often. But I was speaking to Cam about it, and it's still a long way to go for these guys. Anything can happen, but 3 laps is 3 laps.
Yep.
3 laps is 3 laps. Will, I have to say, sorry, somebody that's got a brain said something in the YouTube channel. There was a driver swap for that Driving Revolution number 13, whereas Glacier Racing kept with the same driver, and that is where your difference in time came from.
Yeah, we did actually see there was a driver change for the number 13 car. It didn't actually register in my brain. That was a situation, as we can see, the Driving Revolution car. It'll be interesting to see what a fresh driver can do versus a driver who has done stints already in this event. We're just showing you there Darren Ganji in the Inside Sim Racing TV car. Of course, they had issues at the start of this race. They did get their car fired up and going in the end, but they are currently 5 laps now off of the pace, and that is a shame for them. Of course, Darren Ganji, there you can see him, of course, on Inside Sim Racing at isrtv.com. Go and check them out, and don't mention Ben Cornett. We'll move on. Oh, I missed that one. Klaus Kivikas versus Julian Rodriguez Marino. 2.8 seconds in your GT battle right now between Commander Sim Sports and Iberica Racing. Last time by 1/10 of a second separating those 2 drivers, Jimmy.
Yep, and this is a battle I think is going to go on for a while. It's the fantastic thing about having teams that are this close together. It just means that we get to sit here and effectively commentate on what is a sprint race between stints for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic, because luckily I've got an ample supply of coffee next to me, so I'm going to be bouncing up and down until the race ends. And I'm sure you will be as well, Will. I haven't seen you actually ever be calm in my life, so... Well, this is going to be a fantastic race to commentate on, and at this point, I think Iberica are looking like they're actually closing a bit on the Commander car.
For the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be calm. Here we are, number 93 car. Scrapping it out there. 3.1 seconds behind Klaus Kivikas, as just a little bit further ahead in your field. You've got yourself a nice little battle developing, and this one is between the drivers of Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 1. This is Agol Guez in the number 3 car, and Trinity Motorsports with Simon Grossman behind the wheel of that number 60 machine. Currently separated by 0.4 of a second as they head themselves off of the hairpin down toward turn number 10 once again. And well, these guys have been pretty close all race long, but Agol Guez, actually an interesting story about him. He raced pretty much with one arm for most of the season, a couple of years back actually, due to the fact he had broken it, but he was still pretty much getting top 5s in huge strength for field races.
That's fantastic. Also, I can hear the restraint in your voice. It is quite amusing. I wanted to also say on that, and it is somewhat related, I guess, there's a driver named Reese Gardner. He does drive in iRacing quite a bit, and he is someone who also fantastically can outpace me at most times with the use of just one arm, and that sort of thing is fantastic to see, and something that I always encourage anyone who's that good to make themselves known and make videos about it. I want to see people do that sort of thing, but you say he broke his arm, but so is he all recovered now then, or?
Oh yeah, this was years ago, 2 years ago. It was actually in a Dallara DW12 as well, which you can imagine. I remember watching him at Watkins Glen, and you know just how many gear changes you have to do at Watkins Glen. It's just, by the way, we're watching Gernot Fritcher in the CTC Racing black car. He was doing Watkins Glen one-armed, including gear changes. Now that, in my opinion, is what I like to call nice and a concerted effort.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, again, just to mention Reese very quickly, I remember watching, it's how I found him actually. He was a very old video of his where he was driving a Minardi Formula 1 car with an H-pattern gearbox with one arm and using the clutch and the gear shifter, and I was just astounded that I was like, oh, I can't do that with 2 arms, that ain't fair. You know.
Trinity Motorsports, by the way, just moved themselves past Agol Guez. That is the battle for P5. So Trinity Motorsports are on the move, of course. Earlier on today, they were involved in the incident which effectively put Moano out of the course for winning this race. Trinity Motorsports, they are, I'm just having a look back, they are within a minute of your race leader right now, so they're not completely out of it. And we often see that when we get into the middle stages of this race, we get into what I like to call, Jimmy, that kind of dark period where people start making solo car errors, or when people are trying to lap other cars. That's when we often start seeing issues, because the fatigue will start sitting in. The reason why, you're thinking, yeah, but these guys are only doing 2-3 hour stints, but you can't sleep knowing the fact there's someone else driving a car. You might wake up and your car might be impaled into a tyre barrier somewhere.
Yes, and that's something that I actually know the pain of all too well, unfortunately.
The car actually still impaled in the wall too.
Yes.
It's not even like
you're
told. It's still there.
Do you remember actually old Formula 1 races, Jimmy, when they didn't actually ever move the cars? I think Italy was most famous for that. They just move it on the start-finish straight. And it's like, yeah, it's okay.
It's like, yeah, we'll just put it off to the sides. It's like 10 metres off, it'll be fine. As Joel Guez now comes into the pits of Vortex, so maybe it was a little bit of a tactical letting pass there of the Trinity Motorsport car. Not quite sure how long he's been out for this. I assume this is a scheduled stop. There's no damage on that car from what I can see, so hopefully a nice turnaround for those guys in the pit lane there. But back to the very quickly the F1 subject, and just cars just being left off it. Actually, I think you see that a lot in iRacing, because a lot of the road courses we have just the waved yellows, which obviously mean slow down. There's a car impaled, for lack of a better word, somewhere. And I
saw one flip over today.
And the challenge is obviously to get through there whilst not overtaking, whilst being careful, but whilst not losing as much time. So, that was a very quick stop from Joel Guez there.
Yeah, 24.7 seconds as he's going to come back onto track. There we can see zoom our aerial coverage camera back in on him, and there is confirmation of his pit stop time, 24.671. So he's back out, and I actually got Maximilian Schneider in the SimRC.de machine in the Deutsche Post car. Actually, I have to say, that's probably my favourite looking livery of the day. The Asiatech Deutsche Post car, heading himself back out. It's the right shade of yellow. There's only one thing missing from it, Cam.
What's that?
A certain logo of a certain broadcaster.
It looks like a letter R.
Yes.
No, I don't like that one.
Okay. Let's move on then. As actually we've got your race leader on pit road. You've got two race leaders on pit road. MSP drivers 1 and also Matt Pavelski are on pit road as we speak right now.
Yes, Will, sorry. We've just had a brief little incident with that the car of Trinity Motorsports that's in 5th and the Hellenic Racing McLaren there. They were going into Le Mans, and it looks like the Hellenic car just really ripped himself across the nose of that Trinity Motorsports car and dumped himself safely into the grass, mind you, but he had to come back across on track. But that's a little bit of a frightening moment for one of our prototype cars.
Well, again, that's not the first time Trinity Motorsports have been involved in an issue today. We'll see if we can get ourselves a second look at that one for you. Let's roll the camera, and this was on the run down into Le Mans. So actually, yeah, this is the perfect place to pick it up. So let's have a look then from our aerial coverage as they work themselves through 15 in towards 16, and you'll notice right now. There we are. And the Hellenic car there, well, that is unfortunate for him, but he did avoid, if I could tell, all of the tyre barriers there. So not too much of an issue. Bit of a cruise prize, and probably some words that really shouldn't be broadcast on air was coming from. And this, if people wonder why we don't do team radio, I think that's the reason why, Jimmy, because I think we'd have to make it more than parental guidance at times.
Yeah, and I would be lying massively if I said that I were any different when I'm behind the wheel. Any driver that causes me any upset, and it's every word under the sun. You never mean it. You never mean it in any way at all. So I mean, you might be watching and thinking, well, I don't anyway. Cam's got many enemies, it seems like. But yeah, you never mean it. But just heat of the moment, your adrenaline's pumping. You're in a rhythm, and you get ripped out of that rhythm. It can be quite jarring,
especially when you're in a situation where you're actually blindsided, and before you know it, bam, you're spearing off in a direction 45 degrees perpendicular to the track, thinking, what the beep has just happened? And sometimes I've in my driving days, I've been in the same situation, and also sometimes people do it by themselves. I remember I was running an IndyCar race at Atlanta a couple of years back, in fact many years back now. Had the race in the bag, and the pit cones, there was a line, and the pit cone was after the line, so I convinced myself when to go, then got a black flag penalty, and it's like, oh, that was a horrific shame, and I'm not going to say anything any worse. Of course I did. Let's move.
I was going to say.
Let's have a look then as we get ourselves down to what is going to be 4.5 hours of this race will complete. Let's have a look at your overall top 8 drivers. There's Glacier Racing leading by 4.7 seconds over Driving Revolution and MSP Drivers Home. They are in 3rd. Trinity Motorsports are in 4th. Phoenix Motorsports Black in 5th. CTC Racing are in 6th. Now, those top 6 drivers separated by 45 seconds right now. Fusion Motorsports DP are on the lead lap, as are Gege Vortex Sim Racing number 1. However, our big battle is the one between Glacier Racing and Driving Revolution. And last time by, actually, it is worth noting that Glacier were 0.2 of a second faster. Going back to GT. Sorry, let me finish. I'm being quiet, remember.
I'm sorry,
in VRS Commander Sim Sports are leading in your GT division. They've got themselves a 5.5 second advantage right now over Aburica Racing. Pure Racing Team Treble run themselves in 3rd position. Team GT are in 4th, then Moano are in 5th, with Coursing Racing 6th, Radicals and Line Towns, and Glacier Racing running themselves in the 8th position. Realistically, we're down to a 2, maybe 3 horse race in your class right now. Patrick Peachler in that Treble 1 machine is actually the fastest of your top 3 drivers. However, then he was only 1/10 of a second faster that last time by, so he does need to pick up the pace just a little bit if he's going to try and work his way back through the field. Not a bad run, however, for that top 3 teams at all, Jimmy, in GT?
No, it's always nice to see the people close together in these races, because there is always a risk of it being strung out after incidents and off tracks and the like. But like I said, it'll be a 3-horse race, and even if it is 0.1 of a second, that can be 0.2 of a second, and then you can maybe have 0.2 of a second a lap for 20 laps, and that's 4 seconds maybe.
Yeah.
That's good math, Jimmy. Well done. So that is time. That is all time that can be gained, and you do that over a long period of time. And that's the whole point. You have to do consistent laps over an endurance race to be able to be competitive at the end. And although it's not quite close now, I think Patrick, if he keeps doing this, will end up on the back of Liberica car, hopefully within the next couple of hours, if he's still in the car. And then we'll have a three-way battle for first, which would be just glorious to watch.
That was 10 minutes, just to let you know.
10 minutes?
That was 10 minutes. I said I'll do it for 10 minutes. And now we can talk about the fact that we're on board with Alexia Loma in the number 41 Glacier Racing machine, heading himself now on the exit of turn number 5 down towards Big Bend here, as we are about to step aside for just one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. On RaceSpot TV, we're streaming live on iRacing Live, but we'll finish off the lap on board with Alexia Loma. Then we'll step aside, but we'll be back with more after these messages. You're watching the 2016 12 Hours of Sebring. It is on iRacing, and it's streaming live on iRacing Live.
I'm a engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also the longevity of it in a racing environment. A couple fun aspects have been for us, not only on the suspension development side, but the virtual world side with iRacing, actually mirroring some of the same, for instance, damper settings or brake pad changes that we've made for different compounds and such, and then we'll actually mirror that in iRacing. It's incredible to me how similar both when we were driving the car on the test day and then we're on the sim, that we're actually able to make changes in iRacing to the damper valving, and it correlates exactly to our findings on the racetrack.
It was quite interesting. It was sort of the first time in iRacing where we developed a car in the sim along with the manufacturer and a race team. Generally speaking, a team or a manufacturer will send us a data dump of information covering everything from tires to aero if the car is set up that way, all the mechanical bits. The big difference is those cars are generally already in production or already racing, and this go around it was essentially from scratch. When Long Road Racing received their cars, we started getting our first bits of data, and as they got more data, we got more data, and we were able to go back and forth in the sim and compare with how the car performs on the racetrack.
Truex in the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's gonna be into stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Hi, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, see, what happens here on RaceBot.tv, as I say the words, will be live in 10 seconds. And then these two lovely people to my left and to my right decide that it's the time to carry on talking. So, Cameron Walsh, I'd like you to apologise for playing 4 seconds of a commercial that we didn't intend to show.
4 seconds of commercial. Over the 12 hours of Sebring, that's going to be the worst 4 seconds of the entire broadcast, I'm fairly sure.
Indeed so. Would you like to add anything, Jimmy?
I'm very sorry for my discretion. It will not happen again.
That sounded as if literally... just by the way, Alexia Loma is trying to hunt down Vincenzo Amico right now. Mrs. Radicals Online versus Glacier Racing. Battle for P7 and 8 in your GT field. Don't forget, if you want to get social with us, you can do so at RaceBot.tv /RaceBot.tv on the Twitter. On the Twitter? Yeah, that's one. On the Twitter. On the Twitter, or also on the Facebooks.
You spent too much time in Boston, Will.
Yeah, I know, right? But also don't forget that you know what, actually? This needs to have music to it. Are you ready?
Bring it on.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that you get to choose what RaceBot.tv broadcast every Wednesday and Friday this coming season. You can pick on Wednesday from a plethora of GT championships, and then on Fridays it is Open Wheel Mania. It is here as a part of RaceBot.tv Primetime, streaming live on iRacing Live. So far, 680 votes have been cast. What do you want us to broadcast? Check out RaceBot.tv /Primetime for more. There we are.
9.5 from the Russian judge there. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
But I love Willmania, brother.
Yeah. Oh, it is almost WrestleMania.
It's been a
season.
while. Where was the series where we had the old Hulk Hogan car? Where was that? Is that a V8 series that we once did?
No.
I think
it was a Kia series.
It was a Kia series. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I love that. I love the Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, brother. Then Lucas Jetstat in the number 43 machine. I'm currently running himself 20 seconds behind Giuseppe Curry in the Driving Revolution machine, who in turn is now falling back from the rear of Jonas Purka just a little bit. Just thinking actually about the Hulk Hogan car as the MSP driver's car got cut off big time on the run down into Cunningham Corner. I've always wondered why that Hulk Hogan car would sometimes avoid cars with certain colours.
I don't know where you're reaching with this one.
You know what I'm doing.
No, I'm not. I'm not playing this game. All right, so let's see here. Where is the Ford GT? There it is. It is
Brother.
chasing Klaus Kivikas. And the BMW is ahead of the Ford. It's they're on different laps, but Alexia Loma's chasing down Klaus Kivikas. But I have to say, actually, that Glacier Racing car has been getting fairly close, even though there's about a half second a different lap between that BMW and that Ford, though.
Yeah, we're talking about the battle in prototype division, you know.
No, I know that. I was talking about. I just
sorry.
on track the.
So 4G. Whilst we were on commercial, ladies and gentlemen, we've come up with a drinking game which you can only do by drinking soft drinks naturally. So every time,
Juice works too.
Or juice. That is a soft drink. So every time that Cameron Walsh says Ford, flashing headlight, CTC, or boy oh boy, you must have a drink.
Lotus 79.
Or Lotus 79.
Or just do what I do and if Cam talks, take a drink. And the evening goes much quicker.
It's much a simpler game, really.
Yeah.
It's the same result. It's just so much less rules.
SRB Extreme Racing, they are 7 seconds behind Pure Racing Team's 112 car of Francesco Lopez. Those guys are scrapping out, and last time by, well, actually PLT was just a little bit fast, not by much, but just a little bit. We've got a car on pit road that, of course, has been there for a very well, actually not been there for a long time. This is actually a real stop for them. Corsim Racing number 1. They are down, however, in P number 18 in class. They are currently scored as 5 laps down from the race leader, as they will bring their car back onto track cam.
Yes, they'll be bringing that out of pit road and hopefully get merged back here at this Sebring track. Now, we did have a question, or a sort of question that, well, it could be answered by the YouTube channel. I have a feeling we might as well do it. What has happened to that Thrustmaster Movano C7 Daytona prototype car? Well, what had happened was there was an incident going into turn number 3. Multiple vehicles were involved, and the Movano car was the one that was the worst off, no matter what ended up having to happen to it. The end of the day, the Movano car had to bring it into the pits and had to get repaired. Now, the point I would like to make here, the last lap from Mario Bertolotti, all right, was a 154.8. The last lap from the Glacier Racing car, as the Glacier Racing prototype will pass his sister car, the Glacier Racing Ford, on the outside. Take a shot. As it was a 155.6. That Thrustmaster Movano car, whatever they did to repair that damage, it is running still about a second a lap faster. That Movano car is still moving quick, but it's just so far back.
Yeah, it's
top
4
quality
laps
duct
down.
tape.
Yeah. Although, let's not forget
Only the
that, when's the last time that Glacier came on towards pit road compared to Bellotti?
It
Bertolotti.
can't have been too long.
We'll find out. We'll get back to you on that one. Because I've got a
Lap
feeling that
130.
part of it's just from when they actually did their pit stops. I'm thinking, not just saying that Bertolotti's not just fantastically quick, because he is fantastically quick. However, I think there might be just a tiny bit more to this than may meet the eye. But still, good recovery. Down in P number 15 in class right now. There is the opportunity for him this hour to work himself, next hour, to work himself past Peter Beziak, who is the driver in the Volkspeed 2 car, and then potentially also onto Andre Hegelin in the next hour or so as well, Cam.
Yeah, well, you asked the question. I don't think you're going to be very happy with the answer. The Thrustmaster Moano car pitted about 5 laps before the Glacier Racing car.
Well, in that case, that is very, very good duct tape.
That's well, it's double-sided duct tape, so the downforcey air sticks to the front of the car and pushes it better, I think.
Of course.
Science, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, duct tape.
I was going
American
to
science, thank you.
I was going to say on the subject of times, the Moano car has consistently been 3 seconds a lap faster than the full-speed car in front of it. So 6 seconds in 2 laps. The car is shifting, it really is. But again, it's still 3 laps down. So I mean, I think we'll see it probably get back if it stays at this pace, coming back into the top 10 probably before the end of the race. But that is on the condition that nothing goes wrong for anybody else, or you're going to get another instance of the Moano car. So one to watch, definitely. But at the moment, still sort of on his own.
Yeah, and realistically, he can gain a lap back over your race leader. He won't be able to gain much more than that. He's going a second a lap faster. That will only work out to be about a lap and a third with the amount of time and laps remaining. If it's just a 24-hour race, we might be talking a slightly different story, but it's not. It is a 12-hour race here today, ladies and gentlemen, on RaceSpot TV. We will give you warning now that in 1 hour and 10 minutes we are going to swap to part 2 of our feed, so you have 1 hour and 10 minutes to fire up the YouTubes and join us, but we're not doing it just yet. Don't forget also, there are 2 streams available, as there's a Petronas team car flashing its lights at Glacier Racing saying, hello, can I move them please? But the Glacier car does do that. Interesting to note that most of our battles have actually really calmed down. Matt Pavelski going up Fritcher. Well, Pavelski's won that one by 10.5 seconds for the time being, Jimmy.
Yeah, this is just into a pulled away there in the end. Maybe it was through a pit stop. But this traffic, handling traffic around here is very important, and it's good to lap time. In front of Pavelski, though, is the Trinity Motorsport car driven by Simon Grossman currently. And that is only a 3-second difference between those two, so that could be our next battle on track. If Pavelski is indeed handling traffic well, you can see him in the same frame if you sort of drop back a little bit as they're coming down. Pavelski now down the back straight coming up to Sunset. Will he get past this BMW before coming into Sunset? He does. That's a good place to get it done. You don't want to be staying behind a GT coming through Sunset if you're in a prototype car, because you just end up losing a ton of time, so getting past there is super important for lap time.
I completely on that one. 7 hours and 13 minutes now remaining in this event. Well, Cam, we're not even halfway yet.
No, that's the shocking part. There has been so much that has been going on as right now. Wow, it's just, there's so many cars that are just flinging it through turn number 1. Everything seems to have been split apart. Right now, the CTC black car has fallen quite a ways off of Pavelski, so Pavelski's running a great race. He's managed to 10 seconds at the start-finish line from Pavelski, but he's closing right on up in that Trinity Motorsports car. If that Trinity, they just locked up the rears a little bit going into the old hairpin, but Simon Grossman, as we were just talking about, that Trinity Motorsports car, well, that car has kind of been in the battles today, Will.
It has, of course. The biggest one we saw was involved in that incident with Moano, but of course they also had that incident down on the run into Le Mans with the Hellenic Racing Team car. It's not a case of they've been involved in the issues and they're to blame, so to say, but it's again, they've had a bit of bad timing, bad things happening to them at the wrong time, but they are still trying to catch up to the MSP drivers' home one car. As I think they will have the opportunity to do that. They were 2 tenths of a second faster, 2.5 tenths of a second faster actually last time the guys crossed the start-finish line. And well, he's going to work himself past the core motorsports car. That was nicely, easily done. We're actually going to stay on board with Simon Grossman as he runs himself in towards Sunset Bend. And we'll see what the lap times are this time. I do think he's actually gained another tenth or 2. Very good run, actually, through Sunset Bend at that time by really trying to stick it on that black defined line. We've got a car coming on towards pit road as well. And as they come past the stripe, there we are. 155.8 compared to a 156.2. 4 attempts gone that time by Cam.
Yes, not a bad running at all from that Trinity Motorsports car. Simon is right on it. And he doesn't have much traffic up ahead of him, though, so he doesn't have to worry about much. He can just focus on getting the lap time down, and he will do just that, as we can see. Actually, he's not that far away from the MSP driver's home car, so really these 3 prototype cars that we've been keeping our eyes on they are still right up close to each other. There's a pretty big prototype battle at that.
Here we are. You've got Hellenic Racing Team on pit road. You've also got yourselves the number 17 car on pit road as we speak. There you can see the SRB Extreme Racing car. They're going to do a driver change, so we're going to get one out and put one in. Artin Mayer getting in behind the wheel of the SRB Extreme Racing Team car as it stands right now. Jimmy, what's new?
What's new is that we're in that stage of the race now where people are calm. That's not really new, but it's just the stage where we're at the moment. I wanted to very quickly just talk about lapping a bit around here, because that's something I have a lot of experience in, and I think it's very important to understand it, because there's always this big fight, this big debate between a GT driver and a prototype driver. You'll never find two that are friends, especially after a race, because the prototype driver is trying to maximise the lap time every lap, trying to put moves on the GT to make sure they don't lose any time, and the DT car is, from its perspective, just trying to stay alive. The thing is, though, in this case around here, especially if you're one of the leaders, you want to be pushing for as much time as you can, as much time as possible, and if you're being too cautious with traffic, you end up falling back into the cars behind you, and that can obviously mean you getting into another fight, which could cause crashes, etc. There's a whole list of variables you're thinking every lap as a driver, as a prototype driver and as a DT driver. The difference between being a prototype driver and a DT driver is just where you're looking. The prototype driver, you look forward. DT driver, you got your eyes glued in the mirror in case someone comes up your inside when you don't expect it. Especially here with this hilarious pit exit at Sebring that I think Cam said he disliked earlier, and I have to agree. It's a very difficult pit exit to get right, especially if you're a single screen person like myself. But you have to come out, sort of make sure no one's there, and then floor it and hope you don't hit anyone. And in this case, no, we haven't had any crashes there yet, thankfully. I hope it stays that way, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get something happening there.
Yeah, and it's actually just looking, we are on board with Glacier Racing, and I actually just had that with Moano. Moano kind of like half turned into the corner, and there is actually no, I can't. There's a Glacier in my way. Or Glacier Racing number 5 machine of Yunus Apuaka behind the wheel of that one. In fact, they're only a couple of weeks away from the traditional Club Finland get together, which basically, I'll explain how these work. What they do is they go and they'll meet in a centralized location in southern Finland, and they will basically take part in responsible activities that in no way, shape or form would ever detriment the life and well-being of anyone else. But they've done some pretty fun things in the past. Fun story, once upon a time I was put in the back of a trunk, I was put in the trunk of one of their cars and driven to a McDonald's camp.
Wow, that I'm not surprised. I would imagine outside of racing cars at extraordinarily high speeds on tracks, there's not much else to do in Finland other than rallying. So I guess that's it in Finland. Motor racing, McDonald's, and rally cars.
Yeah.
Oh, and drinking. I forgot. Oh, gee,
yes.
Obviously those go all those go hand in hand.
Indeed, so we're just gonna zoom our camera. Something's happened there. There we are. As these couple of cars coming off the pit road, there's number 54 machine, Time Trendell, having just made himself a pit stop in the Team Chimera number 54 machine. Pit stop time 31.646 seconds. And well, it's always fun actually, because with these teams, and of course every year we have ourselves a World Cup of iRacing Cam, we've done that before, but Team Finland does seem to have that kind of like club camaraderie like no one else I've really seen. Now iRacing Brazil, Brazilians have it pretty big as well. I know the DX drivers and the French drivers have their, but I don't think anyone can match Finland on the type of organisation and fun that they have when they're around.
Well, they're one of the only, the Finnish Sim Racing Championship, which we've seen, we've covered here, Will and I, you and I. It really is a very large community, and well, I just have to say I'm always happy to see it when communities get together, and well, that's probably why we always can see a continuous stream of new names coming from Finland that are quick.
ISRTV.com car, Darren Danji, of course, Cam. Early in this race, couldn't get going now, but is still way off the chance of winning this race, 5 laps behind the overall race leader.
Yes, what had happened with that ISR TV car, ultimately though, is he kills a cone coming out of Le Mans, I believe. No, that's not. Yeah, that is Le Mans. That was Loma. That was the corner right there. But what had happened was that I think that ISR TV ended up having a driver which had an immediate issue, and then they had to basically start from the pit. So they started immediately a lap down, and then I think it's just been story after story from there. They've just been going downhill. But you know what? They're still driving around. They're still circulating. Can't complain.
Yep, and now you can see Darren Ganji there in behind the wheel of that number 11 car. Andre Hegelheim in the CTC Racing red car versus Simon Trendell. 0.4 of a second between these two drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the day where you can ask us anything on RaceSpot TV related to racing-ish. Tweet us at RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag iRacing Sebring 12 if you want to get involved. Ask us anything about sim racing, iRacing, driving, commentating, broadcasting.
IMSA.
Yeah, IMSA, real life motorsports. If you want to know about my trip to Boston, if you're that bored, even ask
Formula IndyCar.
Formula IndyCar.
Formula IndyCar.
Well, that starts tomorrow on the streets of St. Petersburg.
Oh, that it does.
Yeah.
And you know what? Am I the... All right. Hold on a second now. Let me just first preface that. Like, I've really enjoyed my time here in the commentary booth. But am I the only one that thinks that St. Petersburg is not that great of a racing car track?
Ladies and gentlemen, Cameron Walsh. We'll talk to him later.
For now.
So long for now.
No, I love street circuits. I love that they go there. I think it's a great... I think the people love having IndyCar there. I mean, why wouldn't you? But I just, as an actual, if I have to strip it down, it's not... It's a tricky racing track that always seems to have a boatload of incidents.
No, it's not. I mean, yes, the track is narrow at parts, but it's not that bad. I think we're arguing with ourselves. I will win this argument. I think it's a great racetrack. It's where almost actually a couple of years back we had
just make sure I'm talking about the right one.
Yeah, St. Pete. In the meanwhile, Matt Pavelski, Simon Grossman. Pavelski's actually closing up. No, he's not. He's losing a couple of attempts at last lap in that battle with Simon Grossman. Back to you, Cam.
Well, just one thing here. St. Petersburg is not the track that I'm thinking of. I'm looking at the track map right now. The start-finish line is straight. Well, where's the track where it's a street course, yet the start-finish line is a right-hand... It's just a dumb right-hander.
Belle Isle? I don't think they race there anymore.
Maybe it's Belle Isle.
Yeah, maybe Belle Isle. We'll find out. We'll get back to you later on. Yeah, let's go back to some form of real racing. Simon Grossman, Matt Pavelski, separated by 3 seconds still there, Jimmy. Although that gap seems to hover at 3 seconds. Doesn't close, doesn't get much bigger.
Yeah, it will just hover naturally because of the traffic around here, which is, we'll see them sort of rubber band between each other. Which is good. It means there's always going to be a little bit of pressure on that Trinity Motorsport 60 car. They can't just take it easy, but Matt Pavelski showing that he has got pace in that car, so I think that the 60 will be aware of that, and they will be sort of making sure they're not sort of dawdling, so to speak, as if they would around here. It's very fun watching these prototypes attack this course. I mean, they do have that. They're not ultimate downforce machines. There is a lot of mechanical grip still there, but it's sort of that level of skatiness around the corner where it always looks very nervous and always very interesting, especially coming out of Sunset. I've seen a lot of cars sort of almost oversteer out of there coming out and make it look magnificent.
No, it's not Long Beach, by the way, Cam. I think Cam knows what Long Beach looks like. Interestingly enough, by the way, the gap out front is stabilised at 6 seconds, Cam.
It is. Baltimore might be it. We might have a winner. David Brown. I don't know what I would
agree with you on Baltimore.
Might be Baltimore.
I agree with you on Baltimore.
I think what I'm thinking of is Baltimore, because I know they go to a lot of different street tracks, but I'm just saying, one of them is... either way, though, yeah, that's stabilized at 6 seconds. I think the decision to swap the drivers, that might have been the plan from Driving Revolution, but I have to say they might be thinking we probably could have just kept our driver in for one more stint, but you never know.
Well, you say that, but let's go back to what Jimmy was saying earlier.
I'm not done with my point. Hold on. It's the last of the sentence might fix it. If when Glacier Racing now changes a driver, Driving Revolution might not, and we could be right back to normal.
I see, that wasn't my point either, at all. My point...
I just wanted to finish my point.
Let's go back to what Jimmy was saying earlier, and I think this is really important to this conversation, Jimmy, because you were talking about the planning that goes into this sort of thing. Now, you do have some teams where it's like, put your hands up if you fancy driving, and you do have some teams that will, you know, just have the idea of, well, we'll have a general idea of what we're doing. In the interim, we'll just do whatever. Then you've actually got other teams that they will meticulously plan out every single stint to the minute because of things like fair share rules, for example, and other things around it. And so you've got to, in some cases, you can't just say, well, yeah, okay, I'll just keep my guy in for another lap, because sometimes you can't, physically, and sometimes actually that affects a lot of other things. It's like law of unintended consequences.
I definitely belong to the team that's the latter in that list, where we have literal spreadsheets of information where people fill out when and where they can drive and how long they can drive for, and you log the lap you pit in, etc. And it's all very meticulously planned out. I always find the irony of that, though, is that it doesn't usually help that much. It's just more of peace of mind, to be honest, to have, to know when you're driving and what you've got to be doing in the car. Whereas some people, like you said, will just hop in, yep, all right, cool, do it, and then they'll just be fantastic. And that is the most frustrating thing ever as a sim racing driver.
Cam, Portland.
Well, I'm flipping through how many street tracks they go to, and I'm trying. It's hard to get like a map of the turns. Maybe Toronto?
No, you can't say that about Toronto. Toronto's fantastic.
No, it's not Toronto. No, it's not Toronto. I'm trying to think of how everything flows. It's not Toronto.
Well,
it's not Baltimore. It's not Petersburg. God, this is going to be bothering me all day long now.
Well, you can have a look at that one. In the interim, we are now 5 hours into this one, so it means it's time for a RaceBot TV update. You can see we've got ourselves Marco Atuno on pit road right now, but out front in your Daytona Prototype division, it is all about Glacier Racing with a 6.2 second advantage over the Driving Revolution machine. Now, last time they did a pit stop, Glacier didn't do a driver change, Driving Revolution did. As a consequence, Glacier Racing have now led 27 laps in this event. 21 laps have been led by the Driving Revolution team. 9 have been led by the MSP Drivers Home 1 car. But the big story of the day has been the number 4 machine. Marco wasn't behind the wheel of that one at the time. But the number 4 machine there, that was, of course, Moano, getting into a 3-wide situation at turn number 3. They were a victim of the law of unintended consequences when contact between a Daytona Prototype and GT driver put paid to Moano's hopes of claiming victory here today. In terms of your GT division, Klaus Kivikas now leads by 9.4 seconds over Iberica Racing. That gap has stretched itself up a little bit, but it's starting to come back down. Kivikas versus Marino versus Pitchler are separated by 20 seconds right now. So we've got a fantastic battle developing in your GT field. Retiree-wise, we've had a couple of people. Number 14 machine, number 1776, Boris Bolitzer, Dennis Gavovsky are all out of the race. Got a couple of people who are many laps down. One of them, for example, is the MSP Drivers Home 4 car, which is the number 52 machine. Just to make things even more confusing for us, they are running P number 19 in your prototype division. They are second from last, and they are currently scored as, well, 12 laps off of the pace right now due to previous incidences. So we welcome you then to continuing coverage here on RaceBot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. Live timing and scoring is available. If you visit racebot.tv/timing, we'll make sure you get all the numbers that you need. We'll make it cool for you over the course of this event. Social media, you can do that by getting social with us at RaceBot TV, facebook.com/RaceBotTV as well. And thank you to whoever was our 2000th like on iRacing. We're going to hunt down who you are. We will give you something nice. Because we can. Jimmy.
Just say it was me.
And we want to.
Pardon?
It was definitely me. So
of course.
What am I getting?
A free hug.
I figured out what it was.
What?
Belle Isle.
I said that ages ago.
I know.
That was the second thing I said.
Line. I know. I had to look at the track map. I finally got the track map up. It's Belle Isle. The track is fine. It's just the start-finish line is like right at the exit of a corner. So whenever they drop the green, there's always a huge incident, and then everyone just piles into them. It's awful.
Okay. Meanwhile, well, you can't do that. It's Penske's track basically, so there's no way you'd ever change it. Meanwhile, you got John Hall now behind the wheel of that Phoenix Motorsports car. There we can see he's currently running in P at number 10, 2.6 seconds behind their Petronas Racing Team car. Petronas they've done some very, very interesting passes, been involved in some good battles so far in today's event. 2 seconds is the gap between P9 and P10 right now, Cam.
Yes, running in P9 and P10, the SimDC and the Petronas Racing Team prototypes, and then those are the 2 cars that are a lap down. The first lap down, I have to say, it would have been more if that Moano car hadn't been involved in that early incident, but as we have to say, those are 2 good-looking cars, by the way. But yes, the SimRC and the Petronas car, they're not that far away from each other. We've had some GT car go well off. The Gecko Vortex car has gone well off. Ooh, heavens. As this will go all the way back to that second right-hander, the one with the concrete all up on it. Stand by. It is going to be Tower. Going from the Tower corner back, he had an incident with a prototype car.
Which car number?
It is car number 8, Luis Rodriguez, in that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 101 and the MSP Drivers Home number 1 car.
Yeah, who, of course, let's not forget the number 8 machine are scored way down. In fact, they're the last remaining running driver. There you can see firework, literally fire, coming off that car. Let's have a look then. We'll see a replay now as they head themselves... Yeah, there we are. Oh, big one there. That was done in turn number 14. And wow, they're thankful there's a lot of grass there, but that will really give them some side damage. And of course, these McLarens, you can touch them on the front, touch them on the rear, touch them on the side, they do end up getting some substantial damage. And actually, if we have a look on board, that car, well, let's see. Let's put some power on, shall we say? Yeah, put some power into that car. We're going to actually have another look at this one on board, because that one is one that you're going to have to hold onto your breath for this one. Here we are. This is in real time, and wow, that car, you can see it spinning, then the car snaps the other way, continues to spin. I mean, that is one that literally, he went for an actual ride. You can make a theme park ride out of that one. We'll show it to you one more time so you get the build-up. Being asked, what is Will's opinion on the Cleveland track? I love it. Bring it back to IndyCar now, please. Thank you very much. Actually, Cleveland, despite the fact that the Browns are doing, well, the Browns at the moment, and I think, it would be fantastic. I'd love to see more IndyCar racing in Ohio. Let's give them 2 races a year. Cleveland's a classic racetrack. Being Ohio's a decent racetrack. Get yourself a deal where you put Cleveland towards the start of the year. Maybe have their last weekend in April before the month of May. Then you can have yourself a big enough gap between the Mid-Ohio race. Get the state of Ohio, who love their motorsports, some more motorsport. Simple as that. And you can't even complain, Cam, about the fact, but there'll be this, or there'll be that. Yeah, you'll have the Cavs in the playoffs, and that's about it. And I think the state of Ohio likes their motor racing enough.
Okay. I'm not necessarily one to be involved in the conversation of Cleveland and its motorsports, or not Chicago. Anyways, with Cleveland, it's okay, cool. I'm cool with more motor racing. I guess I have to say I haven't seen the track map, but you never know.
You've never seen a race at Cleveland?
No.
Well, we're going to put you into the sim bin for just a few minutes. Hi, Jimmy.
Poor Cam, I guess they're putting there a lot.
I'm sorry. How can no one have... Cleveland racing at IndyCar was one of some of the coolest things you could ever have seen. He was riding on board with Glacier Racing's Alexia Loma. This is actually interesting. He's got a Racebot TV broadcast with a GSRC rear wing and a car that's got a Glacier TV sticker on its car. And we're just going to basically turn around and we'll see a Grip TV sticker somewhere as well.
If we're lucky, yeah, got to get that max attention to everything, haven't we? Just while Cam was being rightfully put into the sim bin, I wanted to very quickly just say that we did have a pit stop from the Glacier Racing guys at the front of the field, so they're now obviously back down to about 5th place. But that is because of pit stop, so MSP drivers home are leading right now temporarily from Trinity and Phoenix in 3rd, with Glacier coming out in 5th place. So you can just sort of see how far ahead they are now. They're taking a pit stop and they're still running 5th, only 28 seconds off the lead. So.
Yeah, and actually we're having a look on board with the only tank in it now. He was being very cautious just there, actually, trying to get himself past. Is that the same vortex that's been beaten up recently? Yeah, so I would be that cautious if you were trying to work yourself through that situation. So, yeah, don't forget you can ask us anything this hour. RaceBot TV, hashtag iRacing Sebring 12. Do it on our YouTubes as well if you want to ask us something. Make it interesting. Don't make it too dirty. We'll answer it on air over the course of the next 50 minutes or so. Cam?
Yes.
Cleveland is awesome. Go and check out a race after today.
I just looked up the track map. It looks fairly boring, but you know what? I have to say, actually, that's a little bit more like a Formula E track. But you know what? They've been putting on some good races. That Formula E. Hey, I mean, now they don't have to hop out of their cars, which is a dandy thing, you know, for motor racing. Well, I guess I shouldn't say it's motor racing because it's not. But overall, though, I have to say it seems it's it's battery racing, I guess I should say. But it's wait, no, what is it called? An electrical power unit or whatever.
Yawn.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, the track seems to be like that. But you know what? I like tracks in the middle of cities. I don't know why. There's just this allure of it. I love it. So, you know, hey, bring on street circuits. I'm a big fan of them.
Well, of course, Cleveland was an airport track. This is an airport track. It's interesting to note, actually, some of the best racetracks in the world, Jimmy. We talk about them being flat as a pancake, but airport tracks have sometimes had some fantastic stuff. Of course, many people forget that Silverstone was an airport, the same way that this track is an operating regional airport at times. So, you know, these tracks have had multiple uses over the years, and it's fascinating to see who was actually crazy enough to say, well, we've not got any planes here today. Why don't we put some cars around the racetrack?
Well, there's a reason why it's called the Hangar Straight at Silverstone. But yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to see sort of repurposed and redeveloped. I think it was an old World War II airport.
Yes, it was.
Track. Yeah, there you go. Memory.
Mainly because World War One, they didn't actually have many planes.
They didn't know, and they didn't follow very far either. They all ended up in the channel otherwise. Poor guys. Yeah, it's always interesting to see that sort of thing repurposed and reused, and it's nice for the sake of that. And I mean, look what it's become. It's become, in the case of Silverstone, and I guess, and in the case of Sebring, you know, 2 of the premier tracks in the world. You know, so.
Yep. For those of you who are missing that hashtag, it is iRacing Sebring 12. I didn't come up with that, honest. In fact, I didn't come up with that one, but it's iRacing Sebring 12. I have my quote-unquote tablet in front of me. We will answer questions as they come in, so long as they are appropriate. But just to give you, we'll keep you updated, of course, with the race as well. We've got Color Cola on pit road in the CTC. That is the CTC Racing red car, as they come out on a total time of 47.9 seconds. But Gernot Fritcher is right behind. That is Golguez in the number 3 machine, looking down to the inside. No, not quite close enough. Second bite of the cherry into the corner, and he's gonna make that stick somehow. Fantastic, Cam.
Well, absolutely. As he was able to drive that car into the corner, drag the brakes. He almost overbroke it. Then he gets the apex. That did take some competition, as we will say, it's not a word still, from the Gecko Vortex to leave that inside line once he saw the intention. But you know what? That Gecko Vortex car put on a fairly good charge going into turn number 1. And but we'll have to see if that Gecko car can keep on up here as Gernot Fritcher is putting on a good race. I have to say, though, has anyone else been in that car other than Gernot? Yep, Juhorinho was in for one stint.
Yep. We'll talk about the fair share rules in the next couple of minutes as well. Rens Brokeman is on pit road as we speak right now. We've also got Mike Pulch on pit road. So Rens Brokeman, is that the 4th driver now into that Koana Sim Sports car? Because we've had Klaus Kivikas, we've had Jorn Yend, Martin Kronkte, Rens Brokeman, 4 drivers then running in that Koana Sim Sports car here today, Jimmy.
Well, I believe Jimmy went off to grab some refreshments, and understandably so. There's a lot going on, I have to say, but, well, you know, 4 drivers, not bad. Oh, actually, the Petronas Racing Team, just a giant plume of smoke coming from that. You can see this, the tire marks. He completely overdrove his pit stall there, and he ended up having to reverse it back. It's something you don't expect, but, well, we have to remember, this pit straight is concrete.
It is, as Commander Sim Sport comes out 107. It's lap time now. I've had a question. When will we see an Iberia track in iRacing? Well, this is an interesting one because I think there's a couple of tracks I wouldn't mind seeing. Old Style Estruro, I remember, was fantastic. I don't know if they changed that track and ruined it, like they seem to have done most European tracks recently. We've got a car off on track, by the way, I believe. I'm trying to figure out who that was, but we have a car off track. That was, I think it was one of your Daytona prototype drivers. I'm not quite sure. We'll find out. But the number 112 car, Andreas Allmensberger, is on pit road as we speak. But a couple of other cars on pit road as well. Number 22 machine, number 77 car are all on pit road. Go Guez on pit road as well. In that number 3 car, is Guez going to get out? He's done a couple of stints so far. He will get out. And replacing him will be JB Masida in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 3 car. Out and away will come the 09 machine. We've got ourselves a couple of other people still completing their services. That is not the 09 car, it was someone else. Alexander Shodron is on pit road as well. Most people coming in, coming out. Pit stops are plenty happening here. Mika Lickery coming out of pit road. Alexander Shodron still on pit road. We've got ourselves a Deutsch Post car coming down into the pit as well. My favourite livery of the day, of course, that is a number 19 machine. There you are, there's your pit stop update, pretty much there, Cam.
Pretty much right out of the way, just like that. And I have to say, yes, I'm a big fan of the SimRC.de car as well. Dustin Hickman in that car, overtaking over for Maximilian Scheider as he will be working his way through as the traffic still goes on past the start-finish line here, as the overall leader will be the MSP drivers home, but only for now, as that Glacier car was on pit road and they swapped their drivers. Joni Takinen is now piloting that Daytona prototype.
Yep, so as it stands, they did a 31.2 second pit stop. Lucas, just this right now, is leading this motor race in the MSP drivers home. 1 car, then you got yourself Mad Pavelski in the Phoenix Motorsports black car. Can we just say, every time that we actually do it from now on, Jimmy, can we just do that properly and go, Mad Pavelski?
What, in a proper Tekken announcer voice sort of thing going on?
Yes.
I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. I think we can do that. I think we're about to be joined. Who do we have in our interview bot here?
We got Jonas Porka from Glacier Racing, who we're going to have a word with. In fact, I'm not going to have a word with him at all. You are.
Oh, fantastic. Hello, Eunice. It's Jimmy. Welcome to the booth. We've had the pleasure of watching you drive for the last 50 minutes or so. I think it's actually longer than that, actually, for the first stint of the race you drove. We had Yoni in here just before he got in the car, telling us that, very confidently, that you were going to win this race. So, do you share that confidence?
Absolutely. I mean, Yoni drove fantastically. He drove 4 stints in a row, because his backside is made of iron, and then I got into the car. I suffered from a bit of stuttering in the first stint, so I got a little bit of problems with my PC on the driving side of things, but I got a hang of it quickly, and then in the second stint I just enjoyed my heart out. I tried to make that 7-second gap behind because I wasn't sure if they are gonna make a driver change or not, and I managed to do that, 7.5 seconds coming into the pits, and then they did a driver change anyway, so yeah. But I'm confident that we can win this race, absolutely. Takanen is incredibly fast, so I'm confident that he can go even faster than me, even faster than Joni. It's not brute pace that counts, but it's looking really good for us right now. I hope I'm not jinxing anything.
I mean, obviously you guys are in the right position to do so. Up in third place, remember, only 20 seconds off the leader at this point, who are yet to pit, so you will inherit the lead again when they do come into the pits to refuel and pop another driver in, maybe. So traffic out there. We talk about traffic in here. We've seen a couple of instances. We saw one instance, I think, was including the Vortex car. ended up getting a helping hand off the course, coming through turn 10 and 11 in the fast left-hand section of the course. How have you been finding traffic out there so far?
Like a man possessed.
Just going through them.
No. I tried to look for a gap and go for it. I got a bit of scolding from someone in my team. Someone who may have a name starting with the same letter as mine does. So, bit of scolding her, don't go outside to the tower ever again. But aside from that, it was good, and the traffic management is of course a key part of multiclass racing, and as such I will just try to manage it as best as possible. Try not to lose any time, of course, but it's been good so far. We haven't had many problems with traffic, a couple of miscalculations perhaps, but that's all. And obviously we are still in the race, so it's better than most of the times.
Fantastic. Well, one last thing I wanted to quickly ask you is, obviously you say you're very confident in winning this race. Who do you consider your main rivals to be in this case? Who do you think are the ones that are going to be giving you the run for the money, or are you just confident you're going to be out front and no one challenging you?
Our main rivals, ourselves.
Well, there you go then. You heard it here, folks. The main rival for Glacier Racing is Glacier Racing, so hopefully they won't end up running into that GT car.
Right?
It's not to jinx that, but thank you very much for joining us, students. It's very, very insightful to have you in here, and obviously best of luck to Glacier and the guys down there. Hopefully you haven't jinxed it by coming in here.
Can I say one more thing?
Only if it's in Finnish.
Mojonas.
Okay, there we are. Were you going to say anything else?
I just had a personal message to pass to certain someone who may or may not be watching this.
Okay.
Jalskadei.
Off you go.
Jalskadei. Nothing else.
I have no idea what that means, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the interesting thing about internationalization. We have no idea anyway what is going on pretty much half of the time. Thank you very much there, Jonas Apuraka, for joining us here on Racebot TV. We continue along then. 6 hours, 38 minutes remaining. Don't forget, we will be switching streams in about, I'm just trying to work out how many minutes, about 37, 38 minutes. We'll be preparing to jump ship and move to our second part of this, the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring, which is, of course, here on Racebot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live, but we'll be back with more after these messages. We're going to set your Racebot TV side by side. Be right back.
I'm a engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also the longevity of it in a racing environment. A couple fun aspects have been for us, not only on the suspension development side, but the virtual world side with iRacing, actually mirroring some of the same, for instance, damper settings or brake pad changes that we've made for different compounds and such, and then we'll actually mirror that in iRacing. It's incredible to me how similar both when we were driving the car on the test day and then we're on the sim, that we're actually able to make changes in iRacing to the damper valving, and it correlates exactly to our findings on the racetrack.
It was quite interesting. It was sort of the first time in iRacing where we developed a car in the sim along with the manufacturer and a race team. Generally speaking, a team or a manufacturer will send us a data dump of information covering everything from tires to aero if if the car is set up that way, all the mechanical bits. The big difference is those cars are generally already in production or already racing, and this go around it was essentially from scratch. When Long Road Racing received their cars, we started getting our first bits of data, and as they got more data, we got more data, and we were able to go back and forth in the sim and compare with how the car performs on the racetrack.
in the outside contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even. Give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceBot TV, streaming live here on iRacing Live. Don't forget, in 30 minutes' time, we are leaving you, and then coming back, pretty much within 2-3 minutes afterwards. So, if you'd like to complain about the fact that we missed 5 minutes of the broadcast, we do sincerely apologise. But we have to do so, because that way, you can, if you're watching this on demand, watch this on demand within a reasonable time frame, and then also watch part 2 in a reasonable time frame, without having to wait for YouTube to encode for about 14 years. However, we're not leaving you. We promise. We'll stick with you all the way through the night. And it is dark outside, Jimmy, but we're not allowed to do RaceBot TV after dark today. I'm sorry.
No, it's a shame, really. But I think we'll just do our own little version after the broadcast. It'll be fine.
Yes. Anyone who knows about Magnus After Dark, we have done that once before. However, we are professional broadcasters, you see.
Yes.
Let's have a look. This is the thing, actually. Like, this is, I was talking about this off air, and this is why Radio Le Mans is, in my opinion, still the best broadcasting crew in the world, Jimmy. And here's the reason why. They're just 3 or 4 guys sitting around, and girls, of course, enjoying a race, but you don't have to commentate every single word of every single action that's going on. The key part of a broadcast in one of these circumstances is our job to keep the viewers entertained with random stories, but at the same time realise when there is action going on, and realise that we're not going to have a 4-hour conversation about something when there is actually a fantastic scrap going on. Like this one that we have currently for the battle for P2, which is between Driving Revolution and MSP Drivers Home 1. Now this is interesting because as these two are battling, they're allowing the only tank in them to just pull ahead a little bit.
I'm sure that'll be good for Yoni. He'll be happy with that as the lap car pulls over to the right, letting MSP drivers through. So they're now free to battle, which he goes very deep into 7. Very difficult to get that right under brakes if you're not careful. Now this might set him up for a move, actually. coming up into Cunningham Curve. I'm not sure if we're good at it. He's looking at the outside at the moment, and there might be contact. No, there's not. Side by side coming into the right-hander, and From Resolution is just defending that inside line. These guys, this is not where I like to battle. I would like to battle towards the end of the circuit, but any holes, good one there in that case. But
sorry, I was about to say there's a second that they've lost already as a consequence of doing that.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you fight. I mean, you're saying, right, you want to be in front of the person obviously ahead of you. That's racing, obviously. But you have to keep an eye on the grand scheme of things. If you end up scrapping with someone for 4 or 5 laps, you're going to lose probably about 10 seconds to the guy without any sort of distraction. And in this case, that's what's happened. Glacier Racing 2 is now 10 seconds ahead of the lead car in this fight, the Driving Revolution car. And that MSP car is very fast in a straight line. It's got the toe and I think a little bit less downforce coming down there. Will he be able to make a move coming out of Sunset? See what sort of exit he gets.
Yeah, out of Sunset. Actually gets a good run out of turn number 16. But now he's going to have to look to the outside because he's not going to try and fit that car down the inside. No, he'll head himself to the outside instead. Side by side then in towards turn number 1. Round the outside will go the number 43 bar car. But can he hold it together as they come out of turn number 1? Oh, yes, he can. MSP Drivers home 1 moves himself up into second place in class. Can.
And an outstanding pass at that. He's worked his way at it for quite a long time now, and it's not like the Driving Revolution car has done anything bad, but that MSP Drivers home as they go past the big bend. He's managed enough of a gap where he can pull into this hairpin fairly comfortably while that CTC Racing red car looks onward. In the background, they're going to be coming up upon some lap traffic. The Pure Racing team number 112 of Andreas Allmansberger. This is actually a pretty hairy situation to get involved in. The prototype car of Lucas Yestok was looking very carefully to try and get by, but you can't. And as long as everyone plays it cool here, we should be able to get past this lap traffic. This is what we were talking about. This is the worst section. No, actually, the Driving Revolution car will force it in, and Nat McLaren will have to go onto the dirt. But that MSP Driver's home car there will, it's one of those things, the tricky intersection here at Sebring just seems to claim another.
Yeah, actually they're sat behind one of the GT car McLarens. They could literally just get themselves a large metal object and get themselves some s'mores made on that one. But now they are free to go. As we have a look from the rear of the MSP Drivers home 1 team, they've lost that lap another 2 seconds, Jimmy. So really what you want now is for Maurizio Mecconi to say, okay, you seem to be faster. Off you go. I'm going to be right here behind you, but I'm not going to pass you unless you make a big error.
There is such thing as working together in circuit racing, and again another 2 seconds lost now. 14 seconds is the gap between the Glacier Racing 2 car and MSP Drivers home 1 in front there. But if you're constantly squabbling, no one is taking the corner at the optimal rate. You're not taking the apex, you're defending, you're taking a shallow line into the corner, you're losing speed, and it all comes and it all adds up, of course. And in this case, as you said, it may be good for Mecconi just to sort of chill out a little bit, just sort of stay there. It's not a bad thing to stay there. I mean, he's not going to be winning the race or becoming second for at least another 6 hours yet. So, you know, he has to really think about the idea of time in this race and sort of where he actually sits in this race. But again, he can be close enough. If the MSP driver makes a mistake, he can just scoot by and take a position back. He hasn't got to be fighting. If he just stays at this sort of distance, I think he's fine.
One other team on the move, that is Petronas Racing Team with Jan Schruter behind the wheel of that one. Trying to close up to the rear of the SimRC.de car driven by Dustin Hickman right now. Last lap time for the SimRC car is a 157.657. That was 1.3 seconds slower than the Petronas Racing Team car. Almost running right into the rear of that Deutsch Post machine as they work themselves down towards Tower again. That one was mighty close there. They almost collected each other, and that could have been put pay to both of their races, Cam.
Well, it very well could have. Phoenix Endurance and Team Chimera could have certainly benefited off of that, but they will remain racing for now as it's Jan Schlitter and Dustin Hickman. They're working their way through the Le Mans corner right now. They're getting on the throttle. Neither of them actually killed a cone that section, so very impressive there. They've managed to kill 0 cones in 2 corners, which I think is a record here for Sebring. But right now, Dustin Hickman, he seems to be able to pull away. But look at the overspeed from the Petronas getting on the draft. It's too far back, not long enough of a straight, but that Petronas car much better throughout the brakes there, which is surprising. You'd expect with the air running off that front car, it'd be a little more difficult to take that corner, but big fight back coming back from that Petronas car.
Yeah, down to the inside then, down in towards turn number 1. This could almost be academic, but no, the outside line reigns supreme there. There's many different ways through turn number 1, actually, and that Deutsche Post car able to hold on, but it may well just be a matter of time. So we go back on board with the Petronas Racing Team car of Dan Schroed. So we've been asked, is this feed running DX11? The answer to that question is yes, it is. As we then will see now, through Big Ben, actually Sweeter isn't able to gain anything, but you know what I see just ahead of them, Jimmy?
We see a lapped car, which is going to be licensed pretty. It's all very, very deep on the brakes. There is Jan Switter, and this is where we're going to see tactics, and we're going to see the driver's ability in traffic come into play. Now, it seems that Jan is a bit faster at this point. I think he was about a second faster on the last lap, but I don't think the number 19 car is planning on getting out of the way anytime soon. He doesn't want to give it, doesn't want to lay down and take it, which I guess some people are like that in racing, but if it were me right now, I'd sort of just make a sensible choice, I think, and just, let Jan get on with it. But no, we're going to get a fight on our hands, and now traffic. Now, we saw the Vortex car, unfortunately, get, for lack of a better word, punted through here by one of the prototypes. That nearly happened again there, but you see the BMW used its mirrors and sort of looked back and saw the prototype come through there. So that's something you should be definitely doing as a GT driver. Look how close these guys are now. Just if you're the Petronas car, you want to get a nice run off Le Mans, which you don't. He really messed that up, actually. That opportunity is now gone for him. Still in the slipstream, still close.
Yeah.
See his headlights, though.
He is. I thought, actually, that BMW's the wing mirrors are optional, Jimmy.
Well, it depends on the driver.
Okay. But there we are. There was the flashing of the headlights. He was able to get through. I don't understand why you'd flash the headlights on a straight. It's a straight line. I think people know which direction you're going to go.
I have to say, I feel really bad for Andreas Ullmansberger. He has done nothing but he's had 2 prototype battles fly by him. And he's just trying to not be involved. And actually, if he's not careful, he's going to be caught in another one as the Trinity Motorsports and Phoenix Motorsports black cars. Well, they've got the BMW between the two, but they are also fighting for position. So, Andreas's day, just stop looking at the mirror, Andreas. Just drive the car. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, indeed. So it's just we're just having a look. Dan Sweeter, by the way, is still right behind. So we're going to go back to that battle right now, but still not able to do anything. Down in towards the hairpin. They work themselves again. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it, we are going to be leaving this channel in 20 minutes time. We're going to be basically hopping off the air and hopping back on. I used to actually even have some background music that you could have put for this, but I don't have it anymore. So sorry. But in the meanwhile, we've got ourselves this still ongoing battle.
I'm Eric Hudek. I'm a engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also the longevity of it in a racing environment. A couple fun aspects have been for us, not only on the suspension development side, but the virtual world side with iRacing, actually mirroring some of the same, for instance, damper settings or brake pad changes that we've made for different compounds and such, and then we'll actually mirror that in iRacing. It's incredible to me how similar both when we're driving the car on the test day and then we're on the sim, that we're actually able to make changes in iRacing to the damper valving, and it correlates exactly to our findings on the racetrack.
It was quite interesting. It was sort of the first time in iRacing where we developed a car in the sim along with the manufacturer and a race team. Generally speaking, a team or a manufacturer will send us a data dump of information covering everything from tires to aero, if the car is set up that way, all the mechanical bits. The big difference is those cars are generally already in production or already racing, and this go around it was essentially from scratch. When Long Road Racing received their cars, we started getting our first bits of data, and as they got more data, we got more data, and we were able to go back and forth in the sim and compare with how the car performs on the racetrack.
Ladies and gentlemen, things happen unfortunately. As I'm going to go off record a little bit. As you know, it's been a big week, and with that, it's been new technologies, etc., etc. We do apologise for what's happened to you. We have tried already to stress test for today, and I said we do understand that you have missed out on a little bit of action. The good news is that this battle hasn't yet fully gone away. We've still got some fantastic racing. We're showing it to you once again right now. We are going to leave you shortly. We're going to start again with a new stream very soon. Will Vincent, we're going to send Cam off for 2 hours starting now. Jimmy and I are going to run the show. Off you go, Cam.
Okie dokie, I will see you all in like an hour.
Yeah. Jimmy, it's the Will and Jimmy show.
Oh no. This is a very bad thing.
Have fun. Have fun, really.
Well, what we're going to do, Jimmy, is we're going to run through some of the big stories that have happened in the first part of this event. So we've got ourselves about 15 minutes to wrap things up then. As we know, that Glacier Racing, they are leading the way as it stands. Joni Tankkinen is currently behind the wheel of that one. Joni Backman started in this car, did 4 fantastic stints. Then handed the car over to Jonas Porka. Then he's handed the car over now to Joni Tankkinen. But these guys, they've done a fantastic job, of course, They have had the lead quote-unquote gifted to them.
Yes, much to the despair of a number 4 car, the Moano C7, the Thrustmaster-sponsored car. Unfortunately, having an issue earlier in the race with, I believe, just being at fault from another prototype hitting a GT car, and then that GT car sort of hitting them, from what I hear. I didn't actually see it because I was having my beauty sleep at that time. But it was very sad to see them because they were dominating at the start of the race. They were a minute clear, running about a second a lap faster than anybody else. They're still running very fast now. I mean, the previous lap time of Uni Tankerman being a 1:55.5 to the lap time of 1:55.1 from the Moano team. So they are currently lapping faster than the leader. The thing is, though, they're 3 laps down. So it's just unfortunately going to be a matter of time and just see how much they can. It's damage limitation. How many places can they claw back before the end? But that's the big story of this race, I feel, so far.
In your GT division, Ben Tosting at one point was right there with the team of Commander Sim Sports. They have fallen back now. They're 25 seconds behind. Now, this GT battle has been interesting, but recently, Rens Brokerman has done what Rens Brokerman does, and this is why, come April 23rd and the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, Commander are going to be one of the teams to beat, because of just how Rens Brokerman can get into a car, do an hour, 2 hours worth of driving, and before you know it, bam, there's a 20-30 second gap.
Just consistency, and that is a massively important thing as an endurance driver, is to be consistent and get the times you get in practice in the race. Now, actually, I understand whilst in the race, it isn't always going to be a clear lap. There may be traffic, maybe from your own class or from a faster class trying to pass you. If you can constantly get, in this case, the low 2-minute range. I mean, last lap from Rens was a 2:01.5, so a pretty fast lap, faster than Iberica Racing anyway. That was about a second faster than them. If you're doing a second each lap, after 20 laps, that's 20 seconds. That's easy maths. I can do that one, and it's just a matter of building the gap. In this case, Rens is just showing how it's done. So Iberica really need to get the lead out, so to speak, and try and reel them back in. Otherwise, they're going to end up with an unassailable lead, even at this point with 6 hours or so to go.
Yeah, just having a look at Trinity Motorsports and Dirk Reinhardt. Of course, they are in this fantastic little scrap that's going on right now. With US Phelan in the number 16 machine, exactly the same strategy. This is a race on the track, 0.5 of a second between these two teams, and it's just looking though at the speed depth chart. And Trinity just haven't got the straight line speed. They just seem to be better in the corners, however.
So, yeah, again, different setups. You'll get drivers who and teams that feel better with different versions of the same car, so to speak. I mean, personally, I myself, I like a very nervous car, like a car that will punish me because I'm a sim racing masochist, really. But when it comes to one of my teammates, he really likes a very understeery car. So we're always arguing about setup and which is going to be better. And it usually means that the car has more or less downforce. And here you're seeing Dirk Reinhardt in that Trinity. He's right up behind Phoenix at the moment. But you see, every time he seems to get behind him, the car just pulls away in a straight line, and it's closing up again in the corner. This is a very interesting place, actually, because you've got a BMW in between them. It's sort of trying to get out of the way. He does. He lifts off a little bit there. Now these cars are now actually nose to tail coming down to the Mont. There is going to be a bit of a difference in straight line speed because the exit for Dirk Reinhardt is not as good as it was for the Phoenix car. But yeah, to go back to the setup, it's all about personal preference. Some people can drive the car with no wing. Some people need to have all the downforce in the world. It's just comes down to driving style, and it's awesome that you can see that in a simulation. You can see those styles working and those setups working differently.
And also how sometimes you have to make allowances for people, because especially when you come into team racing, sometimes different people have different setup handling needs. Now, for example, I'm a driver that I cannot deal with a tight race car. I have to have a car that is a little bit loosey-goosey on an oval. On a road car, I'm the complete opposite. I can't have a loose car. I've got to have a car that really, I know I can put the power down. The back end's not going to come out from the rear of it. But there's little things that you can sometimes change. For example, anti-roll bars. You can change the amount of traction control. But realistically, you always have to, in these team races, have to have some form of compromise, because it doesn't matter if one person is set the fastest lap of the race if the other guys in the car are 2-3 seconds off what they could achieve.
Yeah, the big thing for me as a driver is when I get in the car from my understeery teammate, as I go, right, brake bias back, 2 clicks, to the rear. So when I come into the corner, I'm pretty much backing it into the corner so I can get the car rotated. And that's a very easy thing to change. It's something you can change on the fly as well. So in team racing, it's fantastic. Obviously, bigger changes like downforce settings and roll bar settings, if they're not adjustable in car, are something that you have to really plan out and sort of, again, come to a compromise. No one's going to be entirely happy with the car. No one's going to be on their exact pace, but that's not what team racing is about. It's about getting the car to the finish as quick as you can with the people you've got on board. And at the moment, sorry, I've just noticed we have... Sorry, yes, we do. We have Phoenix still fighting through the traffic at the moment, and Trinity now right up behind them coming down the straight.
Yeah, we've just seen as well. We're going to flick to Dirk Reinhardt then. We just saw a moment ago a battle between Ben Tusting and Patrick Peter. In fact, that one is going to go side by side once again through turn number 1. They will go then. And, well, there we can see these two have been mighty close. But it is going to be advantage Patrick Peachler. He now moves up into second place in that PRT treble 1 machine. We still, however, got Battle P2 in your prototype, Battle P4 in your prototype, Battle P2 in your GT. Battles going on up and down the field. As, for example, this MSP Driver's Home 1 car. I'm going to stop for a second, Jimmy. Yes. 14 seconds is the cost of this battle so far, as they're going to try and go side by side again. 14 seconds. They have lost to Yoni Tankin in this stint.
I do wonder what's going through the mind there of these drivers in this instance, because for a moment I think I saw, I think it was the MSP driver actually lose quite a bit of time to the Driving Revolution car. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think maybe they had a spin somewhere. I didn't catch it on stream. I just saw the gap raised by quite a bit. But as you say, 14 seconds. I mean, if you're Glacier Racing right now, you're just thinking, keep going, guys. Keep battling. I'm fine with this. Because all they're doing is driving away. I mean, if we look at lap time differences, let's have a look at Driving Revolution. 1:56.6 in the last lap for them. 1:66.3 for Yoni Tankinen, but he's in traffic. So you can see the difference there. Traffic versus fighting. And Tankinen is still faster.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to wrap up this part of coverage. Last time I said this, we accidentally almost wrapped it up 5 minutes early. But here we are. Battle for P2, P3, let's ride then for a couple of moments on board with the driver of Lucas Jetstas as he tries to hunt down Maritza Mikoni. Let's ride a lap on board. Jimmy?
Do it indeed, and we're coming out now of Sunset. You can see him just struggling with that oversteer coming up there. I think this guy's got a car that I very much like to drive. Sitting deep in the slipstream now for turn 1. You've got to try and spot your turning point here. Very important to do so. Almost you want to reach out and touch that wall with your left hand as you come through there, and then use the curb on the outside just to elongate the racetrack. And you brake hard now down. This is considered turn 3. That little kink's considered the corner. You can hear the gearbox there, sequential shifting down. We have some traffic in front of us now. This could be interesting for the sake of a battle. A little bit closer up now, coming up now around Big Bend and up to Turn 7. Turn 7 is the hairpin, one of the better overtaking spots on the track. We aren't quite close enough to make a move here, but we'll see what the difference is in the brakes here. They're both very similar, you see. They're both very good on the brakes, but I feel like we've closed up a little bit now on the car in front, as here come the GTs now. Now, getting past these is going to be pivotal to this battle at the moment. How impatient, how quick you be. You see the car in front hesitating for a second on the BMW. Are we going to follow him through? We are going to follow him through. I wouldn't have done that personally, but that's why I'm not in this race. And these guys now, again, still nose to tail coming through Collier and coming up the Tower Turn, the worst corner on the race course if you're called Jimmy Broadbent. And now coming out of this corner and nice acceleration. You can see in the wheel. That's hard to say. Just how much he's fighting the rear end. It's fantastic. I love how feisty these cars are. Another cone casualty there on the left. Thanks very much to our Florida cone supplier for keeping those in ample supply. As we come around now Le Mans corner, which is again the most important corner on the course for speed. We'll go here very quickly and in the slipstream now of the BMW and the DP in front, so this might be a chance for a run coming down to Sunset. Here we go, closing up on the car in front, looking to the inside. Is it going to be a stab? No, it's not. He thinks better of it. Still there though, still just touching the rear spoiler of the car in front, coming round now Sunset. Last one. Look how much he's fighting with the wheel and the throttle there. He's trying to get on the power as quick as he can, and he's like another 200 times. Oh!
Did that car just hit the wall in a straight line?
I think he did.
Oh my word, the number 13 machine. I didn't believe it at first, but that number we need to get ourselves another look at that, but I do think he hit the wall in a straight line. That's the second time we've seen that, and he did look to be running very wide out of Sunset Bend, but wow, that was close. Let's see if we can get ourselves another quick look of it, if we can. Off the final corner, there we were going to see, there he actually did tag the wall. We're going to try and get a look from up above, but that, well, I don't know how he survived that one there, because it did look as though that was an actual pretty substantial hit.
I mean, that's the sort of hit that all the iRacers sort of cringe at when you see, because you think, right, that's suspension damage, that car's done. Luckily, and almost extraordinarily, he hit the wall, lost the position on the straight, then overtook the MSB car going into T1 with this, well, sort of half-battered car, and is now still leading the battle for second. So I think Moano was very, very lucky to get away with that one.
He kind of hit it side on. When you looked at it from above, it did look a little bit more like a clean hit, but that was a scary one there. 6:03. We're going to try and stick with this battle as long as we can. We are forced to change our stream within the next few minutes. That's because of processing, etc. requirements. We don't want to be in a situation where you can't watch this race on demand, but let's then have a quick look from the rear of that number 2 Driving Revolution car, and this time no double draft means no overtake down into Sunset Bend. We have still got ourselves a couple of other battles. Dan Shooter looks though he's gone past Ross Harrison. Is that a car on pit road? Indeed it is. Driving Revolution car there coming on towards pit road. So maybe he does have a little bit of damage. Maybe it's time for a regular section pit stop. But, well, that one has happened. And actually, that's a perfect segue for us to step aside for a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone who has watched this part of the broadcast on RaceBot TV and streaming live, of course, also on iRacing Live. Don't forget that if you head over to iRacing.com/live right about now, we will be up and running it again in the next 5 or so minutes. You're watching the 2016 12 Hours of Sebring on RaceBot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. Part 2 of this broadcast will start very, very soon.